Hello guys! Hi Geekle attendees. We are so happy to see you all today, tonight, or maybe early morning, because you're all from different countries, all from different parts of the world. And I'm really happy from all the Geekle community. I'm really happy that you're with us. And I'm going to be your moderator for the next 4 hours. We will have 4 more amazing speakers. I think all of the speakers were just gorgeous. And so let me introduce the first speaker of today's session, Anisha Swain. So let me say some words. Let me introduce her and say some words about her. And then we will have a small chat with her. So Anisha is from Bangalore, India, and where she works as a software engineer in the performance and scale team of Red Hat. She has more than a year and a half of experience with a focus on full stack development and user interface designing with React. In her spare time, she has an avid long-form reader with very passionate about space science and lover of all artistic creations, and she's attempting to hone basic sketchnoting skills. Wow, she's super interesting person to talk, actually. And hey.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. You? What about you? How are you doing?
Doing good. Very excited about the session.
Yeah, me too, actually. I'm very excited about all of my session, about all of the event. And actually, just, you know, that I read your bio and it was like, how do you manage to do your job and have so many hobbies? Just...
It's just that whenever I get even a small amount of time, I have my sketch note and pens ready, just like behind my laptop, and I just grab it and draw something quickly, like in 15-20 minutes, and there you go. So yeah, whenever I get time, I just try on new things or the things that I'm interested in. Continue doing that.
Cool. So this is a really good point for all of us. So maybe I should warn our audience that Anisha is not going to be with us on the Q&A session after 3 hours. So please be super active and ask all the questions you want to know, and we will answer to all of them after the speech, like 35 minutes after. Okay. So Anisha, I'm very excited. I think like I just give you a word and disappear for some time, and I will be enjoying your speech.
Thank you. I'll just quickly grab my presentation.
Cool.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to the session. This session would highlight the points you need to know to start building mobile apps with React Native, and targets the audience trying to take a plunge into cross-platform mobile apps. Quickly, I have divided the whole session into 3 parts. First, we will talk about the basic concepts, basics of React, React Native, cross-platform development, and then behind the scene, how React Native works. Then we will see some basic features of React Native, and then I'll talk about some pros and cons I could personally feel from my overall learning experience. So before starting, a little bit about me. As already introduced, I'm Anisha, a software engineer at Red Hat's performance and scale engineering team. And I have been involved with creating and maintaining web-based dashboards for performance monitoring tools. Being a React developer over 2 years now, I recently decided to take a plunge into app development with React Native, mostly to explore what all I can learn and achieve through my existing knowledge of React. And that's how it started, and that's what I'm going to share today. So without any further delay, I'll move forward. So before getting into React Native, let's start with React. React is a library for building user interface used for web development. But anyway, React as a library is not concerned about what we are making with it, because there is another library, React DOM, that is actually responsible for the web support. So React itself is platform agnostic. It manages state, handles component, manages the data flow, passes the data throughout the components, and all the stuff that happens in React. Now, what is different? What is different in cross-platform? Normally, when we build a native app, we have to build a separate one for Android and then a separate one for iOS or Apple, each using that specific platform language. And unfortunately, the need for separate platform language has some disadvantages. Like, to get started, I don't know both of the languages, so yeah, it's difficult to program mobile native mobile apps, like, because it will require high levels of skills in 2 to 3 different languages, and then expenses of creating and maintaining an app for each operating system is much more expensive, because each platform has its own user interface, standardized widgets and features. Apps will not be uniform from platform to platform, and that would create a very bad user experience. And because it will be different depending on the device. And as we know, nowadays, many people have more than one type of device. So when they are using the app on iOS and switch over to Android, their experience will be different. Now, cross-platform development provides the flexibility to build your app using a universal language like JavaScript, which can be exported to various smartphone platforms. This allows one app to work across multiple habitats. This can be done in 2 ways. So there are two different ways. First is creating native apps, like with tools using React Native or Xamarin or native script. You end up with an app that still uses native APIs, which allows for excellent performance across all platforms, and without having to code each separately. And this result in very nice app that runs well and is a great compromise over time and expenses of building a native app. Now, talking about hybrid app development is a tier lower than native cross-platform development. It relies on a built-in web browser and HTML or CSS and JavaScript to render the app. The platform is coded and then rendered on the smartphone inside an app container, which is again driven by an internal web browser. In hybrid apps, developers program using native app web languages, but wrap it in a native wrapper for each operating system. Thus, I guess rendering it usable across multiple platforms. Now, this can work, but this might have some major performance issue for complex apps. So there are several advantages to using cross-platform development, like the expenses are reduced as the need to code in 2 or 3 separate languages is not required anymore. And the uniformity, while talking about user experience, increases between different platforms or 2 different operating systems, creating a more seamless user experience. Now, the development tools are like familiar as they employ common programming languages, and it is ideal for prototyping also because it allows faster time to market on more than like in other platforms. So cross-platform apps can actually help us achieve quicker deployment and adoption at a lower cost, since since we have got this native languages like React Native, so native frameworks like React Native. And there are several advantages, there are some disadvantages to using the cross-platform development as well. Like programs can be less efficient, and this occurs due to lack of hardware power to perform smooth HTML5 animation on like low to mid-range devices. And the program itself may need to be more generalized, and in the process becomes less sophisticated than it would have been if it would have been built with for a specific program, like, right. And using advanced features with cross-platform development may take more battery power and a lot more resources than with a native application. Now, React Native, on the other hand, is a separate library with a collection of separate special components to use in the React Native app. Now, it is different that React Native knows how to compile the components to native widgets for Android or iOS. So it's kind of like React DOM library. React Native provides access to native platform APIs like map or camera or notifications. So basically, it connects the JavaScript code with native platform code. Now, something noteworthy is we can also write native code and connect it to JavaScript, but not sure how much effort it's going to take in case of a fully functional complex system, as I have not tried them yet. Also, there is React Native for web, which intends to let us write single app that runs in a browser using standard web technologies, or an iOS or Android as a real native mobile app. We have a different package, React Native Web, for it, and it requires minor configuration, which all are available in React Native documentation itself and pretty simple to follow. Now, even in my call for paper, it was mentioned that write JS code once and run it everywhere. Well, I found out React Native fairly easy by using some like some third-party library about which we are going to talk in a couple of minutes. But if you want to build the app from scratch with a bare bone structure, it's kind of a hard work. And when they say write JavaScript code and run it everywhere, but I found a very nice tagline in a tutorial which said learn once and write it everywhere, because we definitely need to adjust the code base so that to make it feel or like look better in different platform and screen sizes. Now, why React Native? Building native mobile apps is one thing, which is React Native allows us to write native apps in JavaScript or both iOS and Android. It gives us ability to use all the native components like gestures, push notifications, camera, location, and there are some other JavaScript libraries for building mobile apps like Ionic and PhoneGap, but those libraries are WebView, and apps built with those technologies are not native. Now, yeah, with React Native, we can build mobile apps that can run on iOS and Android, and this is one of the great benefit of React Native. But before it was created, we had to build our app twice and with different codes, like one for iOS and using Swift or Objective C, and one for Android using Java or Kotlin. And React Native solves this problem, so you can build your React Native app and it will work in iOS and Android out of the box, which is pretty awesome. And while we are building React Native apps, we will actually write JavaScript, React.js code, which has pretty much almost similar structure as in terms of the syntax. So it allows us to build great UI and user experience components in a very, very fast and efficient manner. If we are, well, provided you are already familiar with React and JavaScript basics. So when I started learning React Native, I saw so many similarities between React and React Native code. So the question which continuously was ringing on my head in my head is there any specific notable difference apart from the platform compatibility? And I found out a couple of them. Uh, that is, React can be described as a base derivative of React DOM for the web platform, while React Native is a base derivative in itself, which means that the syntax and workflow remain the same, but the components alter. How that we are going to talk in after a couple of slides. Now, React eventually is a JavaScript library which enables the programmer to create an engaging and high performing UI layer, while React Native is an entire framework for building cross platform apps, be it web, iOS, or Android. Now, in React.js, Virtual DOM is used to render browser code in React.js, while in React Native, native APIs are used to render components in mobile. The apps developed by React renders HTML in UI, while React Native uses JSX for rendering UI, which is nothing but JavaScript. The next thing is CSS is used for creating styling in React.js, and being a front-end designer, like it is the most important thing to make sure to be available. And while working on React Native, it uses style sheet for styling, which is not really CSS but uh, JavaScript. It's a subset of CSS, we can say. And in React, the animations is possible using CSS, just like web development while we are writing web dev code. But in React Native, we use animated API, which is used for including animations across the different components of the React Native application. So overall, it basically depends on the use case. If the need is to build a high performing dynamic and responsive UI for web interfaces, then React.js is best option. While if the need is to give uh, the mobile apps a truly native feeling, then React Native is the go-to option, I would say. Now, with both React and React Native, we create normal React component with JavaScript. But in React Native, we use special components, and let's see how. So we build React components uh, uh, we built React Native components with special components, and we can't use HTML and divisions over there because those are not supported in React Native. So the special components for React Native are compiled to make React Native apps. In the example, you can see, whereas in React code we write divisions and p tag or header tags. Here we are using view and text, which are like special components that are going to be used in React Native. So even though React Native tags look almost like HTML tags, but of course these are special components compiled to native components. It maps reusable components to the respective platform equivalent. Now it's important to note that the views are compiled, uh, the view as in the things that we see, but not the JavaScript logic code, which in matter of time boosts performance. So now, as discussed in the earlier slide, it is important to mention that for UI, React Native gives special components which gets compiled to native view. And for our logic, like for Redux or HTTP request or transferring data, the transforming data, the JavaScript code isn't, whatever JavaScript code we write, that isn't compiled, but instead it runs in a special thread hosted by the React Native app itself. It's like a mini JavaScript app running inside the React Native app. And hosted and run by the React Native app itself, and our JavaScript code then can talk to the native platform. So we can picture it like this. For example, this is your code, and this is the native platform where you want to run your code. In your code, you have your view inside the view tags, where we write things that we want to see in the screen as a pictorial view. And then behind it, we have our JavaScript code with all the logic for all the functions. Now what happens is the view gets compiled to a native view, and the JavaScript code remains remains separate, and sorry, pardon me for the mistake. It runs in a separate a separate thread, and then it forms a bridge with the native platform or modules, and then the JavaScript code can talk to the native modules like your camera or notification, etc. Sorry, the native platform modules over here should be the separate thread. Pardon me for the mistake. So that's how the flow works in React Native. Now, JavaScript and React knowledge is mandatory for React Native app development. But apart from that, we have specific hardware requirement. For example, if you want to make iOS app in Windows, you have to do it with third-party library Expo remotely. And in Windows, so we have full support for Android development, and for Mac OS, we have full support for both iOS and Android. Now, to get started with React Native development, we have two ways. We can use a third-party service called Expo, and Expo is a third-party service with managed app development structure. So the data flow is managed over there. We will talk about the workflow later in the slide, and it provides utility features and sets everything up for us. But it limits it limits the code to like Expo ecosystem, which kind of a turn off for many developers. But I feel like it's fair enough for beginners to get started with. And then we have React Native CLI, which is managed by React Native community and is almost bare bone development with a basic setup. Now, even with full control and flexibility, the setup process is a bit complex. But the good thing is we can always switch between the two. Expo never locks you in. You can eject anytime, and your project will just be a typical native project with the React Native and Expo SDK packages, and that your app is the SDK packages that your app is using install and configured. Now there are a few steps after to get the environment ready. Like first and foremost, I guess everybody will know this. We need to download Node.js to use everything in the JavaScript ecosystem, including Expo and React Native. And then we need to get command line tool, which will package, serve, and publish the project. And we can simply run npm install Expo CLI, and we can install it globally. And then we can create the project with Expo init, the project name, and get into the project and start the app by Expo start. Now, to preview, there are a couple of ways, but with Expo, we get a separate Android app, iOS app for Expo client, which we can install in our real device. And once you run Expo start, it actually opens up a tab in your browser, and you can see a QR code over there in the Expo client app. You can simply scan the QR, and you can simulate in your real device. So as I said, to see what changes are happening, we can use native real devices, which is using real devices by downloading Expo client. And Expo is a developer tool for creating experiences with interactive gestures and graphics using JavaScript and React Native. And we can use Android Studio once you're done with the setup, like done with the SDK setup, and then we can run the emulator or simulator, which is where we have to run and test our app. And we can do that in, like, there are different choices for different SDKs. We can, though I haven't tried it out, but I saw an option of using Genymotion. It's a desktop application that provides a virtual simulator to test the application. And if you're interested, you should definitely check it out, because I still have to do that. And next, for iOS, Xcode has nice emulators that you can use to test your React Native app. And at the end, we can publish the Expo app, or we can publish a standalone app, whatever is convenient for you. Now, talking about the basics of React Native, there are different core components in React Native. Sorry, there are different core components in React Native, like view, text, button, or text input. There are custom components, which we can make by mixing the core components. We create these by creating a class which extends React component, which this method should be used. This method should be used if we need lifecycle methods, by writing a function which returns a view for simpler syntax. Pardon me for the lorem ipsum, I kind of missed it. I'll just explain the headers. Talking about style, it doesn't use HTML or CSS, it uses JavaScript. It is based on CSS syntax, but only a subset of properties and features. And we can use CSS in inline or style sheet object. And if you are getting into React Native, then I highly recommend using Flexbox, which is really helpful for which is very helpful for making responsive app. Now, we can also store default style constants to not have to repeat the value. Clearly, there is much more to play around with CSS. For navigation, React Native uses a package called React Native Stack, and it becomes fairly easy way to navigate between the components in that way. And we can also use component state for managing state, or Redux, etc. Now, there are also different native device features like camera roll, which is a React Native module that provides access to the local camera role or photo library. And there is geolocation, as the name suggests, it's used to access the geolocation of the phone. There are React Native camera. It's a camera component for React Native, and it also supports barcode scanning. And React Native fast image, which alternative for slow inbuilt image components, and a bunch of other things like maps and gesture handle, and etc. Excuse me. So as I said, that to maintain responsiveness throughout the app, it's a really good way to use Flexbox, which I prefer. But I also found another way to get like pixel density of width and height, and the time pixel ratio and dimension, and then calculate the orientation get dimensions and pixel ratio, and then call the function from style and use event listener to whenever you change the orientation, it can the style can fit into your style can change according to your orientation. Well, I haven't really tried the second method because I prefer Flexbox completely, but yet it's interesting to play around with the modules that React Native provides. Now, an important thing about the whole app development is debugging. And when we talk about debugging, the first question should come is what to debug. And that it is the if there are any error messages to get started, and that means that your app has crashed because of probably syntax error or bugs or value error or failing network requests. And then logical error, like your app will behave unexpectedly, or your app, you will get to know any unexpected or any unhandled behavior in your code, or the sequence of use leading to some error that we haven't thought of. And then styling or layout issue, which is directly um, directly affects the responsiveness and user experience. Now, how to debug these? First thing to get started is read the error message, and Google really helps. So definitely read the error message. Most of the cases, the error messages shows us uh, how exactly to debug it. So, and the next thing is, I guess many people don't prefer it, but logging the value with console log and to track the flow and where it went wrong. And then to debug JavaScript remotely with Chrome debugger by setting breakpoints. React Native gives us the option to use Chrome DevTools to see the logs of our app, to debug with Chrome, and enable debugging mode in our emulator, or we can simply press Control M, then choose debug JS remotely, and that opens up a tab in Google Chrome with this address, and then we can simply access the Chrome DevTools. And then next is we get a perf monitor, which gives us the user interface FPS, frames dropped, and we need to keep in mind that this monitoring is in development mode, and we can't rely on in the production ready app, and but still we can spot memory leak, etc., using the perf monitor. And then there is toggle inspector, where we can click on items to see the positioning, margin, padding, etc., and we can debug the layout. And I kind of love this one. Now, a better one is React Native Debugger. React Native Debugger is a great tool to debug React Native code. It's a desktop application that gives you many advantages. It comes with uh, the React Redux DevTools and React DevTools integration. You can debug the style as well over here, and it's actually the best debugger for React Native, and it's the one that most of the developers use. Usually, it's available in Mac OS, Windows, and Linux. Now, there are two different types of workflow in React Native. Uh, First is the managed workflow. It is kind of like Rails or Create React app to relate more of which we use for React. And the Expo tries to manage, the Expo uses this kind of workflow, and it tries to manage as much of for the complexity of building apps for you as it can, and which is why we call it a managed workflow. And in the bare workflow, in the bare workflow, along with the developer has the complete control along with the complexity that comes with that. You can use most APIs in Expo SDK, but the build service and easy configuration with app.json and with app.json, you can refer to tutorials and guides that are oriented towards native iOS and Android app and React Native for alternatives. Now, if like I was confused which workflow is better for me when I went through this, and really, if you are new to mobile development or new to development in general, it is recommended that you use managed workflow. There is huge amount of complexity that comes along with native development toolchain, and the managed workflow allows us to deal with that complexity only when absolutely necessary. And if you are more experienced, then it also doesn't hurt to start every new project with bare with managed workflow, but you can also eject it whenever we need. So in summary, use the bare workflow when you need it due to limitation. Otherwise, use the managed workflow, and you must likely want to start with the managed workflow. Now about publishing, I haven't really done it manually like myself ever, because I haven't created a full-fledged app yet. But talking about how to do it, I can give a brief overview. Like Android requires that all apps should be digitally signed with a certificate before they can be installed. So if you want to distribute your Android application via Play Store, it needs to be signed with a release key that then needs to be used for all future updates. So before your application binary is uploaded to Google Play, it needs to be signed with an upload key. Then signing your application page and Android developer documentation as it describes, and you have to fill in the details. The guide covers the process in brief, as well as a list of steps by step required to package the JavaScript bundle. So it's a good idea to go through the Android developers documentation if you want to publish your app. And for iOS, the publishing process is same as any other native iOS app, with some additional consideration to take into account, which is available in React Native documentation. Uh, the steps would be like to enable app transport security, configuring release scheme, and build app for release. Now, now on web, this is not even an issue. Or when we say that we want to go back, it's easy. We press the back button and the app reloads, etc. But in React Native, it's different. On iOS, going back each screen is being handled by a button or a swiping on screen. And you might think that hiding a back button would prevent the user from going back, but think again. You must wrap your head around it in order to prevent or allow going back. And on Android, there are two ways actually: the button on the app and the button on the phone. Nowadays, we get gestures also. So the magic here is that the Android back button works differently on some devices, and it is either handled by the state of the phone differently, or even it can be killed in the app's process manager. So that's the difference between the going back option in both web and React Native. Now, talking about the navigation on web, React uses React Router, and it when you update the address with a new URL, the React Router listens to that change and it cross-reference the URL with a route and component. On native, you start from the first screen defined in the deck, and and when you go back, this goes off the top of the deck as well, and this means that the first screen is loaded and in the background until you dismiss the stack or go back. So it's a stack functionality. Now,
So,
more
sorry for interrupting a bit. It was really interesting, and I think all of us, a lot of people would watch you more and more. But we also promised a Q&A session after your speech, and after like for some minutes. If you don't mind, we can start it now, or you may finish some of your speeches, some of your slides, but I would like to maybe start the Q&A session. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, sure. I can just quickly show those next 2 slides. There are only 2 slides left. So those are just pros and cons listed. So I'll just quickly show it.
I hope our audience is okay with that, because yeah, we will be in time. We will try to be in time.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for the delay.
It's okay. It's really interesting.
Yeah, so there are a couple of cons that I saw while trying out React Native and getting grasp on it. So I can take a screenshot of it. It's really straightforward, and then there are obviously there are a couple of points for which I would prefer React Native, and more the foremost thing would be like it's easy to learn being a React developer already. So yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot for the session. Just a closing thing is it is easier to always have in mind that we are building native apps with the help of React Native, and we are not really writing React Native, we are making native apps. So yeah, with that, thanks a lot, and feel free to connect with me for any further query.
Cool, thank you very much. It was really, really interesting. And yeah, I see that some of the people, they say that they want to hear you even more. We have like some time to answer the questions. Let me just introduce them. Yeah, how difficult is to create custom plugins in React Native?
Well, I haven't tried making custom plugins in React Native, but if we will talk about creating custom components, I guess that would be, if you are already familiar with React, I see that the syntax and the workflow are very similar. So I don't think that would be very difficult for you to create.
Okay, we don't see you, but I think, yeah. The next question is from the same person. He's so active about your speech. Major drawback of React that you observed as a programmer?
Okay, just I forgot to switch on camera, sorry. Yeah, so working with React, one thing that I become very upset with when creating dashboards is server-side rendering, and then next is getting confused between when to use class component and when to use hooks, because when it's very that's the decision we have to make when we are creating things like how the data is going to flow. And yeah, and the component based approach sometimes create an issue, but it's fair enough. I think the worst one would be the server side rendering.
Cool. Well, Anisha, thank you very much. It was really, really interesting. Oh, I think we have one more question. Just one more question, and that's enough. How much JavaScript do I need to know to learn React Native?
Okay, so I would say you need to know basic JavaScript skills to even start learning React or React Native, like the concept of maybe closures or like similar concept. You need to know you might not see it out in front, even if you are coding already, you might not know those concepts that you are using these, but these are the concepts that you should be familiar with. But learning JavaScript is not equals to learning React. If you know React Native becomes fairly easier. And if you you can start using React Native after learning JavaScript, or you can start with React. I guess it will be vice versa. I mean, it doesn't matter if you learn React first or React Native first, but JavaScript base is really important.
Cool. I hope we replied to all of the questions. I think we don't have any of them in the chat. That was super, super interesting. We would like to have you more for several hours, and I think our audience also. Thank you a lot. See you next time at all our next events. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks, everyone. Have a nice day or night, whichever time you are. Thank you.
Thank you. So guys, we're moving further and we're having our next speaker coming soon. He's already here, actually. Salvador, hello, how are you doing?
Very good, very good. Very happy to be here today.
Cool, cool. How was the time and how are you doing today in Finland? How was the quarantine there? Are you enjoying it or are you just like...
Well, I've been working a lot in Finland, but I'm from Spain, and I'm actually based in Spain right now. And yeah, here in Mallorca, precisely, it's where I was born and raised. And after almost 15 years moving around the world, I decided to come back home, and I'm very happy here. And regarding the quarantine, it's tight, but it's looser than a few months ago. So we still have some restrictions, but we can go and walk in the park. And I mean, as long as we don't are in a crowded place, we are fine so far. But this might change dramatically rather soon.
Yeah, but I think you have some nice, beautiful nature there. So enjoying quarantine time is quite nice, I guess so.
Absolutely yes, absolutely yes. And I'm a biker, and not a very quick one, but I love biking, and it's really lovely, and it's a paradise for cycling. And as long as they do not stop me from doing this, I think I can manage. I can cope with this.
Yeah, that's a perfect place for biking, I think. I like paragliding, you know, that maybe one day I will come also to your place and we'll do that. We'll see.
If you do, just let me know, and I will drive you around and show you some of my favorite corners in Mallorca.
Amazing, amazing. I will ask my boss to make an event in Mallorca for developers. Sorry for this live stream. Okay, so let me introduce you and to all our audience, tell you more about you, and then I will have one more question to you, very interesting, I guess, and we can start the speech. So Salvador helps tech companies to improve the productivity in their teams by cross-cultural training and consulting. As soon as he started his career abroad, he realized that similar colleagues, partners, and clients reacted differently before the same situation, depending on their nationality. That's true, actually, yeah. This challenge brought him to research cross-cultural management and eventually to join Hofstede Insights. Salvador holds a master's degree in psychology at work, bachelor's degree in architecture, and professional certificate and training and development specialist. He is also certified in intercultural management with Hofstede Insights. Using a data-driven approach, Salvador can manage and control the impact of cultural differences at the workplace, helping his clients to be more competitive. Before becoming an associate partner at Hofstede Insights, his appointments at Médecins Sans Frontières, the United Nations, the International Criminal Court, and Media Hotels International brought him to settle in Cameroon, Kenya, Liberia, wow, and the Netherlands, aside of the short stays in many other countries. Well, I'm actually impressed by your biography. You know that our Geekle community and our team is actually multicultural. We have people from different countries. And of course, we have events from different, like attendees from for participants from all over the world. And yeah, sometimes we face some of these issues, like we should, you know, always understand the different cultures. You've been to many, many places. Just one short question. What place impressed you more? I would say what impressed me more after, but like, have you seen something outstanding?
Yeah, that's a difficult question, but you know, we have to make choices, and life is about choices. So I'll pick Ethiopia.
Oh,
it's an amazing place, and it's not on the. It's out of the beaten track, but if you ever have the chance to go, just go, because you will be amazed.
I would love to. My favorites are Iceland and south of Russia. So this is like what impressed me more. Cool. Thank you very much for this amazing talk. It was really interesting. So I will just now just offer you to share your extremely high professionalism with our audience and share your knowledge. And yeah, you may start.
My pleasure. Just let me know how many time do I have, because I know we are a few minutes behind the schedule, but let me know so I can adjust.
You have 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay. I'll nail it.
Cool.
Okay. So first of all, thank you. Let me share the screen, please. Okay, so again, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here and talking to you today. And I feel honored to have so many people attention. And let's just start with that. I guess many of you have worked or are still working with the Scrum methodology. And I guess you also familiar with the Scrum values. And now I do have a question for you. In your opinion, are these values interpreted and perceived equally regardless of your nationality? What I mean is, does an Indian product owner perceive respect the same way as a US developer does? Or does a German Scrum Master interpret openness the same way a British developer does? The answer is no way. Because similar people react differently before the same situation depending on their nationality. Therefore, similar developers react differently before the same working situation depending on their nationality. Therefore, if we have a nationally diverse team working in the same project using the same methodology, we will have cultural friction for sure. So what I mean with all that is that culture has an impact on teamwork. And not because I say so. Look at these statistics here. I mean, 65% of European and US senior executives say that they are facing challenges when managing across different countries. So, but before we dig into this, what are we talking about here? What is culture? We could speak for hours and hours about that, but let's move on. And for that, I'll make a very quick game here. So just write on the screen, what can you see in this image? Please write down what you see here. Now, please tilt a bit your head towards your right hand side and tell me again what you see here. Now you probably see a different thing, right? At the beginning you saw a frog and now you see a horse. Now this kids game, and excuse me for this, it's very useful for me to transmit the idea that reality is one. But the way we have to interpret and perceive this reality changes from one country to the next. So we can use an analogy here, and we can say that a foreigner people, a foreign country person, is someone with the head tilt towards the right or towards the left more than us, right? So the reality is the same for everybody, but the way we have to perceive the same reality is different. So culture is what you see in this picture in the screen. So it's a different perception from the same reality. And here you might say, well, I don't need a cross-cultural expert to get that, to realize that. Yes, I know. But sometimes this different reality it's not that easy. Sometimes it's more trickier. And when this happens, the tool that I'm going to share with you in a few minutes will make your life much easier. So the key to understand and control the impact of culture in business and teamwork is that similar people react differently before the same stimulus, depending on their nationality. So it's not enough, it's not good enough to copy paste your teamwork skills that works with a particular nationality and paste them with a different and paste it or replicate it in a different nationality. You need to translate your approach to teamwork and your approach to leadership before you can implement it in any country. Now, to dig a bit deeper into culture, I'll tell you that culture has different layers. So in the most superficial layer of culture, you can find practices. And practices is our language, is our rituals, our parties, our celebrations, the way we have to dress, to eat, to greet, you name it. So in this superficial layer of culture, it's taken care by etiquette and protocol. So I didn't came here to talk about etiquette and protocol. So I came here to give you something much more valuable, because I'm going to tell you how to deal with values. And values are very deep inside the culture. So because what I mean by etiquette and protocol, it's like like for instance in Japan, you will learn that you need to take the business card with the two hands. You need to read it carefully. You can't write on it. You need to put it nicely in the table. By etiquette and protocol, you will learn that you need to leave 1 or 2 bites of food on your plate just to indicate that you're satisfied and that your host can be happy. You will learn that in India you will greet with namaste. And it is very important that you familiarized with the etiquette and protocol of the countries you're going to visit, but it's not enough. It's not good enough. You also need to master the cultural values, which is the invisible part of the culture. Because the values are what it's gonna make you take one or another decision. The invisible part of culture is what will determine that our team works smoothly or that our team is working with a lot of friction. So what is values? What are values? So in short, very short, values are preferences for a determined state of things above the others. And as you can see in the screen. So what is good in your country might be bad in the neighboring country. What is moral here can be immoral there. What it is a rational decision here can be an irrational decision there. So in these preferences will make you take one or another decision. So it's good to know the etiquette and protocol of a country you're going to deal with. It's good to know how to dress, how to eat, how to greet, and so on. But this will not make a big difference on the efficiency of your team. What it is going to be very important for the efficiency of your team is the mastering of the values, the cultural values. Let's say what is good and bad, what is right, what is wrong, what is rational, what is irrational. So take this into account. Now, that said, it's time to knock down a myth here. Because I've heard many times something like, okay, that's interesting, but I'm not affected by that because my working environment is only Europe. So they think that in the world there is only two ways to work. It's like the Western and the Eastern way of working, hours and days. So, but this simplification will just harm your results, because East is extremely diverse, and the West is also very diverse. So Europe is very diverse in terms of culture. Despite the EU, we are very diverse. So, and some people go beyond this and they say, okay, Europe is diverse, but there is only three Europes. There's Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Southern Europe. That's it. And this classification might have few threats in common, but there is also much more differences, and I'm going to prove it to you. So let's move on. And now that we know that culture differences has their impact in Scrum teamwork, and that we agree with the definition of culture that we're going to use during the talk today, next question is, can we make tangible can we control the impact of culture in business? Can we make tangible something like apparently intangible, such as culture? Can we measure culture in figures? So the answer is yes, we can. And we can thanks to this gentleman. Let me introduce you Professor Gert Hofstede. He is the man who put the culture on the map, according to The Economist. He is one of the most influential business thinkers worldwide, according to the Wall Street Journal. Just look roughly at this list, and you will find Bill Gates, you will find Stephen Covey, you will find Michael Dell, you will find Richard Branson. Just imagine. So I've been fortunate to have been trained by him, because Professor Hofstede taught me how to translate his scientific research into applicable business solutions. He taught me how to use his model to knock down cultural barriers. So he taught me how to use his research to make the tech teams much more competitive and more productive. So because anyone who's able to put themselves in the shoes of their team members will get better results. That's guaranteed. So, but why Professor Hofstede is that prestigious? So because he decoded culture. And how does it work, this model? So I'm going to give you a very easy example, because most of you are familiar with the RGB system, red, green, blue. So these are the primary colors. So any color on the screen of your computer contains a certain amount of red, a certain amount of green, and a certain amount of blue, as you might see here. So with this system, we can define any color through 3 different figures. So this is an example here, and this is another example here. So we can think of every primary color as a dimension within a scale from 0 to 255. So likewise, Professor Hofstede broke down national culture of every country not in 3, but in 6 different dimensions. So as we can define any color with 3 figures, we can define any culture worldwide with 6 different figures. So here we go with several examples. So, and just think for a second, anything you can measure in figures, you can compare, you can manage, and you can anticipate. Guys, we can control cultural differences. And who on earth doesn't want to control something that impacts the performance of your teams? Who on earth doesn't want to control this? So up to this point, we've defined 111 different countries, and we're busy defining the rest. And we didn't make up these figures. We didn't guess. These figures are the result of a very rigorous scientific research. And I could talk for hours and hours about the details of this research, but I prefer to use this time, the remaining time, to give you concrete clues to how to improve the efficiency of your teamwork. So at this point, your question is, what are these figures about? I mean, what do they correspond to? So each of these 6 different figures correspond to 6 different basic dilemmas any society is facing. So there's 6 different dilemmas or questions that any culture worldwide is facing every day. All the societies make the same questions. Now, the answer to the same questions is different in every culture. And through the model, what we do is we measure these different answers to the same question. Now, of course, I'm not able, I do not have time enough to go through all of these dimensions, but I will briefly describe 1 or maybe 2 of them. So, and to do so, I'll use a personal experience. When I was even younger, time ago, I got an assignment in Kenya, and I was in charge of the design and construction of a hospital. And this was my second job abroad. And I am the white guy in the right-hand side. And something that struck my attention when I just got there is that everybody in my team members, they call me Chief. Yes, Chief, don't worry, Chief, no problem, Chief, Chief, all the time. And I felt kind of a bit overwhelmed with such a distance, you know, and I was, hey, just call me by my name, like everyone is doing. And they did it, of course, but I felt they didn't feel very comfortable doing so. And so in few days later, I shared this anecdote with a friend of mine, with a Spanish friend, with much more experience than me in this context. And he told me that I should have never done this, that was a mistake, because there was nothing wrong with the fact that they called me chief, because that was exactly who I was at that moment. So by asking them not to call me chief, it was like I was telling them I'm not your supervisor. So by asking them not to call me chief, it was like undermining my authority. By telling them not to call me chief, it was like I was telling it's okay if you do not comply the instructions I'm giving you. So the formality chief and the authority itself, they were so tight together that if the first one was missing, then the second one was very weak. So the more formality chief was there, the more respect for authority and eventually more functional the structure was and the team was. So at the end of the day, I let them call me chief just for the sake of the success of this company. So we call this dimension power distance, and it is the extent to which the less powerful members of a society accept and expect that power is distributed unequally. So, and take into account, I mean, remember that I said they accept and they expect that the power is distributed unequally, because it's very easy to do so when you are amongst the most powerful, but it is not that easy when you are amongst the underdog, let's say. So in a very hierarchical society, an effective leader must take decisions, must give instruction, even orders, and check they comply with them. And you keep a real distance that you emphasize with formality like chief. Whereas in egalitarian societies, an effective leader must coordinate person, must guide, facilitate, coach. And formalities like chief are just not, just doesn't work. So few more, I just took 2 countries here, which is Germany and France. And despite they neighbors, they have a very different approach to power distance. I mean, Germany is quite an egalitarian country, whereas France it's a rather hierarchical country. So the manager's role in Germany is to support, whereas in France is to lead and direct, right? And for instance, the decision-making in Germany is quite decentralized and it's taken by the group, whereas in France, it's quite centralized and the decision maker makes the decision. I mean, the same with control. Control in Germany is disliked, where in France is expected. Now, let me come back to the Scrum values. And it's, the values. Question for you is, are these values interpreted and perceived equally regardless of the culture? So is it for argument's sake, let's take respect. Is respect perceived and interpreted in Germany, in France, in the UK, in Ukraine, in Spain, in Russia, in Italy? Is perceived and interpreted the same way? The answer is no. Because in hierarchical societies, respects that you keep a distance between the product owner and the Scrum Master, and between the Scrum Master and the developers. And respect means developers will not speak up freely to contradict the product owner and the Scrum Master. They might do it in private. They might doing not directly, with just giving clues, very indirect. So you can imagine that despite the fact that we are working in the same system and the same values, so similar people, similar developers will, with different nationality, will behave very different in the same context. And therefore, this thing won't work smoothly, but you will find some friction to happen. So, and time is running, guys, and I must conclude this. And this is the map of power distance in the world. Just imagine how diverse Europe is, right? And just imagine for a minute that there is, in this short talk today, I just talk about one of the 6 dimensions and about one of the 5 Scrum values. So there are 30 more possible combinations in total. So there is 6 different dimensions which impact the 5 different values in a different way. And if we want to have a high-performing Scrum team, we need to take this into account. So next time you're going to interact with a person of a different country, I encourage you to check these figures and compare the scores of your country with the scores of the country of the person you are dealing with. And my dear friend, behave consequently, because the efficiency of your teams will improve dramatically. So, and now it's 30 minutes sharp. Thanks for watching. It was a real pleasure talking to you here. It was a real pleasure to be here. And please, let's keep in touch.
Thank you very much, Salvador. It was really, really interesting. And we've got some comments in our chat that they also liked it. The examples which you gave, it was so nice. Let me remind you to the audience that Salvador is going to be with us at the Q&A sessions 2 hours later. So you may prepare your questions before and then ask all of them 2 hours later. So it was really interesting. I'm very interested in intercultural communication. So I hope the questions will be very interesting. Thank you very much for being with us. And let me introduce our next speaker.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Henrique.
Oh, hello,
Hi.
Katharina. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my talk. Today we're gonna talk about cross-platform, of course. And well, my name is Henrique, as you may know. I am the CEO of Fadoni, a software development firm we focus more on mobile development there. And I was previously also a mobile developer and a full stack developer. Please feel free to follow me on social media. I talk a lot there about being a developer and work remotely while you travel. That's the dream, right? And in today's talk, we're going to discuss more about the other methodologies that we have on our hands to develop mobile applications. And it's kind of a story behind the scenes. And later we're going to compare those, determine when we should use, when we should avoid them. And on the end, I'm briefly going to talk about our React architecture. I know that there's a lot of changes happening with React Native, and it's really cool to all you guys know at least a little bit about that. So let's jump right in, right? So we all know about native applications and native development. We all know that it's the most popular over there. And we know that these platforms were actually built in with these languages, Java and Swift. And I just want to know, for curiosity's sake, who here have ever coded on Java or Swift? I have the chat here, and I'm looking at it. You can feel free to interact and say if you have. I see that there is some interesting people that sometimes may be familiar with those languages. So these technologies let us do a lot of stuff when we do native development with those. We can access a lot of device utilities, and it's really cool. So something that I always do when I try to determine what technology I'm going to use on a project is a pro and cons list. Because every technology has a cost. And basically, this cost, it needs to be aware of this cost before you start a project. So on the pro side of a native development methodology, we have a really extreme fast application that can run really quickly and have an awesome performance. We have these languages that are basically born with the platform, and basically they raise the platform itself, and they are highly accepted on the App Store. And back before 2013, native development was one of the only ways that you could build a mobile application. So because of these long years that we have on the market with this technology, they are the most common that we see on app stores. And users are already familiar with the touch screens that you need to have and all those things behind the scenes that we use to make it more interactive. And the user is already familiar with all of that. And the most important part is that a native application doesn't depend on external software to run, which means it doesn't depend on a browser. So the performance there is like on the top of the level. On the counterpart, we have some really interesting cons. Back before 2013, when you wanted to create a mobile application, you usually had two things, one for Android and one for iOS. And what happened is that they don't necessarily would interact with each other much or talk with each other, and management was very separated. So it would generate a lot of inconsistency through the applications and platforms. And not to say that it's also very expensive to have two teams of native people, developers, working separately there and don't having this interaction. So for companies, it was a really high price to pay, and therefore also hard to maintain since those languages are not easy to master. So back then, we had this app store wave where everybody wanted to create apps and surf and be exposed and people using our apps. But medium-sized companies and small companies also, they couldn't afford this price. They couldn't jump in because the enterprise for mobile, it was very limited and it was really high price. So everybody started labeling, even today, when you say about native development, people think it's just a luxury. The price is too damn high to pay, right? Because, oh my God, it's very expensive maintaining two things. So back in 2013, some guy came up and said, well, why we don't try to use web concepts, web development concepts, and do something with it on mobile. And it was basically born Ionic. That was one of the most popular tools for hybrid development. So other enterprises started looking, oh my God, we have hybrid, and we don't necessarily need to use native anymore because our application may not depend or need that much performance after all. We can use hybrid, right? And even before I start talking a little bit more about hybrid, we need to understand the concept of web apps. So a web application essentially is built with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, right? And some genius guy said like, oh my God, what about we take this thing and we wrap inside of a container, native container called WebView, and just put it on the screen on the mobile and make the user download that. And it was a really nice approach at the time because, well, you didn't need to open the browser and force the user to type your URL. You just had a hybrid approach, which was really cool at the time. And this aspect has some limitations and some really interesting and cool pros. When we do again the pros and cons list, we have on the side a really easy to build application because we can reuse our web development team that is already familiar with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and also put it on the mobile side. And development then started being way cheaper because you don't need to manage two things or have two separated teams again. So, and it's really tricky, but Ionic itself, it doesn't depend on the browser. You don't need to open the browser, but behind the scenes, you do need the browser speed. So it still have some limitations when we talk about performance. And these device utilities, which is really cool, we can still access some of them. It's not something like very fancy, for example, in native apps where you can access everything, all the sensors and crazy stuff, but it still can have some of the nice things that we usually have on a mobile. So the most interesting pro on this list, the most important part is that you can write once and it works everywhere. That's what I call a seed plant. They planted the seed that will grow and become cross-platform because they started, well, we can write once and it works on Android and iOS. However, we have a price to pay, right? Everything has a price. We have a slower application in terms of performance compared to native applications. And because of that, the architecture itself, it limited your app in being something small or medium-sized. You still can do a lot of large apps, but they didn't handle very well because sooner or later, you will need to mix your hybrid code with native code in order to make something extremely fancy work. For example, some gestures that you have on the screen, it wouldn't work unless you added some native code. So the app itself wasn't very popular. Hybrid apps, users weren't very familiar, so it turned out to be less interactive for them. So everybody back in 2013, when Ionic launched, they ignored everything that I just said, like ignored straight away. And then we were like, okay, so you can write once and it works everywhere. The only thing that they heard about all this thing that I said was this part, and it was love on the first side. Everybody started looking, oh my God, this is amazing. We don't need two things anymore. We can write and it goes everywhere. But then we have a very important limitation when we talk about hybrid, that is the performance. And one of the ways to kind of make it more performant is taking out the time that we lose bundling and running and forcing HTML and CSS and JavaScript where they shouldn't be on a mobile device. And it was really interesting because in 2015, someone in Facebook saw this technology, thought it was really important and nice, but they couldn't use it for those limitations. So they said, what about we don't actually load HTML, CSS, and JavaScript? And it seems really dumb in the first place, but it was a very awesome idea because it became cross-platform. In 2015, they launched React Native, where it made cross-platform more and more popular every day. So there are some details here. I know that cross-platform, it has a lot of technologies, Flutter, Xamarin, and so on, and each one work in a different way. But I'm talking here specifically about React Native. And essentially, all of those technologies, they create native apps behind the scenes. because you bundle everything together, your JavaScript, and you compile it in native components that will turn out to be the UI of your mobile application. And this opens a lot of doors, not only for performance sake, but also for being able to access more device utilities and so on. So Flutter, just between the parentheses here, really fast, Flutter works a different way. It compiles everything in machine codes and C++, but it's still a cross-platform methodology and technology. So when we look at the pros and cons list of all of that I just said on cross-platform, it is really interesting. Because on the pro side, you still have a lot that we see on hybrid. Performance, development is cheaper, multiple applications when you write once, and even more things, because now we don't depend on the browser, not even the speed. And we can usually access more device utilities, even though we have to do some workarounds. And the best part is performance is not more a major issue. I mean, we still have an application that is really performant and way better than hybrid apps and handle large applications in a really better way. But it's still a little bit less performant than native apps due to the architecture that I'm going to talk more about it later. And because of this trade-offs and these benefits, this cross-platform methodology started turning something very popular, very, very popular. Everybody just left hybrid on the dust, even though hybrid is still really good for some things. But on the con side, we still have some old things. As I said, the performance is still a little bit worse than native apps. The complexity is still very hard because native, especially back when React Native still have that old architecture, it didn't handle very well high complexity. You couldn't let the user, for example, draw on the screen unless you added some native or hybrid solution behind the scenes. So we still have some limitations. And because of that, it wasn't very intuitive for the user. The user couldn't use some things that he was really used to use on a native app. And also, I think some things never change. It's still something really hard to maintain. It's really hard to add someone to the team on React Native when you have a lot of performance optimizations and components, and it's something really tricky, but it still can be done. Don't take me wrong, cross-platform is one of the best solutions nowadays for mobile development, but it still has some limitations, mainly with the architecture. And I really want to demystify something. I see a lot of people coming to me and saying, look, it's easy. We can reuse web code with mobile code and mix everything together. No, React and React Native is not the same thing. Even though they look familiar, they feel familiar, sometimes it's even better to reuse that business logic that you have, that idea, and code everything again, than reuse the code. And I just want to make it really clear. React is for web applications. It depends on a browser. It runs on the DOM side. And React Native depends on the multiple bundles that will compile everything together in native languages, Java and Swift. So they work really differently. They have totally different architectures behind the scenes. So please don't be that guy that goes saying, oh, they are the same thing, because they're not. Performance there is totally different. So after all that I said, all the methodologies that I explained to you, you must be wondering, okay, so which one is better, right? I wanted to use the best one. And I hate to say that because it feels like a cheeky and cliche Chinese proverb. It depends on your user case, it depends on you. So let's say you really want to write once and it works everywhere, and you don't want to make any tweaks, because sometimes Flutter and React Native, you need to do minor tweaks to make it work on Android or iOS. So what happens? You still have a lot of time lost there. So maybe you want something really easy to be done, and your application is not really big, so you do with hybrid is the best approach for you. Otherwise, you really don't have the budget for really performant language like native development, but you still have performance still play a major role for you. It's a really big app, so we should use cross-platform. So each user case is very differently. You can reuse and reuse a lot of the things that you see. So I found this chart online, and I think it's the best thing ever to take decisions. And I really look forward to using that on my workspace as well. In a summary, in a nutshell, it says, okay, your app is small and you don't need a lot of fancy things like GPS and crazy device utilities, you go hybrid. Otherwise, yeah, your application is kind of big, but it's still not like an e-commerce app that is, whoa, large, full of functionalities. So you can still use cross-platform. Please don't take me wrong, you can still do some e-commerce things with cross-platform, but it's still gonna have to have those solutions behind the scenes with native languages, and performance may be a killer. So, okay, maybe cross-platform is something for you, but you need a really large performance because your application is really large, you want to put a lot of fancy things, and maybe you don't have the budget, so web applications is still a thing. I know that's still very extremely limited for mobile, but a lot of people start with web applications and then they jump into native code. So this chart, I hope it's very useful for you on determining which technology to use. And in addition, I also brought up some questions that might be good for you when asking for what technology you should use. I see a lot of startups come to me and say, oh, you're using Ionic, for example, just because our team is more familiar with it. And this is kind of a bad decision because maybe not everything that you're familiar with is the best. You know, sometimes you're building a really complex, large structure that you want to launch really fast. And well, Ionic is gonna need a lot of workarounds for that. So you delay 6 months more to release the product. So it's really nice to have those questions in mind. What needs do you have when you want to release? And I hope that helps when you're choosing technology. Now, let's talk about the good stuff, the complex stuff, React Native architecture. I know a lot of people here are using React Native and have some interest in knowing, but it's really important to you to know the architecture because sometimes you think you made a bug or something, but behind the scenes, it's just the architecture being the architecture. So on the old architecture, we have this thing, in summary. So when Facebook, was starting to create React Native, they were like, why don't we take React? We compile everything together, we put in this engine that we created called JavaScript core, and we created just the JS thread. And now we can create another one that is a UI thread that is completely native. And we hook up with this thing called Yoga that lets us use Flexbox on mobile devices. So 3 threads were born, or I like to say 2 threads. Why? Because the JS thread and the UI thread, they basically don't know each one exists. Basically because they communicated asynchronously through serialization of JSON. They serialize a string and they pass by, and it's one bridge that works asynchronously. And this is very dangerous because back then, React Native had a lot of issues. And Airbnb even quit because of that. Simply because sometimes this bridge could be overloaded or the requests weren't passed at all, they failed. So what happens is this bridge is a major issue. The user can see the bugs even if they happen in milliseconds. You see blank pages filling with data, and it was a mess. And sometimes even you couldn't make simple things like change how a number looks like and make it sound like $1 before the user writes everything down. So this bridge was really, really complex. And not to say that JS didn't have any power over Yoga at all. And all native modules were loaded on the start of the application. Also, the JS was also loaded on the start of the application. So everything was really slow for the user. And well, Facebook saw that and was like, okay, it doesn't work for us. It doesn't work for anybody else as well. And we can build really complex systems with it. We cannot do nothing with it. So let's re-architecture this thing. So they created this generated interface, and they put it in there, something called JavaScript interface. In a nutshell, what it does is it's still compiling down the JavaScript code, everything together. Now the engine can be, you can put different engines there, so we don't depend more on the JavaScript core. We can put V8, for example, that is a way faster engine for bundling and running JavaScript. But the meat and gritty of this part is we can now communicate with Yoga. And now we don't use JSON anymore. We don't use JSON, we use C++. It communicates almost synchronously with all the threads, and now all the threads know each other. They feel each other. And now we can, for example, do fancy things like loading native module as we go, or communicating with Yoga, or even sending requests directly to the UI part and passing everything up. So this kind of new architecture lets us do a lot of stuff that before we couldn't do. And this opened a lot of doors. Not even now React Native can be coded with C++, we can put C++ there, but also it opens door for other platforms, right? We can put it on smart TVs, we can put on mobile, on tablet, everywhere. Even on desktop. Yeah, Microsoft is gonna have trouble. So we did a lot, Facebook did a lot of things for React Native. And I hope they will keep implementing this through the years, and React Native is going to still be something really important to use. Some people even dare to say that the future of React Native, this framework of development, this methodology and technology will be even faster than native apps, which is something really, really, really cool. Imagine we being something even better than something that basically the platform raised with native languages. So it's something really exciting. So this is my talk. I hope you guys enjoyed everything that I said about React Native and the architecture. And now I hope you guys at least have a general notion of what to use, when you should use and avoid. Feel free to get in contact in social media with me, or even visit my business website. Thank you so much, and yeah, that's it. That's me.
Thank you, Henrique, very much. It was really, really interesting. We all enjoyed your speech, and we have some 17 minutes time slot, as you actually wanted to answer the questions from the audience, as far as I understand. So our dear attendees, you may ask any questions you want now. And we also will have one more speaker, and after that, a bigger Q&A session for 40 minutes for 3 speakers. And then after Q&A session, we will have a break and for 10 minutes where all our amazing attendees can have tea, coffee, like me now, and post in Twitter how much they enjoyed the event. Actually, you may do that right now. I hope you enjoy it. One more organizational thing, we have all of our events for 24 hours. So we completely understand that sometimes it's not possible to watch the whole stream for 24 hours. And you can purchase the videos from Junior Track at the video.geekle.us and rewatch it anytime, actually, because we have so many interesting speakers. I really enjoy moderating. So let's wait for some of the questions. And actually, hi guys, how did you like it? So I think it was really cool. Henrique, and let me just ask you, as we are waiting for some of them, what is the most challenging situation when you work? So what is the hardest thing, how you overcome this things in your job? What helps you to move further?
Mostly when we're talking about technology side, I think the most difficult part is on the start is looking overall how the application is going to look like before even you code the application. Because as a developer and engineer itself, it's really hard for you to stop a minute, take your hands out of the keyboard, even before you start, and like, okay, let's plan. Sometimes it's really hard. And for me, especially when we're talking about technology, there are a lot of technologies there. And people usually tend to use the technology they like, which is kind of hard to say, oh, okay, we're going to have trouble with this tech, so let's go with that other tech that I don't like so much. So this is something really hard to do when we are beginning to code an application, a major app. And also, I think sometimes we even get stuck. And this part is for everyone. Everybody gets stuck sometimes, and they get burned. And it's really nice to have calm down in a minute and think straight. Sometimes it's really hard.
Cool. Oh, there are already some of the questions. For which version React Native begin to use this new architecture? Is there any way to merge between many versions cleanly?
So this architecture, it wasn't like a change like that happened really quickly. Facebook is implementing it slowly. So some of the things that we usually use on other versions, like asynchronous storage, they are being predicated. We are not using that anymore. So one major update that React Native had was 0.60 that I know of, and it changed a lot of things. It helped a lot of bugs and solved that. So I would usually prefer for you to start using React Native in that version, even though there's a lot of people that are still on the older versions itself. But that older version is really hard because you have a lot of trouble both with Android and iOS when we are developing one application only. So it's a lot of tweaks.
Cool, thank you. I think we have now a junior track, you know, like the biggest track for our events is for free for juniors. And I think for our audience is going to be interesting, like how you did and how you implemented your first project and what problems you faced there and what helped you to overcome them. So what is now the idea which you have and what can you advise to our juniors?
Okay, so the first ever project that I did, oh my God. So it was kind of messy because I didn't have this notion. I was more a technical guy. I wanted to write everything down. So one really important step again is read the documentations. I know it's hard. I know it's boring. Not everybody loves reading, but it's really important. And learn how to use the technology correctly. Because I know that you guys are gonna get stuck, and it's very soon. And sometimes it's even something that you get bored with because you get so much stuck. But one of the things that mostly helps a lot is reading, going on Stack Overflow, searching on YouTube and Google. And if you cannot get out of that, you should also search for a mentor. I think this is something that helps a lot. Having somebody, at least in the industry, that is the same area that you are and that can help you and guide you and say, look, maybe you should learn that, or maybe you should go to this technology because I see there is a lot of potential right there. So I think one major thing that everybody should have, doesn't matter what kind of job you seek or career, is a mentor.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you here. Thank you for sharing your experience. I think it's really useful. We have some questions in the chat. So in which cases you wouldn't recommend to start developing with React Native, but App Native Java Swift instead?
It really depends. If you really want to do some large application, for example, something fancy with a lot of functionalities like an e-commerce store that you need to manage cards, you need to send emails, that you need to have that whole lot of data about your store and products, those things can be coded with React Native, but also it's going to be really hard. So I would usually tend to go more to the native side. Also, on my business side, we also messed with an e-commerce, but they wanted to let users write letters, and we needed to implement that gesture handler. So we also implemented something native. So React Native is still a really nice solution if you want to build something on medium size, I would say. But if you want to do something really complex, really large, and still scale that even bigger, for example, in e-commerce, you should definitely use native and don't think even twice before that, because performance is going to be a killer for you. You're going to have animations, you're gonna want to do fancy stuff, or even putting live YouTube videos there.
Thank you a lot. The next one is, I've been working with Xamarin for 1 year approximately. How would the learning curve be to move to React? Do you recommend React over Xamarin?
I can't say necessarily about Xamarin because I have never actually coded with that. I heard about it, I know how it works, but I never had some technical field with it. But I know that the learning curve, if you're already familiar with JavaScript and how JavaScript works, I think it's not going to be that hard for you. But there are some learning curves with React Native. I would say that they begin kind of normal and not so complicated, and they grow as you go. So yeah, there's a lot of things that you should be concerned when learning React Native. You mainly need to learn a new language. So for you, I think it's going to be a little bit more trouble, but not that a lot, because JavaScript is not that complex either. It's not, for example, a Java, where you have a lot of things there.
Thank you. We have a question from Asher. What are your thoughts about Python Kivy?
Oh, Python Kivy. I think it's interesting. I also heard about it, but I never had some actually experience with it, working with it. I am more on the JavaScript side with React Native, GraphQL, and MongoDB. I work more with JavaScript, so I can kind of say about Python. Just saying about that is like the fancy kids of the street.
We will have actually a big event about Python next week, so maybe Asher, maybe there will be an answer to your question. Just stay tuned with us. Okay, thank you. One more question. Did you prefer a specific navigation plugin, or depends on the context? Did you think our React Native include a full navigation solution in future, or we will need always third parties?
I think we're going to depend on third parties a lot when it talks with React Native. We always need to be implementing new solutions, and not necessarily they will come with React Native itself. I hope they bundle everything together one day, but still we need to access a lot of other third parties libraries, even for some device utilities that we want to use. So yeah, I have that feeling. You need to install them. Sometimes you even need to mess with some native code behind the scenes on the bundlers. But it's something that is a cost that we need to pay when we are doing cross-platform, I guess.
Okay, thank you. One more question. Actually, fellows and our dear Geekle attendees, please ask the questions now, and you can also prepare some of the questions for the Q&A session. We have several, like 3-5 minutes more. What are the challenges you face as a CEO, and what is like lead a dev team?
Well, it's kind of challenging because as a CEO and you are in a software development firm, you need to have a lot of things. You need to manage things. You need to go and manage also the clients and kind of have this overall perspective of everything. I'm very lucky that we have a system that we don't actually need a lot of micromanaging. So I say that we have, everyone is kind of concerned and knows about all the applications and the process that we have. So there's not a lot of challenge on managing itself, the teams, because they are very experienced. Otherwise, I would be constantly there kind of mentoring and saying what to do. So we have a structure, and I think it's kind of good for me. We don't need to micromanage a lot on the teams. That's for everyone that is a dev team or is going to be a team leader. Try to hire someone that is smarter than you and that actually can code and be, how I say, independent of any kind of controls or orders that you need to give.
What do you find actually the most fascinating now in what you're doing? So what impresses you most?
What impresses me more on on the business side as a CEO?
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
I think mostly because I guess that one tweak, actually the architecture that we have on the business is actually, it goes really well with the performance. So depending on the tweaks that you make on the team, maybe it's a person or maybe you create a guideline, it improves a lot the performance of the team itself. So I see a lot of startups that also have this problem of trying to manage things, and they don't have like a really interesting understanding of how tech work. And I see a lot of them trying to push development really fast and say, no, you need to develop fast. We don't care about code quality. And these types of management, these types of mindsets, normally it's what makes people get stuck. So if you have a knowledge of how things work and when should people deliver things and create a guideline for everybody to work on these premises and timeline and deadlines, it's going to be okay. You're not going to find a lot of trouble. It's more on people's, it's more people's skill than actually technical skills.
Yeah, the soft skills, I think. Okay, thank you. We have one more question from the chat. What native language is best for more hardware-based app like Maps app and for a software-based app like e-commerce app?
If you want to mass, I didn't understand the question really well, but if you want to implement, for example, an app on your mobile app, you can still use React Native. We still have some Google APIs for that. But if you want to build something like an e-commerce, I think it's the question, if I'm understanding it wrong, you could use React Native as well, but it depends on how many functionalities you have on this application. Because as I said, one thing is you having a small Shopify store with just so much products or one product store, and the other thing is having Amazon itself on mobile application. So yeah, it's really difficult to determine where, but essentially, I would say a native language would be better for a huge e-commerce.
Thank you very much. I hope Asher likes that. And one more question. I think maybe one of the last questions for now. Mm-hmm. Did you recommend Redux? It's not mandatory for non-complex apps. What is the best state management way you prefer? Oh, many questions. A global, global is a good solution. Okay, so not one question.
So Redux is really cool for using with React technologies. I think it's a really cool solution for state management, but I think normally we use GraphQL. I think it's one of the best in terms of reusing code and making API calls. But if you're not doing any API calls, you are just doing a simple app, I think Redux is really cool for large applications because you're not going to use Redux for a simple, small app. But normally for state management, we use or Redux Sega, or we tend to use GraphQL itself. It's a really nice solution, and I hope you like it, GraphQL. It is awesome. It's one API to rule them all, literally.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, there is one more clarifying point. We can make it fast and short. Asher wanted to clarify like hardware-based or software-based. I think it's about the app questions.
Okay. Okay. If you're wanting more performance, I would say native language would be better because basically the platform was born with Java and Swift, depending on which one you're using. And I mean, React Native is interesting, software-based. But the problem with React, as I said, is architecture. You have a really limited architecture. And the bundles can do only so much so fast. But on the other side, when you have just one application for one platform, performance is better, hardware-based, I guess. And software-based, I think React Native is a nice solution as well, depending on what you want to do with it. I hope it helps and clarifies your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much for answering the questions. and actually really nice speech. It was super interesting. I just remind all our attendees that Henrique is going to be with us 1 hour later, so you may now think about some of the questions and ask him afterwards. Thank you, Henrique. So it was really interesting. See you very soon, and yeah, see you. Let me invite another speaker to our great audience. Hello, Catalin.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I hear you quite well.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I'm using a different microphone. Cool.
Okay.
Wow, what a nice talk previously.
Mm-hmm. We have one more speech before the Q&A session. Catalin, is yours. And I'm really happy to see you today, tonight, or this morning. It doesn't matter because we have the audience from all over the world. Let me introduce yourself, but actually quite short introduction. You maybe afterwards tell our audience more about that. So you design body with style from head. You are React Native and open source enthusiast. You are YouTuber, father, beatboxer, want to be a beatboxer. And actually, I have a question from here. Why beatboxing? Why you choose it? Okay. Well, I think the music part is not about today's event. So we have some technical issues with our speaker. We have some questions from here. Okay, we are waiting for our speaker to go back to us. Hey guys, you know that we have 24-hour speech for today, and we have so many speakers. And let me just tell you that we have videos. You can go to our website, video.geekle.us. And then buy the videos and watch them afterwards. Actually, we also have a lot of events coming soon. Let me introduce the event, which is going to be in a week. So it's going to be Python Universe Web Edition Global Summit, where you will know how to build data dashboards quickly, all about logging with Python, what's new in Python 3.9, and how to use the new technologies in Python. So you can register and have the 20% of discount. You will see it, maybe my colleagues, you will see it here. And it's not only that, it's not only about Python. We also have another event in January 26th. So World Software Architecture Summit. It's really interesting, and I actually communicate also with my colleague every time who is preparing that, because I'm preparing another event about Java, but I'm not going to tell you, unfortunately, today about that. So if you are considering an architecture as a career move or have already started as an architect, the event will help you deal with concerns and master the solution architecture practices. So you will get 24 hours and you will learn what challenges leading architects face and how to overcome them. And you will understand the difference between solutioning and solution architecture. You will find a way to build long-lasting solutions for the businesses. You will plunge into the implementation of topic-related technologies based on live cases. So you can also register now, and with the promo code CROSS20, you will get 20% off the full price. of the full price. So stay with us and enjoy our next event. Oh, Catalin. Oh, I see you. Amazing.
Yes, I'm back. Yeah, sorry about my internet connection. It's usually happening like this. I remember that I was live streaming a couple of years ago, and it was the same thing. I think that this router is not handling 4K and everything. So hopefully this will not happen during my talk. But yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I don't steal enough things to promote, you know. So already said everything. Okay, cool.
Cool.
Well, Catalin, my question was, we already, like, we have some time. My question was, like, why you chose beatboxing. I hope you will not disappear this question now. I think it's not that difficult.
Yeah, I don't know. I was during the university staying with my colleagues in the room, and we were just listening to music, and then I don't know, we were drinking a couple of beers, and after a while we were just yeah, or I don't know, something like that. I don't know. It happened, but I'm still starting doing beatbox because there are so many sounds that you can do. But yeah, I don't know. It happened. Mainly, I don't know, because I'm listening to hip hop and rap music may influence me. I don't know. But yeah, this is how I started. And from time to time, I'm actually doing beatbox while showering or stuff like that. So it might happen.
That's really cool. Just one offer to you. You know that we have many events, and maybe if you want to make a short 10 minutes concert between the breaks, I would definitely love to see you. Just think about that. I know it's you didn't expect my offer. I just now thought about that. Okay, so thank you for. So let's start your talk. You have.
I have here, right? Something. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to share my screen, right?
Right. Yeah, that's true. To share the presentation on the screen, and then you may start.
Great.
And yeah, the dear attendees, you can prepare the question now or think about them, and after we will have Q&A session. So thank you. Enjoy your speech.
Cool. So, hey, ho, and let's go. It's the ho. It's because Christmas. It's close, and the let's go. It's I don't know, because we cannot run nowadays because of the pandemic situation. But anyhow, let's go into it because I have a lot of things to prepare for you, and hopefully this time I can go through the whole presentation. So my name is Catalin Miron. I design body with style from head. If you know HTML, you know what I mean. You can find me on Twitter. Miron Catalin is my handler, or Batman Codes is my website. So let me give you just a brief overview and history about myself. I'm a React JS developer for more than 7 years now, and a React Native developer since the beginning. I actually had access to the private repository before it was released to the public, and I actually built the very first complete application in React Native, where I was using a lot of things, and I actually published it on my GitHub profile. Nowadays, I'm working at Skype for almost 3 years now, building a cross-platform solution. Skype is a cross-platform solution and application built using React, React Native, and Electron. Sorry about that. So while I was, because this React Native Dribble application had so much good and positive feedback from the community, I actually started to re-implement different types of animations. And while I was building a code application in React Native, I came by this code, and I'll write it. I'll say it out loud. So for the things we have to learn before we can do them, we learn by doing them. And so I was really inspired by this, and also the community around React Native started to grow. So I actually created a learning by doing series. Basically, I'm taking UI animations or micro interactions from popular websites such as Dribbble, Pinterest, UI Movement, App Labs, and so on. And I'm trying to recreate those in React Native using mainly animated API that comes from React Native, but also other third-party libraries such as Animatable or Reanimated, and so on. And most of the visuals that you can see here are actually built by me, and they are open source. So go to my GitHub profile and search for them because everything is open source. Lately, I'm actually doing YouTube. So I have this channel, Catalin Miron Dev, where I'm posting weekly, every Tuesday or Wednesday, a new video about React Native animations, React, and also GraphQL. I've also built a full stack application using React Native and GraphQL, especially Prisma. So go ahead and check it out. Subscribe if you're not a subscriber yet. And again, a new video will come on a weekly basis. Lately, I got this question all the time. Just please, do you have a Patreon? I would like to support you and your work. Everything you do, it's open source, and I want to give my 2 cents to you. So I've created a Patreon. You can follow up on patreon.com/CatalinMiron. I have a bunch of behind-the-scene episodes plus source codes, and lately 10 React Native shared element transitions. It's actually a private source, but if you're a Patreon, you'll get access to it as well. So I think that most of the talks today will be around developer experience and how you can become a better developer, how you can increase your productivity, and all of those nice things. And I bet that all of us are really good developers. I mean, we're using CSS in JS, we're using style components, design systems, GraphQL, jQuery. But mainly my talk here today will be around user experience, because we tend to forget about user experience while focusing too much on developer experience. And just bear in mind that your final goal as a developer is to actually please users' eyes. And that's it. I mean, if they're happy, you'll be happy. They pay you all the bills. They do everything for you. So in return, you should be more careful about features and stuff that you deliver to them. So my talk mainly will be about user experience. So I came by this quote. So too many freaking disappointments are usually a sign of too many freaking expectations. I totally agree with it, but I would like to change it a little. So I will say more like too many freaking disappointments are usually a sign of too many freaking unmet expectations. And during this talk, I would like to, and hopefully you'll understand how user expectations using animations and micro interactions. We'll also, like, you need to be aware that you need to have natural interactions in your application. I'm pretty sure that most of you, including me, have this. One sec, please. Okay. I'm pretty sure that most of you, including myself, at least once had this feeling while browsing an application or using an application that an animation or something is not properly there. I don't know, a pixel jumped suddenly, or you're using one frame or multiple frames. And this is a bad user experience. In other words, you need to delight users. And funny enough, it's this is more like how to say, like, this is the difference between a big and a nice application and a bad one, because users will stay inside your applications if they will feel it natural and it's actually helping them achieve their final goal. So I have couple of bullet points here on my agenda for this talk. I'll be talking in the first place about micro interactions. Then we will go to UI animations. And after that, we'll go to the geeky stuff like React Native, what's out there, what we can use. Then some hasty tips, tips that I've discovered during my React Native development. And then some live coding. And hopefully, we will go to live coding really fast. Hopefully. So let's talk about micro interactions, right? So a micro interaction goal is actually to provide feedback based on user action. And this can help users visualize how the interface moves or behaves, even though it's a purely digital and it's just a flat screen, right? And the fine micro interaction is not this small thing that you cannot see. It's not going to take the entire space of the application, and is not going to perform multiple actions. But instead, it's just a small animation or a small interaction that actually contains a product moment that it's actually performed by the user action. So it's not going to appear out of the sudden. There are multiple types of micro interactions. One is the system status. So you'll notify the user whenever you have something new coming from the database, or you're actually giving him the result of the action that he performed. In this case, you're just uploading a new image, and you have a loading indicator giving the user exactly the progress of his action. You also have a micro interaction for visualizing the input. Forms in general are really boring, but using a couple of micro interactions, you can enhance the whole experience, and you can help users actually filling up the form. In this case, this is a form where the user can type the payment method or the card. And you see, like, while he's typing, he's actually looking at their final result. Another type of micro interaction is manipulation. So even though, again, it's a purely digital screen, if you do it properly using gestures, the users will feel like they are actually modifying a real thing on their screen. And this is really performant and really, really powerful because, again, while he's moving the finger, he's also he also has a feedback right on the screen. Feedback, again, is the same thing. Moving something on the screen will actually get back feedback from the UI. Acknowledgement. I'm pretty sure that most of you are using Twitter nowadays, and while your favorite something tweet, you have this beautiful animation, and it makes you do it over and over just because it's a really nice animation. And achieving, like in this case, you have an input, and while you're typing a password, you have actually a time to hack exactly underneath while you're actually typing this password. So this is a really good user experience because you're saying, hey, you're doing something wrong, your password can be hacked in X amount of time. Again, good user experience. Let's move on to another topic, which is UI animations. And a UI animation is actually a way to tell a story. There are multiple types of UI animations. One of them is to keep the context. It's also well known as a shared element transition. Basically, what is happening here, you have a smooth or fluid transition between a screen to another, and user will feel like being part of this experience, and this is going to help them achieve more without actually losing the focus from the application. Another one is interactable. Using gestures, as I also presented earlier in a micro interaction, this actually really helps out because you can have hidden gems inside different gesture handlers, such as in this case, you have multiple actions while going on the right or on the left-hand side of the list itself. And of course, visibility. Here, I'm more talking about a stagger type of animation. A stagger is basically an animation applied to children, and it's actually having a delay between each particular item or each particular child. And it's creating like a natural way of displaying or showing something. I move like really fast through, like, this was a brief introduction about micro interactions in UI animations in general, but now let's move on to the geeky part or technical part, and let's see what about React Native, what it's out there, what you can actually do in React Native to achieve those micro interactions, UI animations, and maybe shared element transitions, plus giving users a delightful experience inside the application. So first, I'll start with animation libraries. Again, maybe there are millions out there, but by the time I'm giving this talk, or you're actually watching me talking, there are a couple of really good ones. And I will start with the built-in animated API that comes in React Native, which in my opinion, it's one of the best animation libraries out there because one, it's really easy to get started with. You can get your hands dirty and play around with it. There are tons and tons of examples, including my examples. And if you can follow up the link specified on the right-hand side, which is my GitHub profile account, this animation that's running, it's actually open sourced, and it's using only animated API. So the animated API has multiple types of methods attached to it. You can do stagger, you can do timing, you can do spring, which is a physics-based animation. You can also delay animations, you can do animations in parallel, and so on. It also has support for interpolations. So for example, you'll have an animation that's moving from 0 to 1, but instead of getting the values from 0 to 1, you would actually like to change it. So when the animation is at 0, you like to start from 0, but when it's at 1, you would like to have a different value, let's say 100. So based on the input range, you can actually interpolate the animation and get a different output range. This is really important because you don't need to specify multiple types of animations. You can only have one animation that's going to be interpolated and resulting in different other styles. It also has use native driver. Basically, this is going to run on the native thread, but it only supports transforms and opacity. So for example, if you have an animation that's going to change the width, the height, or the border radius, let's say, of an element, you can't use native driver, but instead you can specify it as false, and then you can apply the animation. It also has layout animation support. Layout animation is basically a piece of code that's responsible for animating state. So it's going to morph between two different states. So for example, you'll have in the first state, you have a visible item on the screen, but you're based on a toggle, you are going to hide it from the DOM. And with layout animation, you need to inform it, and afterwards, it's going to apply a different transition with and without the node. It also requires some talent, I would say, to make everything run at 60 FPS. It's not impossible, but again, you need to have some experience around it, and definitely you need to use native driver for that. And I would like to thanks to Vujo for building this beautiful animated API. He was working on it. And so thank you so much, Visual, for it. Another one is React Native Animatable. In my opinion, is the best and by far the best animation library for building micro interactions. It has a lot of built-in animations, 62 to be more precisely. It's really easy to use, and I would like to thank to Oblador. He's a good friend of mine, and I truly miss you. Hopefully, I'll be in Berlin in the near future and meet you again. So thanks a lot for building this beautiful and yet powerful library for animations. So in this example, I have here a bell ring icon. So first of all, I'm importing animatable from React Native Animatable. I'm creating an animatable component out of the font awesome from vector icons. And afterwards, here inside the render method, I have the animated icon. I'm assigning it a name, a color, and then the most important part, it's actually I'm using the native driver, and I'm passing the animation fade in with a duration of 600 milliseconds. And again, the other one is the count. So I have another animatable view with an animatable text inside. Each one will have a tada plus a fade in effect. And this one is going to create, let me go back just a little. So this one will create this small and tiny micro interaction that you can apply in your existing project. Okay. The other one is pose. There is an asterisk there because this library is not maintained anymore and is going to be deprecated, but worth mentioning it because you can still use it. It's really powerful, and it's physics-based animation, so it makes everything look really natural because we are surrounded by nature, right? We have motion in our life everywhere. Just imagine losing a frame, or I don't know, walking, and suddenly you just black out. Everything should be physics-based because if you're on the moon, you have a different motion, different gravity, right? If you're on our planet, you have a different gravity as well. So things are moving differently based on the environment. So you should also be careful about it as well. With pose, it's really easy to animate elements. It's actually based on Pop Motion library, which recently got a huge update. And it's another library that's based on Pop Motion. It's Framer Motion, which I'm pretty sure that you're familiar with. It has parent-child relation, meaning that if a parent is a posed view, the child can be also animated from the parent, which is really powerful because you can modify the animation and everything from the parent to the child's. It also has support for gestures, and mounting and unmounting of the components can be animated using a transition API. So thanks a lot, Matt Perry, for building Pop Motion, Pose, Pure, and recently Framer Motion. Thank you once again for that as well. This is an example which is running. It's also open source. I also created a tutorial on my YouTube channel with a fake grid here, a pseudo grid, and I'm using Pose. So go on my YouTube channel and see the video there, and let me know if you have any questions. Reach out to me. Another one is called React Spring. It's again a physics-based animation library. It's using animated API and React Native. It's really simple to use. It has ongoing React Native reanimated integration. I think that somehow this one will make this really powerful because a lot of developers are already familiar with React Spring, and you can basically copy-paste the code from web to React Native, which is really, really performant. And it also has support for hooks. So thanks a lot to the creator. It's called Paul Henschel, but he's also the creator of React Refiber and many other really nice libraries. So thanks a lot for React Spring as well. So in this example, I'm using this animation is done in React Spring, which is basically a text, right? So let's go to how you can actually create or achieve this type of animation. So first thing first, let's define the animated text here, right? So it's an animated, and then you pass the component that you like to make it an animatable component, right? Then you create a config. Again, I'm using physics, so you need to pass a mass, a tension, and a friction. And after that, I'm using a use trail, which is basically a stagger type of animation. So whoever, like you have a list of items, for each item you'll apply a delay in between animations. So it's going to create this stagger type of animation. And here I'm just creating the trail, and I'm passing different configurations. So I'm going from opacity, in case it's toggled, from 1 to 0, translate Y and height. And I'm actually passing the initial prop as a from, which is opacity 0, x20, and the height 0. And inside it, I'm iterating over those trails, this trail, which is an animated list of components. And for each one, I'm passing the properties, the animated properties, which is translate Y, height, and the opacity. And yeah, this is the animated text, which we've just created here on top. And you'll have the animation that was visible in the first place. The other one is React Native Reanimated V1. This is the most performant by far. The learning curve is really steep, so you need to dig and play around with it to understand it. It's fully native. It has support for use native driver everywhere, so you can apply it on width, heights, and whatever. And it has transitions or layout animation, which I've discussed previously. So thanks, Christoph, and the whole software mention for doing this. It's really nice. So let's take a look at this example. We have a shuffle list. We have a list of items. And I'm creating the transition. So we will transition together the entire screen, the entire list, with an ease out interpolation. Here I define the state with the items. So it's a list. It's a dummy one. Here I have a transitioning view. Basically, I'm wrapping the list of items into a transitioning view. I'm also creating here a ref, right? And I'm initializing it, and I'm passing the transition, which we've just created previously with the together while it's changed. And here inside, when you press the shuffle button, first we need to actually inform the transitioning API, hey, something is going to change, so be aware of it. And whatever you have in state and is going to change, please animate it. And again, this is going to create the previous effect. So first, you animate the next transition, informing the transitioning API, then you shuffle the items, and then you set the state with the new items shuffled. And everything is going to work magically. It's a black box, so it's going to morph between two different states. The next one, it's really close to my heart. I'm playing around with it for a long time now, and I'm actually creating a course nowadays about reanimated V2. It's really performant. It's really easy to learn. You play only with numbers. You'll see in a minute when we will jump into the code to code something, but you're basically playing around with numbers. You don't have any animations, nothing, just numbers, and you specify this number to go from initial to the final one, and you can apply different animations on top of that. Really, really nice. So thanks a lot, Christoph, Software Mention, and Shopify for this one. It's really, really nice to play around with it. So here I have an example where I'm applying, like I'm creating more than 100 arrows. I'm using math to get the angle between the arrow and the actual bullet that's actually moving. And I'm applying this logic to all arrows that's going to update while this ball it's actually moving on the screen. And it's using Reanimated 2. It's really performant. It's running at 60 FPS. And yeah. But again, applying some math, you can create something really, really powerful. In this case, this is called a balloon slider. And the slider itself is not actually hard coding the angle, but instead it's using math. And it's using a math arctangent to actually calculate the angle between the balloon itself and the actual slider or the knob. And everything is physics-based, so it's feeling really natural. Applying those two concepts with gestures plus math, you can actually create more than that. So in this example, I've created it. Again, it's part of the Reanimated 2 course, which I'm working on. Here, you can see this list. It's actually moving, also using some math formulas to modify the list from the right-hand side, but it's actually using the measurements to know where to actually scroll into the left-hand side list. So again, it's like really powerful. You can create a lot of things with it. So once again, really excited about Reanimated v2. Now let's move on to shared element transition. So you have React Native Fluid Transition. It's really easy to use. I also created a tutorial on my YouTube channel. It's exactly this example that's running on the screen. It's a JavaScript implementation. You have appear and disappear transitions, and it's currently only for React Navigation v5, so it doesn't have support for v4, so it doesn't have support for v5, unfortunately, but it's really, really, really nice to use. The other one is React Native Magic Move. Again, it's an old library. It has multiple transitions. It's a JavaScript implementation, and it has support for React Navigation v5, and I think it's also v4 and v5. Actually, Hein gave a talk at React Europe, so please check it out if you'd like to find out more about shared element transition. He actually gave really good insights about how it's actually working, how it's calculating, and how it's actually performing on the screen. But then he created this native type of shared element. So it's the same author, but he moved everything on the native side. So it's called React Native Shared Element. It's the predecessor of React Native Magic Move. It's a native implementation. It's cross-platform. It has React Navigation v5 support. What's cool about this library is that I've actually took it and created this 10 React Native Shared Element Transition series on my YouTube channel. So go on my YouTube channel. You'll see there. Currently, I've recorded 9 different videos, but I have the 10th and the bonus one already recorded. But I'm actually applying different type of shared element transitions using different kinds of interpolations and movements. And this is what we are going to build using the library React Native Shared Element, using React Navigation v5. Everything that you see here, it's available on YouTube. Unfortunately, the source code, if you'd like to have access to it, you need to become a Patreon, and I will invite you to the private repository along with it. And the +1 actually comes from the bonus one. So here I'm actually doing like a tricky animation in React Native where I'm actually rotating something, moving it. I have a bottom sheet animation that you can actually move it down or up, right? Like in this example here. And everything is really fluid. So again, this bonus, it's already coded. I'll need to just publish it on the YouTube. So if you'd like to have access to the source code, please support me, become a Patreon. I'll do my best to share more code with you in the near future. Let me give you some hasty tips. Along the way, I'm doing React Native for a long time now. Animations are really close to my heart, but I discovered some tips that I would like to share with you. The first one is mounting and unmounting of the components using pose transition. So here I have a box, which is a pose view. Pose view, it's exactly like style components. Each key, it's actually an animation type that you can modify or use. And I have an enter animation with opacity 1 and Y0, and an exit animation with opacity 0 and Y50. And here inside, I have a transition. And based on the state, if the box will be visible, I'll render it, otherwise I'll return undefined. And this one is going to actually show again. So based on a key, it's going to either show box A or box B. So let's take a look at the animation. So this is what will happen when you press, I'm generating a new number and I'm animating it, right? The exit and the entering. Just bear in mind that this is a dummy component, like a dummy element that's rendering over time. So I'm animating the mounting and unmounting of it. But what's funny about it is, because it's JavaScript, right, you can actually create a more dynamic way. So it's not always going to appear and disappear on the same place, but you can actually randomly or dynamically calculate some new things that you can animate. In this case, the opacity, X, Y, rotate, and scale are actually calculating on demand. So let's talk about another topic, which is a reactive animation. So it's basically a React Native animated API on steroids. I'm taking this animation a lot in my YouTube video tutorials. So go there and check it out. So in this example, I have a timer, which is a constant inside the component. I have an index, which is a new animated value starting from 0, and then a tick that's going to start from the timer. Again, 0. Down below, I'm actually creating an animate method that's an animated spring. I'm modifying the index based on the tick value, and I'm using the native driver. So I'm modifying the index based on the tick. And here inside, when the component will be mounted, I'm actually calling this. So I initialize the animation here, and every half a second, I'm increasing the timer, but I'm also setting the value of the tick to the timer itself. Notice here that I'm not actually modifying the index anyhow. I'm just modifying the tick. And here inside the render, I'm applying a different transition using the animated multiply, and I'm using the index instead. And this is going to work out of the box. Basically, the index will be animated from the previous value to the new one using the spring animation. So there is no communication on the bridge, only the set interval, of course, but everything is happening on the native thread or UI thread. And combining those, the stagger plus the reactive type of animation, I'm building this clock. And by the way, again, this one, it's also open source. It's available on my YouTube channel. But mainly here, I'm taking the hours, minutes, and seconds, plus the rings inside. I'm applying a stagger animation, but the rotation of the hours, minutes, and seconds are actually happening using the reactive type of animation. So let's code. I have like really small things. So first, I have here a project using Expo. I have the simulator here on the right-hand side, and I have a box. So first, let's take a look at animatable. I've imported animatable here. I have this view, which is the box here. So let me actually clone it, create here an animatable view, and apply the style. Hit save, nothing will be animated, right? So you can specify multiple types of animations. So the built one, let's apply here a duration of 100, 1000, so 1 second, right? We'll have a delay of 400, and then we'll have an animation of fade in. So it's going to fade in, right? But you can also do fancy stuff like passing a different config. If you're familiar with web and CSS keyframes, you'll have 0 and 1 frames, basically from and to. And here we'll have an opacity 0 and a translate Y of 100. So this is the starting point. Then we'll have an opacity of 1 and a translate Y of 0. And instead of passing the fade in, let's pass the config that we've just created here. So like this, you see, it's actually moving from bottom to top using this animation here. So again, if I'm passing a
Catalin,
refresh here.
it was
Just
sorry for interrupting you. It was so interesting. We will soon start our Q&A session. So, well, you can like shortly finish if you have some slides, and then we can start. Okay? And
yeah, sure.
Yeah, dear attendees, you may start writing your questions in the chat. So we will try to answer all of them.
Cool. So yeah, I wanted to go through animated API as well, and then reanimated V2, how you can actually achieve different types of animations. But unfortunately, the time is really short. So yeah, I'll be posting on my Twitter profile from time to time also code snippets, so go check it out there. But before wrapping up this talk, just please make the UI intuitive, also make it natural. Should be physics-based animations and act like a user. So you should always follow like you being the user of the application that you're actually building and looking out for things that you can improve down the road. But remember that you have to know the rules before to break them, right? So yeah, don't be afraid. Experiment, practice, and fail down the road. Don't worry. Start small and then incrementally upgrade your skills, but just start small. That's it. Thank you so much. You have my Twitter handler there. I'm posting from time to time new updates about my course and all of my work around React Native. You can also go check it out and subscribe on my YouTube channel, Catalin Miron Dev. Otherwise, all the links are at batman.codes, which is my website. Thank you so much. And yes.
Yeah. That was really interesting. Actually, we had some comments in our chat that it was great. People liked it very much. So let me invite Henrique. And we're waiting for Salvador also. Okay, you're all here. Cool, cool. So we have some questions now in the chat. I think we can wait for some more. Thank you first all for all of your speeches. That was really interesting. And I just want to warn our attendees that I know it's not always possible to stay awake and alert for the entire 24 hours. So we have provided video recordings for you to enjoy at your leisure. So if they can be found, I will send the link at video.geekle.us. There is a small fee attached, just a little bit. We put this earnings back to the editing process to be able to provide you with the highest quality content, because all our team, I'm actually also a community manager of Java, all our team works hard for choosing the best speakers, the best content. We are very, very content-oriented organizers, as you may see it. So let's start with the questions. And first is like that. I think it's to all of us, to all of you. In the previous session, I think Anisha, our speaker, said there is a performance difference between React Native and the native language of each platform, like Swift and Kotlin. So is there any common best practices? Catalin, maybe you can start.
Yeah, I can start. Can I see the question? Because I tend to forget everything that I'm reading. So it's like, yes. Yeah. So definitely there is a difference between native and React Native implementation. One being the bridge. So React Native has to communicate via a bridge on the native or UI thread, as it's called. So everything that mainly there are like multiple threads in React Native. The one is the JS thread, UI thread, and there are two other threads. But mainly everything should happen via the bridge. And this one can have some performance downsides especially if you are, for example, like doing animations, let's say, but you're also fetching data, because it's a single-threaded language. JavaScript has these difficulties on doing multiple things at once. So that's one downside of using React Native compared to native. But I think that there are different approaches to this. One being, it's either you can write your own native module and use it in React Native and build it cross-platform. This is the main benefit of React Native. It's a cross-platform solution, or not a framework, but it's a library that can be bundled for web, mobile, Mac OS, Windows, you name it. So you can create different modules that will perform better, especially around, I don't know, video editing, photo editing, maps, and stuff like that. And just decrease the amount of data that you're sending over the bridge.
Cool. Henrique, do you have here something to add?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think that depending on the animation that you are using and where you're using, there are some performance issues, like he just explained to us. And it is really interesting to have in mind that the architecture of React Native is being built again. It's being rebuilt, and especially on 2020, we're going to see some really interesting changes. 2021, I hope more changes, even more. But animations are a bit cranky, mainly because of the bridge. The bridge can be overloaded with requests, and they are very asynchronous. So sometimes they even fail to reach the JS thread. So yeah, there are some important limitations there, and we have some workarounds as well. Some of them are, for example, not adding animations when we actually want it. So yeah.
Cool, thank you. Thank you for your opinion.
I can add one more thing about animations, and it's going to be quick. So reanimated v2, it's actually going to fix this problem that we had in the past. For example, using animations, you have this run after interaction. Basically, when the bridge is clear, then you run the animations or start doing other jobs. But reanimated v2, it's actually everything on the native side, on the UI thread. And you have those called worklets that actually are bindings to the JS thread. So you can actually have JavaScript code, but it's actually running on the background using worklets. So, and it's basically doing this job that you had to do in the past and ensure that everything is running smooth.
Thank you, Salvador. Do you have here something to add?
Not really. That's as you have heard in my speech. This is not exactly my bit. So I'll be able to answer next, probably.
Okay, cool. We have actually a question about animation. So, but I think it's to again all of you. Did you think that we cannot expertise animation without math? What math technique we need to benefit the most from animations techniques? So, Catalin or Henrique, maybe, but I think it's to you, Catalin, more.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't understand exactly the question, but one, you can use math in whatever, it's JavaScript, and animated API has some math methods like divide, modulo, pow, and stuff like that. So you can actually, down the road, you have an animation and you can modify it using those math operations. But what I found really interesting about math, I know William Cadillon, he's a good friend of mine. We sat together quite a while, and he's like a really math maniac. People should understand that in order to build something really good, that's actually performing natural, you need to use math, because everything is physics based, right? And I gave you the example with the balloon slider. I'm using math arctangent there to calculate some angles, which is actually dynamically calculated. Instead of hard coding some values from X to Y, I'm actually calculating on the fly. So it's actually really natural. So math techniques, not like hardcore ones, but I've built, for example, a game in reanimated V2, and I'm using math to calculate the distance between two different points or when they collide and stuff like that. So just small math, not huge. And also trigonometry for gesture handlers and stuff like that.
Cool, thank you very much. I think we replied to this. The next one is from Daniel. How do you approach the testing part with those libraries? Well, I don't know which libraries, but I guess, yeah. So if we have some more details, like, do you know how to reply to that? Maybe we can ask for some details in this question.
I can answer. Just mock everything and encapsulate your components to be easily tested. It doesn't matter what libraries you're using. If you can mock them and just encapsulate your component to be tested, that's it. It doesn't matter. Okay.
We have some several questions about animation. Sorry, guys, for that, but yeah. Some more general questions will be further. I have a situation with huge Redux state. Is it possible to have animations during the state update? Currently, I'm having performance issues to change the state. I want to have an animation between. I think Catalin is for you.
Yes.
But we don't hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my internet connection went again crazy.
Yeah, we hear you now, and we
see. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that you can use run after interaction. Basically, you unblock some part of your business logic. But my advice to you is just have this Redux state, because it's a singleton, right? It's a huge monolith there. Just use as less as possible from that state tree in your app, in your components, and just update when needed, or run, for example, run first the state change and then perform the animation, or vice versa. Perform the animation, have a loading indicator somewhere afterwards using run after interaction, and then update the state. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. One more question about animation, and there will be some other more general issues. So what is the best RNA navigation library to performance and animation?
React Native navigation. I'm using React Navigation, but there is this React Native navigation done by Wix, which is everything is native. They also have shared element transition support. They have a bunch of different other things, but I prefer React Navigation just because it's more flexible in multiple ways. It's not going to load all the screens together, which will cause some performance issues on the JS thread. But yeah, I'll go with React Navigation. You can go to reactnavigation.org. And yeah, for animation, React Native shared element, I've already went through, that's why I've created this series with shared element transition to actually show some, I don't know, examples and showcase the shared element transition. But again, for animation, is really vague. But while doing the route change, the only animation that you can actually do, it's either directly on the React Navigation side which is using React Native reanimated. You can interpolate between two different cards, or you can use React Native shared element.
Thank you. Thank you very much. William, I hope we replied to your question. Now, questions to, I think, Henrique and Catalin. Maybe Salvador, you can also add, but there will be a question to you particularly after. I have an expertise in Ionic and Angular. I want to shift on React Native. Please tell me how start this. How can he start it? Who wants to help Raza in his career? Henrique, maybe you?
Oh, I froze for a sec. I think the good part is that you already have familiarity with JavaScript, so it's not going to be a milestone for you to learn a new language all over again. I think React Native is more understanding how the framework works itself. I know Angular, you have some different things compared to the React when we are saying about web-based. So on React Native, it kind of almost is the same principle. It works a lot different, but behind the scenes, but up front, it's something really similar to React. So I think you won't have a lot of trouble. I would start mostly with the guidelines that you find on the docs of React Native, and in there you're gonna find a really nice tutorial, and everything is up there. I'm just gonna be a little bit more careful about the things that you can work and do on React Native that sometimes on Ionic is completely different, since the architecture is so different as well.
Cool. Thank you. Catalin, any advice here?
Yes, I can talk a lot about this topic, but usually it's I will start also from React because the concept itself of components and usability and how a component can communicate with another component and the whole data flow in a React application, it might be different compared to Ionic and Angular. So I think that also take a look at React.js docs. They have like really good docs in place. Also find out some tutorials for React.js beginners. And then moving to React Native is just a matter of changing the divs, ps, spans into views, text and text inputs. And of course, you might have some different issues with the native modules that you can actually use, such as vibration, for example, or netinfo, and like those types of APIs, which most of them already exist on web as well, but you have a different equivalent on native side.
Thank you lots. Another question is also more general, and I just want to warn and offer our audience that you can also ask the questions about technologies, about some challenges, and about intercultural communication to Salvador, because he's here with us. Okay, so any performance practice tips for Flutter? Who wants to reply? And that's not going to be me. Henrique, maybe you.
With Flutter, I think I'm not the best because I don't have actually a lot of experience with Flutter. I'm more a React Native guy.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Catalin, if you can say something here, because
I was too busy with React Native lately, so I haven't jumped into Flutter. But I heard that, I don't know, it's really performant. I don't know. Nobody actually complained about performance in Flutter. Maybe other parts like data flow and stuff like that. But performance, I think it's not a problem in Flutter.
Okay, we will, Asher, we will have some speakers about Flutter technology, so you just can keep this question for them. React Native is styled using JavaScript. Is there a recommend way to use in React Native, CSS in React Native? I hear you nodding, so maybe you want to say something, Catalin?
Yes. So I last year I actually gave a talk at App.js conference about React Native CSS gradients. I've built this library for CSS gradients, exactly the same syntax in React Native, and the syntax is really different. I mean, it's really hard to simulate or emulate CSS in React Native world. What you can do instead, you can actually use, I don't know, style components on web, or something like a CSS in JS or something like that, which is really one-to-one with React Native. But vice versa, I don't know. It's really hard to say something that looks or behaves the same with CSS is really hard, because you only have Flexbox. It's hard to say. Maybe someone else has different opinions, but it's not actually using JavaScript. It's a more powerful way of doing styling. It's actually caching stuff. It's doing more than you think it's doing, but mainly the idea is it's camel case compared to CSS, and that's it.
Okay, Henrique, something to add?
I just wanted to add that the concept of React Native is that you take it out the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript from the side. It's not equal ionic that you can reuse that stuff there. So when you ask, for example, can I put it CSS in React Native? I think you are kind of going on the other way that React Native is going. So I wouldn't recommend, mainly because in some factor, I think it's going to affect performance, because you're going to need to be bundling something that is not supposed to be there.
Thank you a lot. A question to Salvador, and maybe to all, because I think we all work in international teams. Did you think we must separate stuff between countries, or just make a middle layer that can do a type of interesting of data or do needed job?
In my opinion, there is a study conducted by Professor Di Stefano that proved that nationally diverse teams can perform much better than monocultural teams in potential. But the reality was that most of these culturally diverse teams, they were underperforming compared to the monocultural teams. So diverse teams, they have potential, but they used to be poorly managed. So if you do not take these cultural differences into account, you better keep it monocultural team. Now, if you take the challenge to manage them correctly, for instance, with the tools that I have just explained in my speech, then the more diverse, the better, because they will be more creative, because they will come up with different approaches and different solutions to different problems, right? Because different culture will enrich the performance and the ideas and the and the different approaches to work. So that's the thing. If you are ready to implement, to invest some time in being aware of cultural differences and manage them and control these cultural differences, go for a diverse team. If you don't want to bother with this, go for a monocultural team.
Thank you. That's really, really interesting. Catalin or Henrique, do you want something here to add, maybe from your experience or your point of view?
I think it's very important to keep, as he said, multicultural. I normally work with remote teams, and yeah, there is a way that if you kind of step up, you are not gonna have a lot of performance. Mainly when we are talking about in this COVID area where everybody's working remotely and have distractions everywhere. They can just close the computer and actually don't do any work. So I think it's really important to keep not micromanaging, because nobody likes that, but also smartly setting goals and kind of motivating people, because now it's a really hard time. Mainly when we are working remotely, we don't feel, for example, that community around us as the same way that we work on our office.
Thank you. Yeah. Catalin, what do you think?
Yes, I mean at Microsoft and Skype, but Microsoft in general, there are like everything is diverse, and the reason for that is because we truly believe, like we as Microsoft employees, we truly believe that this will actually enrich everything, because one, you don't speak in your native language, which is really hard at first. But after a while, you actually need to think about your thoughts before actually talking with someone else. And you have multicultural meetings, let's say, right? You can share different cultural things about you. You have a different mindset compared to, I don't know, I grow up in Romania, so it's a communism country. But if I talk with someone else from Germany, they have different mindsets. They don't have the same mindsets as me, and I feel that I'm growing while I'm working together with him and with her. It doesn't matter. Also, sex shouldn't be like a problem. It really like how the person thinks. It's the most important, and I think that is bringing a lot of value if you are more diverse. And I'm feeling it because we are 7-8 different nationalities out of 9 different devs in my team. So it's like, yeah, we are from all over the world in just a small, tiny team. So and I feel that, yeah, it's really nice to work. Like everyone has an opinion, and the end goal is the same. I don't know how to explain it. It's a weird feeling. So yeah.
Yeah, so we actually from the Geekle team, we absolutely agree that it should be diverse, and like our team is also quite diverse, and the speakers and the audience, so we are pretty much about that also. Okay.
But diversity per se doesn't mean necessarily that that this diversity is helping you, right? I mean, diverse doesn't mean inclusive per se. Then first you have diverse team, and then you have to work it to make it work smoothly, right? I mean, because many culturally diverse teams are just a disaster, or they just underperform. Because this friction, right? And the same with that, and not only culturally diverse, but also gender, as Catalin said, but also age, but also physical ability, skin color, whatever. So diversity is good, but if you just drop diversity into a team and you do not consciously take care of this, if you do not put some oil in the machine, you will have friction, my friend.
Yeah, true. Thank you for adding these points. We have actually questions to all of you too. Maybe you will share your here failures or success stories based on your experience. What is the best way to introduce a new technology to a dev team? So, Henrique, what do you think?
I think the best way is give a time to them to adapt. That's key. You can just approach one day, go to the office and say, hey, you know that JavaScript that we have been coding for 8 years? Yeah, we're going to use Dart. No, we can't go and approach like that. We need to have this period of time of adaptation. Maybe, for example, if you're a software firm, you started doing a project, and in the middle of this project, maybe you put something written in Python, for example. And that technology that plays a role on that software might be a little bit more on the Java side. And in the next project that you do, maybe you can go even more beyond and write everything in Python. But you need to have this time of adaptation. It's really important because nowadays I see a lot of people saying, oh, we need to hire someone and we need to hire someone without the technology. It's impossible. You are learning as you go. So it's very important to have this adaptation and put on at least 1 month of adaptation, depending on what you are creating. If it is a completely new language and completely new tech, maybe you even need even more to do a good job.
Thank you. Thank you for these comments. Salvador, what do you think about that? I think you also have experience here, maybe, because you have quite... I don't hear you, but just... Yeah. Okay, can you say something? Because I don't hear you.
Sorry, I was mute. Not really, because it's not my field of expertise, and I think we have two my colleagues of the panel. They are experts in their field, so I prefer to not comment where I can't really add value.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Catalin. So it's a question to you.
Yeah, I can answer it. I don't know, from my experience and also from what I saw on other teams. But usually, for example, I've started with React like 7 years ago, maybe more than 7 years ago, and it was like really at the beginning. Back then it was Angular and Backbone and something else, maybe Ember. And there was this, my ex-team lead actually came with the idea of React. Of course, he was playing in the past, right? But he actually pushed it to React. And he gave us like strong points on why we should move. And the first start was to start small and integrate it in the existing application instead of just rebuilding everything, because rebuilding is not actually a good strategy anyhow. But let's say, for example, I also read some articles about Pinterest adopting React Native. There's also a bunch of articles how a big company or multicultural company actually introduced a new stack, even though they had really experienced maybe backend people, or I don't know, you're writing Python and you would like to move to Go or stuff like that. Just start small, and actually you need to have some numbers, or you had to play by yourself with that technology beforehand. So you need to be aware of what's actually going on in that ecosystem before presenting it to others. Just because it's a fancy name, it doesn't mean that it's going to be like really big. I mean, I see this with how it's called, Elm, for example, is really good, but it doesn't have that. I mean, whoever uses Elm, it's like really good for them, but it doesn't have that tractions that other languages have. Just maybe because it's really hard to digest, understand, and it's really hard for other people to actually give the help to others. I don't know. It really depends, but you need to play around with it before introducing to any new or to any dev team, and give some numbers. That's really important. I mean, how much time you're going to spend compared to what you're spending now, or I don't know, the developer experience, even though I was talking about user experience, but are you making developers happier? You cut, I don't know, 2 hours a day just because you have a robust build process in place instead of the existing one, and stuff like that. I don't know, but you need to come up with like strong points in order to make this adopted.
Thank you very much for answering this question. We have one last question. and then we will have a break. I think we replied to all of the questions from the chat. So what are the main differences between React.js and React Native? Yeah, I think it's more technological question again, Salvador, sorry for that, but okay. So Henrique, maybe you can.
Oh, for sure. Previously, I kind of glanced about this topic, but they look familiar when you look at the code of React and React Native. They look familiar, they look the same, but they aren't. Mainly on the architecture side, mainly on the technology behind the scenes, it is not. React kind of depends on the web browser, on a DOM, and React Native actually depends on multiple bundles. And behind the scenes, it's compile everything down to native components and even machine code at some point with C++. But there are a really strong difference between them. We have a lot of those, and one of them, like straight out of my head, is the styling. One thing is CSS and SCSS, and the other one is just JS and CSS, kind of. But in behind the scenes, it's kind of JavaScript.
Cool, thank you. Catalin, maybe something here to add?
I don't know. React.js, it's using React DOM, but it really
we hear you with some pauses. I guess so. Just some more minutes to have it, please.
Yeah, it's the main difference. It's huge. One is running on mobile, and one is running on the web. There are some solutions for cross-platform, meaning that you're writing the same sort of syntax sugar or the same code that's going to be transpiled or compiled differently based on the platform. We at Skype actually
Okay, so
frozen.
Yeah, a bit frozen. So we will maybe.
Yeah, the main idea is everything is different. So you have different APIs on web, different APIs on React Native, but the architecture behind React is the same, like the communication layer, how components are communicating and stuff like that. So you still have the JavaScript part involved, but the way how it is seen on the other side of the bridge is really different. But the JS syntax looks the same. It's still JSX. Maybe the styling is different, but the component business logic is the same. You can have reusable code between React and React Native with ease, unless you're not targeting specifically document or window on web or something like that, or navigator, for example, which needs to have a browser polyfill or a polyfill on the other side as well. So yeah, small differences, but like really big. I don't know how to explain it, but the architecture is the same. Like the concept itself, it's React concept. It's not something else.
Cool. Thank you very much for replying the questions. We have actually one more for Mohammed, but maybe if you can go to YouTube and our dear speakers, if you can go there and reply to him, because we love our attendees and we love our speakers. You already talked for some almost 2 hours, you know, and our attendees were watching us already for many years. So we need to send you to drink some tea and coffee and do your personal stuff, because we will have soon another session. So actually that was really, really interesting. Thank you very much. I think like, hey guys, can you just share in the YouTube or in the chat, how did you like this session? How did you like the speeches? So it was really nice. Thank you for being with us, all of you, and we will be happy to see you at our next events. Actually, we are going to have the next event Quite soon, I want to introduce you to the World Software Architecture Summit on January 26th. If you're considering architecture as a career move or have already started as an architect, the event will help you deal with concerns and master the solution architecture process. So you will get 24 hours to learn what challenges leading architects face and how to overcome them. You will understand the difference between solutioning and solution architecture. You will find a way to build long-lasting solutions for the business and plunge into the implementation of topic-related technologies based on live cases. Register now with the Cross-20 to get 20% off the full price admission. And one more point is, like, we know that we have 24 hours, all of our events, and it's not always easy to watch it. So we have our videos at the video.geekle.us. So you can also join there. Thank you very much. And we are starting our break. See you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Also, don't forget to apply to React.js Geekle. I'm also part of the community there, committee. So
yeah.
Thanks, Henrique and Salvador.
Thank you. Pleasure to share the stage with you guys. See you, Enrique.
See you. It was a pleasure.
See you.
Stay well.
Hey everyone, nice to see you here. Welcome to the Cross-Platform Mobile Development Summit powered by Geekle. We are really happy to organize this online event across the globe, and as you know, it's 24 hours of non-stop conversations divided by 2 tracks, senior and junior 1. You are welcome now to the junior track, where you can find some interesting information about cross-platform mobile development. You can find out some interesting speeches that will tell you how to start your own way in this technology, or how to bring your first interesting solutions or some tricky things. Also, you might learn something that you would never hear or see at your own job, but you would like to work with this in the future. Anyway, some tips and tricks from our amazing speakers are just perfect. Also, as you know, this is not the only opportunity that we provide from time to time. There are completely new events. So now we are preparing a Python Universe Web Edition Global Summit. I will tell you a little bit more about this after the Q&A session. Now let's get back to our speaker. And I would like to tell you just a few words about this amazing guy. Let's bring online. Hey, Max, how are you doing? Can you hear
Very
me?
good. How are you? I hear you very well.
Thank you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Tell me, please. So you're saying that testing is a major topic actually, and a mandatory work for every software engineer, and also in Flutter this is no different. So you would like to share a few things about different approaches, right, to testing and so on. Would you like to share a few words to explain what brought you to actually this idea for this speech?
Yeah, sure. So the idea came from because at the moment I work again for a customer and a client who is again coming into the problems that the code quality is not good enough. And as always, testing is a very big part of it. And as you know, today business is talking a lot about shifting left. So that means bringing testing and so on away from test teams that are completely separated into the development domain. So we are now responsible for that. So my goal with that session now is to bring awareness on Flutter and how to write tests correctly. I'm frozen.
No, that's fine.
Oh, that's okay.
Are you talking about unit test only, or you would like to bring something more tricky?
Yeah, I will bring all 3 levels more or less. So that will be once unit test, integration tests, and also widget tests, because in Flutter everything is a widget, right? So this is pretty important.
Perfect. Yeah. Right, perfect. Then this should be amazing. There's one more thing. At the closer to the end of your session, I will just jump into the session for just a second, and I will say 5 minutes left, and then 2 minutes left, and then 1 minute left. You can manage your own time on your own, if that's okay. Otherwise, I can moderate you, so you can choose between these options.
That's all right, but unfortunately, my computer is really frozen. I cannot go back or forth into the presentation. So I will make a quick news restart, and I will reduce that from my time later. Sorry for that.
Okay,
we'll be
no
back
worries.
in 3 minutes.
Sure. No worries about that. All right, guys. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about our next events, assuming that we have this possibility. So first of all, as I already told you, there's going to be a Python Universe Web Edition Global Summit. It's going to be an outbreak event with speakers from famous companies like Netflix, TikTok, and Facebook. During the event, you'll actually learn a few things. First of all, how to build data dashboards quickly. You all know about the importance of the BI and interfaces that can bring and organize and visualize data in different ways. Then all about logging with Python. Well, we all know that in big systems, especially like if you have huge ones or huge infrastructures, logging is something essential, something crucial. You cannot even survive without it. Then, what's new in Python 3.9 and beyond? And how to use SQL Alchemy in BI. Again, we are getting back to the BIs. So it should be like really interesting, especially for those who would like to learn big data and how to present data. So this and much more on our Python Universe Web Edition Global Summit on the 19th of November, and it's very, very soon. Register now with the promo code CROSS20 in order to get 40% off from the current price admission. You can do that just right now. And getting back to our conversations, I would like to say that I'm really excited to see all these speakers today and to hear about technologies that they are talking about. Because, well, we all can learn some simple decisions or regular technologies, or I would say the most popular ways to work. But at some moment, especially when we are junior, like when we are just diving into this work, we would like to get more insights from the ones who already made some mistakes or faced some challenges, and now they would like to share their experience. That's the most important thing. So I really like to see this vibe, especially when you guys start asking questions. So let's do it this way. There's plenty of possibilities to share your questions or maybe your feedbacks to the speaker while they are just talking. So share that to YouTube and we'll bring it online. Hi, Max. Are you back?
Hey, yeah, second try.
Perfect. I can even see your presentation
Fantastic.
on screen.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for bringing the time over till now. Was a bit unlucky, but let's get into it. Maybe just very short and brief information about myself. My name is Max. I'm founder of Flutter Explained. I work mostly in the Flutter environment, but also thanks to my customers, I work also in the React part of the world. So I know all the little development parts, and at the moment I'm completely concentrated on mobile development and bringing that Flutter YouTube channel up to work. I'm working now since 7 years as a software engineer, and so I think I can provide some valuable insights into that track. So let's get into it. What do we want to take a look into today? Well, as we already heard, testing is really a long story that lives already a while. So we want to go very brief into the history of testing. After that, we want to take a look into unit testing, widget testing, and integration testing. All three will make you a perfect solution for your testing journey, because as I said already in the beginning, it is a really important topic whenever you go into business. And after this session, I really want you to be able to make your own Flutter tests and understand the value of the tests that you create. All right, but don't start to talk too much. Let's get right into it. The history of testing. Did you know, and this is a fun fact, that 1878, Thomas Alva Edison invented more or less the word bug the first time and used it. So you can see how old that testing history is when the first problems occurred in a program. Then 1961, Computer Programming Fundamentals were the first book that really covered testing as a real topic with a testing team just for development. And that was a real big thing that brought a lot of the test parts that we do today. And last but not least, where I'm stopping more or less is 2009 with the test automation pyramid. And of course, since then already a lot happened again. Like for example, in a keynote, someone talked about that testing is dead and he explained why. But I don't want to talk too much about that, but keep in mind, testing is a real long adventure and it will go longer. So it will follow us all the time. So yeah, what are expectations versus reality? A good, perfect software development team wants to give something like that. So you have the unit tests on the bottom that are very small tests that are fast, reliable, and they just work. You want to have from them as many as possible. Then you get the component tests, or in our case, because we are living in the Flutter environment, we have the widget tests for that. And the level above, we have the integration tests. There we test how different parts of widgets are working together. Above that, we have system tests, so that we test also other systems that we are dependent on, like, for example, API calls. And above that, we have the manual tests. So we go into our application, excuse me, and play around with the application. All right. But how does it look in reality? As you can see, this is the so-called ice cream cone of testing. So that means we have a few unit tests, maybe even more, but you can see that sometimes the parts are bigger, sometimes they are smaller, and so on and so forth. And the best thing is, if you put sugar on top, you have a lot of manual testing. Yeah, not really helpful, right? So how can we avoid that? Today, I created a little example for us. So this is our application, a brief calculator that is, the design comes a little bit from iOS. So I tried to replicate it and it works. And we want to work with that today. All right, let's begin with unit testing. Okay, I'm frozen again. What is wrong? Okay. I have to try it.
On the meaning of testing. Working as a project manager, I know this pain. First of all, in order to predict and to include enough testing into the pre-sales, and then into the initial project estimation, but also there while working with the product, building it. Sorry, can you hear me? Someone's saying that there is no audio. Okay. So yeah, the most interesting journey happens when you get your first few increments of the product while, let's say, building the MVP. All right, so while building the MVP, and you have first few increments, and now you would like kind of to integrate them. And then you realize that, okay, unit tests were fine. Everything's good. Passed. Code reviews. Passed. Fine. So 2 points for the main control already. And then functional test. Okay, it's passed. Everything's good. Then you go to integration and everything fails. That's the hardest part, especially if you understand that there was a mistake from the very beginning. As long as I understand, Max is bringing now these from a few points of view. So Max is back. Perfect.
Yep. I changed a little bit the setup, so I hope now the best. I think we have been at unit testing.
I tried to keep your audience warm, so go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so let's try it again. Sorry for that. I don't know what's today with the technical issues, but yeah, what would be a good presentation without them? All right, so unit tests. As I said, unit tests should be very fast because they build the foundation of our automation pyramid. So we have a fast, reliable, and isolated tests that have to run very quickly and tests our methods and functions that we create in our Flutter projects, or even in JavaScript or Java or whatever. So every programming language has that concept of unit tests. On the other hand, we have now our example. So that means what I did is I created a service, a calculation service that has add, subtract, multiply, divide, and so on and so forth. And it is just a class that we, with dependency injection through the constructor, give inside. And I wanted to make that testable. So how does the test look like? As you see, I just want to make you clear, this is Dart now at the moment. So this is our Dart unit test for that. We create our main method, which is just the execution of the test. Inside, we create a subject. This is the thing that we want to test. And inside of the setup method, we before each test, we let this setup method run. And it creates this new service for us all the time in the same subject so that we are isolated for each test. So we create a whole new object for each test, just in case. Then you can see down here, I can share that with the laser pointer. You can see here that we have a group that is explaining that this whatever tests comes next are just grouped by that. It is just a semantic thing to help the developers to join and understand where they are in the code. And then we create our tests. As you see, we write test, what this test is about, so the description to that test, and then we execute a method. Or we give inside a void callback. And as you see, we calculate the result by calling the method, subject add in this case, and give him 2 numbers inside. And we expect something from it, that there is a result that gives us 300 back. All right, so that's quite interesting. That means with that part, we tested all the methods, how they work, and also what errors they can throw. What happens on edge cases, like if there is null or anything like that. But I don't want to talk too much, so that's why I want to jump with you right away into code in my example that I created for that. And there are all the tests inside of the repository that are passing, and we will see how the test coverage is working, because I really like this feature. So now my computer's died twice in some seconds, so I have to make sure that everything works perfect. So if some commands don't work, don't get nervous. All right. So this is just a Flutter project that I created. And as you see, we have here the test part. And inside of the test, we talked about the service that we wanted to test, right? So what you can see is here we have the group. And down here, we have a lot of different groups with different tests. So let them run first, just to see what the result is of it. So I'm working now in Android Studio Code. Of course, this all works also in Visual Studio Code. What you can see is now we create our tests that we run. And down here, you see all the different groups that have been executed. So a group contains a lot of different tests inside. Interesting will be something like the divide, because what happens if we divide by 0? If we divide by 0, then we throw an error. So we get an exception. And how does that work is we give inside of the expect part a callback, and inside of here, we call the method that we want. And if this is failing, then we just check if the exception has been thrown. And with that, we have the possibility to really check all the different parts of our application. And if I'm opening up now Visual Studio Code, and hopefully I'm still in the project, then I can show you that way easier. Let me see if I find it somewhere. Okay, I have to quickly close the presentation. So, okay, it seems not to work, unfortunately. Okay, anyway, so what you would see is on the left side of the code, you would see green ticks wherever a test has been running through. As you see, I created a short video for that. So in case this demo would fail, thankfully I was well prepared. So you can check this video out, and there you will see that on the left side, you have green ticks wherever the code is through. Okay, some things that are very good to know about unit testing. Because they should be independent, you can shuffle them and let them run randomly. This is possible by calling a pub run test, or in Flutter run test. And then you just give inside this part here. And what happens is the test order is changing randomly. And with that, you make sure that your tests are absolutely isolated. It makes a lot of fun to go to your company and just try that out, because I would say 80% of the times it will fail. Another thing that I like, because I know also the deployment side, and you want to try to share your tests in different processes or make it made faster and parallel, you have also the possibility to shard your test. That means you collect some tests that you want to run at once, And you can split all your tests into 3 shards, for example, like it is on the right side here. And with that, you have the possibility to run them in parallel, which makes them way faster. So it is good to know that this is possible in Dart unit tests. All right, so what are the key takeaways from unit tests? They should be fast, reliable, and isolated. And whenever you can, use test coverage because it helps you to just identify the different line of code where you still have to write tests for. Good. Next point, widget tests. We want to test not only our methods and functions, we also want to try how they work together with a different widget. So that is the component that we have in Flutter. And they test our widgets that we have in the application. And as you know, everything in Flutter is a widget. So they can also include multiple methods, and they can try to trigger all that. And this checks the behavior as well as the look and feel. So you can test the design and the behavior of your widgets. So what is very important in widget testing? We have actually 3 very important concepts in widget testing. That is, once the widget tester. The widget tester allows us to programmatically access the widgets inside of our testing environment and let them run, make a tab, and so on and so forth. So with that, we have direct access to the widgets inside of programs. And that allows us to interact with them. The finder finds elements inside of the widget tree. So as you know, in Flutter, everything is sorted inside of a widget tree, and the finder checks inside of it if some widgets exist, if there is something, for example, like a text or a number and so on, and it can also search for keys. And then the last concept that I need to explain is the matcher. A matcher is something that can check if, for example, the finder finds n widgets, so n widgets that fit to that search criteria, finds one widget, find no widget. And the last one is really cool because it matches golden file, comes from snapshot testing. That means it creates the screenshots of your app and tries to compare these screenshots. And if they don't fit, then it will fail. We will have a look at that in a second. So let's try the second test, the second demo, and hope that everything works well. Perfect. All right, so the second test is now our widget test. So we jump over to the screen where I'm testing the widget. As you can see up here, this is the calculator screen. We can maybe have a look how it looks. It is just a very big stateful widget that contains some state. It includes a lot of information like text and set state method and so on and so forth. And inside of our test, what we want to do is check if our calculator really contains the buttons that it should contain. So let's have a look. First, we need to mock something because we need the calculation service from the beginning inside of the calculator widget. And I don't want to test it in this widget test, right? If I would like to test this service, I want to write unit tests just for that service, not for the widget above. So I mocked this one, and now we can work with it. So the group is exactly the same like before. We can group our things. But test widgets is very important. This is a different method like before. Before we had just test. And the thing is, the test widgets returns us or gives us as a parameter the widget tester. And this gives us the opportunity for such methods like pump widget. And pump widget is, it pushes the widgets that we want to create inside of the test environment of Flutter. So if we check here, the create subject widget that I created, you can see that we create a material app widget with a calculator screen and pass inside the mock calculation service. So that's getting returned up here. And now we can work with this part. So whenever we call now tester, we have access to all the different parts. And in this test, I'm just checking the calculator if it really has a 0 button, a 1 button, and so on and so forth. The interesting part here is the finds n widget up here. That is because we have the 0 at the bottom and the result at the beginning is also 0. I will try to run the application on the background in the meantime, then I can show you the application also once. The second part that we test here is we want to calculate actually something. So we want to really tap on the different parts, and after that we want to see if the result has changed. So for that, we pump again our widget inside it. Then we tap on 5, we tap on plus, we tap on 8, and at the end we tap on equal. And after that, we receive our 13. And this needs to be a matching widget. So let me check if I can bring my phone over. So here you can see our calculator app. So if we test now this manually, I would take now the time like 5 plus 8 equals, and we come to 13. Fantastic. So manually that works well, but you see it till I started the app, till I tried everything. So let's see how this test behaves if I'm just running it. So we can see in 700 milliseconds, I tested all of that, what I did manually, in like 2 or 3 minutes. That is an incredible boost of performance and helps you to keep your software quality better. But now comes to the last point. And I talked already about this matches golden file, which comes from the snapshot testing. So as you see, we pump again our widget inside, created everything, and then expect later that we find the calculator screen and it needs to match a file. And whenever we run in our terminal, and I really hope that I have that somewhere still, yes, here, if we run the command flutter test --update goldens, then we create this file here. And it looks weird, but Flutter understands where the differences are. So if we go to the screen and I change something, so for example, I remove just one of these elements and let this test run without the update goldens, then it should fail. But additionally, we get also the information why it fails. Let me see if I get that. Should render correctly is wrong, exactly. And as you see in the testing folder, there is a failure now. And here you can see exactly what the wrong pattern is, so where the change happens and so on. So that really helps you to identify problems with your app if you change something unexpected or not on purpose. Cool. So that's about widget tests. They are still faster, but they really behave more or less like normal unit tests. Now let's come to the key takeaways. We have snapshot testing, programmatically access to a client. We can test the whole widgets with ease. It's working really fast. And it is a great tool to check the look and behavior of widgets. All right, the last thing, integration testing. Flutter-driven extension. For that, we need a little bit more boilerplate. So we have to create folders and files and an automated execution test on real devices. The benefit of that is, even though that this test is way heavier, we can make performance profiling. So we can really check how fast the application behaves in real world without actually executing on the app itself. So we don't have to manually start it up. All right, so how can we do that? First, we have to add a dependency to our pubspec.yaml, and it is the Flutter driver and test any. The second step is we have to create a test drive folder. The test drive is really a naming convention, so we cannot, or we should not change that, but the files inside, like calculator.dart and calculator.test.dart, we can change like we want that. The one file, calculator.dart, runs up the app and executes whatever we want and enables the Flutter driver. The second one is the test itself that needs to be running. And the third step is to really bring it to life. And in our case, it is just giving a main function with the enable Flutter driver extension and the run of the app. All right, so demo number 3. Let's see how fast I'm coming through. Okay, so as you see, I created here already the test drive folder. And here we have the calculator.dart with the enable driver extension and run app. And in the test, we have a search for a value key in this case. So I added one of the widgets a key that we can search for. So if we check the screen here, let me check for key. You can see we specified one of the text fields with this key. All right, then we have a Flutter driver. This is what executes our test now. and then set up all and tear down all. In setup all, we connect the driver now with our test, and in tear down, we really kill this driver for us so that it doesn't run all the time. And first we check if the result is null on it, and then we do the same test like before. But what is interesting, if I let that run now, yep, so we have to run it with Flutter drive and then the target. And if you have a running emulator like I have now, hopefully I find it again. Okay. Here we go. So if I let it run now, okay, this can take a second, I think, because Xcode has to start up again. But when we run it now, you will see, because I created this future delayed, it will now click all the different buttons on our application one by one and shows us the result that it really worked. And with such tests, we have the possibility to make a login possible in our app and check if the login has functioned and worked correctly. We can check all the different parts. And as you see, I don't do anything, and we get the result, and the app has been done. So, and this is now with breakpoints. And as you see, it took exactly 5 seconds. If we reduce it by 4 seconds, it was not even a second to test these things. So this could help our build pipeline later and also our deployment. All right. Key takeaways. So with integration tests, it is easy to test the whole app. It's slow compared to widget and unit tests, of course, because we really have to start up the app. It makes possible that we create end-to-end tests with ease. We have performance testing and mobile and web support. So even in a web browser, we can do that already if we want to work in Flutter Web. Make sure that you have to download some extensions for that. All right. One small topic is code quality, because what me is important is keep the testing parameter in mind. And remember that Flutter has really a lot of tools to keep your application in a very good state. What I want to take away for you guys is cell testing. What I mean with that is usually you come to business and a lot of people will tell you, testing is not so important, it is maybe not cost efficient, and so on and so forth. But it helps if you have really key numbers, and tools like SonarQube or test coverage or quality gates help you to discuss these topics even better. So you need figures and charts. That is always impressive to business. So if you really can say, okay, we have so many code debts, so many bugs, and so many tests missing, then you really can sell them better. So I highly recommend to everyone to bring that into it. All right, so make a short recap. Dart testing is amazing. It is fantastic to do. It makes a lot of fun to write tests in every case. And it is amazing that we have this possibility with the Flutter widget tests, because it gives us a broad space. And as you see, they are super fast. Like in no time, you can run over 500 tests without a problem. And last but not least, integration tests. Keep them in mind that you have the possibility to write them. And as you saw maybe in my little code snippet here, they are actually really easy to write. So there is no magic happening behind. So it is really easy to make your app as stable as possible with these things. So if you keep in mind that you write these tests and you need to change something later, you will really be thankful to yourself in the future. All right, so thank you for watching. This is now the episode, more or less. This was the fantastic world of Flutter testing. I really enjoyed to provide everything and prepared everything. It was now a bit unfortunate as my laptop crashed twice. I really hope that I was not too fast now in the end. And my question to you guys is, have you ever used Flutter test driver so far? And I'm really curious to see now in the chat what you have for questions for me. So thank you very much for, I got that a bit wicked. So thank you very much for joining and for talking. Okay, yeah, thank you. And I'm really curious what you have for ideas.
Thank you, Max. That was really interesting, and for me as well, because yeah, working as a project manager, I'm really excited with the testing and all this stuff. So now I can can even better explain to my team or understand them while they are talking about these approaches. So we've got a few questions from the chat. So probably
Perfect.
we still have a few minutes.
Oh,
Actually, we have 4 minutes. So we can maybe bring a few questions. First is from Daniel Gomez Rigo. Any advice for test coverage on IntelliJ?
yeah, my pain point. I found out last week, more or less, that at the moment there is no support from the Flutter IntelliJ plugin that you can see the test coverage inside of Android Studio Code at the moment. So that was why I wanted to start it up in Visual Studio Code, because there you have it currently. So you get the LCOF file, and I'm pretty sure that if you wanted to generate out of that an HTML part, then it would be possible. But at the moment, there is no support for IntelliJ or Android Studio. Sorry.
All right. That's no worries. Thank you.
But maybe,
yeah.
Sorry, just as a quick hint, I created also a page for resources. And one of the resources is a GitHub problem where they create at the moment that part. So if you are interested in that, hit the like on that issue.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Now we've got the next question from same active guy. So is there any possibility to run tests in parallel?
Yes. As I said, the testing can be sharded. So that means you create a charge of different tests and run them in parallel. That is the idea of this sharding. So that is really great and a really great tool to make that possible. So that was on that good to know. And it helps you really to split that up into different machines, for example, or run it on different processes.
All right, perfect. Now let's take the next question. It's in my company, we are testing our app manually, and it takes really a long time to be sure everything's fine. I should introduce the integration test to my colleagues. Okay, that's fine. And could you just bring a quick example of integration test that you would recommend to any junior to learn first?
Mm-hmm. So to write an integration test, you actually don't need a very huge workload. So you can do that really with nearly everything. The important part is you always want to try to test something that brings any value. So for example, if you have a login form already created, what usually one of the first steps of every junior developer is, then from this login screen to enter a username, to enter any password, and then press on login and see if the right APIs have been called and so on and so forth. That is pretty easy to implement, actually, thanks to the framework that we have here in that case. Mm-hmm. So I highly recommend that to everyone to just try it out.
Perfect. Then let's go to the last question, and then we have to switch to the next speaker. So the question is, what is the best methodology to use the TDD on Flutter?
Yeah, the best, TDD is a methodology. So you create a test that is failing. After that, you want to make that test green. And after that, you refactor. On the other hand, you have, for example, something like BDD, like business behavior-driven development, which helps you that you have your tested-driven development circle, and you add also a circle for business, for example, that helps you to make your features running all the time. And last but not least, you have also today domain-driven development. So it's getting always fancier, and always the focus is to bring more and more technical people, testers, and business people together, because the best feature cannot be implemented without business, right? If we don't know exactly what we want to create, we have a big and hard time at the end.
Right, that's true. And that's why quite often we really need to get these scenarios or user journeys from business perspective, because it's not that easy to understand them being on the developer side. Sometimes some things that are really clear for the technical team and they are essential, they could be not visible for business and vice versa. Now,
exactly.
Tell me, please, would you be able to get back to the Q&A session? I realize that there's 3 hours more, so it's quite hard to get there.
I will be there, absolutely. I will not get so many sleep tonight, but that's all right.
Thank you so much.
Well,
Thank you so
okay.
much. Well, then, let's see you soon.
See you soon. Bye.
Bye-bye. And now, I would like to remind you that this is Geekle Mobile Development Summit. We are talking about cross-platform applications and different approaches to build them or to find some tips and tricks. And now, this junior track conversation, this block, is related to Flutter and different approaches on that. And our next speaker is Ashita Prasad. It's a creator from Flutter Games, and the topic is navigating the Flutter ecosystem, the journey from package discovery to publishing and beyond. And there's actually a story about it. So Flutter is more than just an engine or a set of widgets and some tools. It also includes a large ecosystem of packages to add functionality to your apps beyond what comes out of the box. So today, the Flutter ecosystem has more than 12,000 packages. Oh my God, that's really huge. And new packages are being added to PubDev every day. As the Flutter packages landscape is getting larger day by day, developers often find themselves searching for suitable packages or for widgets tirelessly and sometimes end up reinventing the wheel. So this talk will introduce upcoming Flutter developers to the current Flutter package landscape, including the package discovery tools, and we'll also cover some state-of-the-art methods which should be followed when publishing a new Flutter package to gain a wider adoption. So it sounds like a really long story, it sounds like an exciting story, and now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ashita Prasad. How are you?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, I'm good. Hello, everyone.
How are you doing? What time is there?
I'm doing good. So right now it's 1:20 a.m. in India.
Oh Lord, that's really brave from your side to be here. Thank you. Tell us a few words about yourself and what inspired. Like we already heard the story of why you are here, and now just a few words about yourself and maybe something to encourage the junior developers to join this community, and then you can go. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, I'm a consultant by profession. I'm a management consultant, and I had been like I used to code when I was in college, and I was trying to figure out app development platforms when I back in 2019 to try to build some apps. So actually, I went through React Native and Flutter and other cross-platform packages, and I then chose Flutter. So the best thing about Flutter, as you said, that it has a huge community support and it has more than 13,000 plus packages currently right now, Dart and Flutter packages on PubDev. And so basically for each and everything that you need, you can actually get a package on Flutter basically. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel from scratch when it comes to Flutter, and that is the thing that made me choose Flutter over other cross platform packages. And so when I was actually working, I realized that this package discovery is not something that is very easy in Flutter, because PubDev, which is their official package platform, that is completely text driven. So and Flutter is again widget based. So the key strength of Flutter is UI. So I thought that why not, if there is a visual discovery platform to help you search packages. And that's what while I was developing my app, I realized that if there is such a platform, then it will be very easy for developers. And then I actually went ahead and created Flutter gems for my fellow developers. And yeah, that's it about Flutter gems. It is currently being used by more than 20,000 mobile developers across the world.
That's good. That's really good. So, do you have any screen sharing presentation that I can bring online?
Yes, I have a screen sharing.
All right, then closer to the end of your presentation, there's 5 minutes left. I will jump
Yeah,
just for a second to the screen. I'll say 5 minutes left. Then I'll
sure.
say 2 minutes left, and then 1. It's just to keep you aligned and so that you can change your rhythm of your presentation and so on.
Sure, no worries.
Now, last question. Would you, do you have, did you book any time on your presentation for like some questions, or you would like to spend the entire time slot for the presentation and then you join the Q&A session panel at the end?
No, I have slotted some time for Q&A at the end of my presentation.
Perfect. Then, guys, everyone, keep posting your questions actively here to the channel. And now there's over 111 people looking for us right now. So, Ashita, go ahead.
So hello everyone, I'm Ashita and I'm going to be talking about how one can navigate the Flutter ecosystem starting from package discovery to publishing and beyond. So before I delve into today's talk, I would like to give a brief overview about Flutter for people who are new to this technology. Flutter is Google's cross-platform UI toolkit. With a single source code base, you can deploy your apps across desktop, mobile, and web. For mobile, you can build your apps for both iOS and Android. In web, you can seamlessly access your apps using Internet Explorer, Edge, Safari, Chrome, Opera, and Firefox. For desktop, you can build your apps for Windows, macOS, Chrome OS, and Linux. So, because you have a single source code base in Flutter and you can deploy your apps across both desktop, mobile, and web, this leads to a very fast development and significantly decreases your development cycle. Secondly, Flutter has a hot reload feature, which is a very useful debugging tool and leads to greater developer efficiency. Secondly, Flutter has a vast number of widgets, which helps us build expressive and beautiful UIs. And unlike other cross-platform UI toolkits which are available in the market, code in Flutter is directly compiled to native code, which results in high native performance. And last but not the least, Flutter is based on an easy-to-learn Dart programming language. So Flutter is relatively new. It's just been 3 years since the first alpha release of Flutter. And in such a short span of time, Flutter has completely taken over the Play Store and the world by storm. In April 2020, we had 50,000 apps on Google Play Store itself. And in July 2020, in just 3 months, that number rose to an overwhelming 90,000. Flutter is becoming a preferred choice for startups, SMEs, and large-scale businesses alike. So to understand the power and scalability of Flutter, let's delve into some real-world examples. Dream 11. So Dream 11 is India's biggest fantasy sports platform, which is currently sponsoring India's biggest sporting event called the IPL, the Indian Premier League. So Dream 11 has been completely built on Flutter and it boasts of more than 100 million plus users. So you can just understand the scale your Flutter apps are capable of. Google Pay. As you must have heard recently, Google Pay completely migrated to Flutter. Now, what made them take this call? The reason being that once you write your code in Dart, you can access and deploy them seamlessly across both iOS and Android, leading to a uniform experience for the customer across both platforms. You have a JIT compiler, a just-in-time compiler with hot reload during development, which greatly increases your developer's efficiency, and an ahead-of-time compilation, which ensures high-performance deployment. Now let's come into the smart apps category, a category which is nowadays gaining a lot of traction. Philips, a large-scale business. So there's an app called Philips Hue, which is a personal wireless lighting app, which is used in the smart home segment. Now, what made a company like Philips choose Flutter for their development? The reason being the large and basically the vast number of packages that are available in the smart apps category in Flutter. So you have capability for IoT and smart home built in Flutter packages. As you can see, there are a lot of Flutter packages which are shown on the screen, like Flutter Blue, NFC in Flutter, Flutter NFC Reader, Flutter Reactive BLE, Flutter Beacon, Wi-Fi IoT, and Flutter BLE Lib. This is just a sample of the packages that are actually available. And because of this support that Flutter provides in the IoT and smart home category, in functionalities such as Wi-Fi, BLE, Bluetooth, NFC, and Beacon, a company like Philips chose Flutter for their development. So Flutter is much more than just an engine, a set of widgets, and some tools. It includes a large ecosystem of packages to add functionality to your apps beyond what comes out of the box. As we discussed earlier, there are more than 13,000 plus Dart plus Flutter packages available on PubDev. And maneuvering this vast landscape to find the right package for your requirement is often a daunting task. So to understand this dilemma better, let's undertake a developer's journey. So what is the first step in a developer's journey? The first step is to gather requirement. And as we all know that a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. So the developer usually begins by trying to draw a mock-up or a UI or a wireframe of his UI that he is expecting. So he can do that on a pen and paper as shown in the image, or he could use some wireframing tools to obtain the same. The next step is to map these UI elements into material design language. Now, thanks to Google, we have a material design specification and a formalized language through which we can actually represent our UI elements. So as you can see, we have app bars, bottom app bar, we have a top app bar, we have backdrop, we have a button, etc. So let's say that your product manager gives you a requirement like the one shown in the screen. You have cards with images, text, with social media reaction buttons, arranged in a random manner, something similar to Pinterest. Now, how do you go about trying to express a UI such as this into material design language? Or say, you get a requirement like the one shown in the screen. You have images on both sides, both on the left and the right, with a slider in between. Difficult, right? So then begins what we call the hunt. How to express that widget in words. So let's take the image example. We have an image on the left and the right, and we have a slider in between. Let's call it the image slider. So the first step will be to go to PubDev and search for your required package. The key thing that you want in your package is image. So you're going to write image and try to search for it. Let's see the examples. Let's see the packages that we get. So you can see we get the standard image package, an octo image, a progressive image, etc. If you go through the description of the packages, you will realize that these packages are more to deal with images, like they provide server and web apps, the ability to load, manipulate, and save images, or support placeholders, provide image transformations, or say ability to load larger images using low quality image placeholders. This is not what we are looking for. Let's try searching for image slider. So when we search for image slider, if you closely look, you get image slider named package as your first result. Now let's try to get in and see what image slider does. So image slider will let you make a widget slider with full customization. And if you closely look at the image of the image slider, you will realize that this is not what you are looking for, because this package just lets you scroll across the images. But what we want is a movable slider across two images. The other options include Carousel Pro, again, not what we are looking for. So before analyzing how we can go ahead, let's take a step back and try to understand how search at PubDev works. So packages on PubDev are sorted based on search relevance, that is the text input that you enter in the search bar, and individual package scores. Individual package scores are based on three parameters: likes, which is a measure of how many developers have actually liked your package. It is a raw measure of the overall sentiment of the package from peer developers. Popularity, which gives a measure of how many developers are actually using your package. And pub points. Pub points is more of a quality measure which is based on various dimensions like code style, platform support, documentation, maintainability, etc. So the second step for a developer is to go out and ask help from the community. He tries to take a picture of the UI and post it across various forums asking for help. Using this approach, you might get help from the community, you might get the package that you are looking for exactly, or you also might not get what you are looking for. Whatever the case is, the turnaround time or the time required for resolution of your issue is often pretty high. So what if I tell you that there is a visual discovery platform which can aid you in your hunt? Because as we all know that a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. So that is where Flutter Gems comes to your rescue. Flutter Gems is a Flutter package landscape guide comprising 1,500 plus neatly categorized useful and popular packages based on functionality. So as you can see, this is just a snapshot of the website, and there are a lot of categories of into which the packages have been assigned. So you can go to fluttergems.dev to explore the platform. Now let's come to our issues. The Pinterest type UI that you were trying to make. So if you go to Flutter Gems, you will see that there's a category called grid, which has 4 packages. If you go in grid, you realize that there are these 4 packages which are present. There is a Flutter staggered grid view, there's a drag select grid view, there's a Flutter layout grid, and there's a waterfall flow. On observing closely, you will realize that waterfall flow is the exact package that you were looking for. It has cards with text, social media reaction button, everything. Now, coming down to the name waterfall flow using PubDev is pretty difficult because PubDev is completely text driven. But using Flutter Gems, you can just look at the package description. You can just look at the UI and you immediately realize that this is what you were looking for. Similarly, the image slider example. So there's a category called image on Flutter Gems. If you explore it, you will realize that there's a package called before after. And if you see, it has a movable slider which moves across both the images, the image on the left and the image on the right. Clearly what you are looking for. But coming down to the name before after using PubDev is very difficult. One of the reasons why searching using PubDev is also difficult is because if you closely see, before after has a fewer number of likes compared to its other peers. Now the reason being, a lot of people might not have the same requirement as yours, which makes search using PubDev quite difficult. because it is sorted based on likes. Now let's try to understand the product development process as such. The product development process is not a straightforward linear process where a manager gives the requirement to a developer who just develops it. It's a to and fro process. It's a process where a lot of collaboration is required between the manager and the developer. So often, managers who are more on the business side of things are not completely aware of the technical capabilities, of the complete technical capabilities that a platform can provide. Say, for example, a new UI category has come up. When you, as a developer, are browsing Flutter gems, you realize a new UI category has come up, say a new morphic UI. Your product manager might not be aware of it. But while glancing Flutter gems, you see that there are a lot of elements in this new UI that are more suited to your current need, to the current app that you are building. You can go ahead and pitch into your product manager, let him know of it, and actually contribute to the product development process as such. Or say a very commonly used widget like floating action button. So if you see, a lot of variants are available. Again, as a product manager, one might be aware that you can build floating action button very easily using Flutter. But one might not be aware of all the variants that Flutter is capable of. But when you glance through Flutter gems, you realize that there are a lot of variants that have come up, easy to plug in. You can actually go and figure out that these are some of the variants that are more suited to your current need, that will suit your UI in a more efficient way. You can go ahead and pitch into your product manager and again contribute to the entire product development process as such. So now let's look at a case study. Let's build an app called Street Artist, which helps people locate street art around themselves. So what will be the first step for a developer? The first step for the developer will be to build the mockup. So as you can see, you have a card with image on it and a location. Once you click on a card, an expanded view of the card opens up on a new screen. So again, the second step will be to map the UI elements to material design language. So these are the material component widgets, some of the commonly used that we'll be using, say an app bar, a grid view, a card, and an image. So this is the first iteration that you build using your inbuilt widgets of Flutter. So let's look at it. So as you can see, we have cards arranged in a grid with images and location on it. And once you click on a card, you see that an expanded view of the image opens up on a new screen. Now, what is the issue in this sort of UI? So if you closely view, you will realize that the aspect ratio of the card image and the aspect ratio of the expanded image that opens on the new screen is completely mismatched. Now, this is hampering the user experience because I cannot get a full glimpse of the image in the card image. So what will be a quick solution? A quick solution will be to fit the image in the card image. So this is what we get when we try to do that. The entire expanded image has been fitted into the card image. Now what happens when you do this? You realize that a lot of the screen is now empty. And this again is hampering your user experience completely. So what will be a good solution? a good solution will be to maintain the aspect ratio of the card image and the expanded image. Something like this. So if you see, the aspect ratio has been completely maintained as the same. So when you click on it, you get an image, an expanded image, but with a similar aspect ratio. So the moment we try to improve our UI experience, you realize that you get a UI something like this. Now, how do you go about expressing this kind of a UI in words? Clearly difficult. So let's see how we can use Flutter gems to obtain this. So if you browse through Flutter gems, you will realize that there is a category called grid. And when you scroll through grid, you will see that there is a category, that there is a package called Flutter Staggered Grid View. And if you closely look at the image, you will realize that this is the exact package that you are looking for. Now let's move ahead. As your app starts improving, so do your requirements. Let's say, for example, to add a geolocation picker, to add an icon switch, to add a clustered map view, to add an animated floating action menu button, and to add a social media reaction button, just to capture the user preferences. Now let's see how we can use Flutter gems to obtain this. So there is a category called I'm so sorry. So if you see, there's a category called location place address picker. And when you go into that category, you see that just a second. So you see that there is this package called Google Map Location Picker, which is the one that we are looking for. There is a category called Geolocation and Maps for our clustered map view. You see that there's this package called Fluster, which will give us exactly the package that we are looking for. For our animated floating action menu button, there is this package called, there is this category called floating action button. And if you view that category, there's a package called animated float action buttons. And this is the package that we are looking for. For social media reaction button, you have the Flutter reaction button package, which exactly does what we are looking for. Now let's come to a scenario where, say, you couldn't find the package that you were looking for on Flutter gems or PubDev. How do you go about in this case? So in this case, you try to find a package that most closely resembles your requirement. And you try to suggest enhancements to the package by raising an issue. So you must then send across your pull request post discussion with the project owner. And it is very important to understand that you must fork it only as a last resort. Because the moment you fork the package, the entire responsibility of maintaining the fork project comes on you, which is a great responsibility. Now let's come to a scenario where you couldn't even find a package that most closely resembled your requirement. So how do you go about in this case? In this case, you have to write a package from scratch. So let's try to understand how you can go about releasing a new package that you have written from scratch. So documentation is a key part of the entire package release part. You have to treat your README like you treat your Tinder profile. Your README can either get you a left swipe or a right swipe from the user. Your API needs to be well documented, and it is important to understand that you must include micro examples instead of large monolith ones. So what happens is your package often might provide a lot of features to the user. And I, as a user, might not be looking to use all the features that your package provides, but say a certain number of them. Grasping the features that I require from micro examples is way easier than figuring them out from a large monolith one. So it's very important to include small micro examples highlighting different features of your package. The second important thing is spreading the word. It is important that you announce your package. There's a very active Reddit community called Flutter Dev. So you must definitely go and announce your package there. You need to publish your need and use case stories on Flutter community and Medium. This will help users understand the requirement for the package. And more often than not, if you have faced a particular issue, a lot of developers will also have faced the same issue. And you must reach out to your local Flutter chapter so that they can spread the word on Twitter and meetups. And don't forget to submit your package on Flutter Gems so that people can visually discover it. Just releasing the package is not work done. It is also important to maintain the package. So testing and CI/CD is important. So let's understand how we use them. So testing. It is very, very important to do adequate testing before releasing your package. You need to do unit testing where you test a single function, method, or class. You need to do widget and component testing where you test an entire widget. You need to do integration testing where you either test your complete app or a large part of the app. And it is very important that you set up your automated testing using CI/CD tools, which are often free for open source projects. And one of the most commonly used ones is Travis CI. So it is very important that you also set a frequency for major releases. In case of large bulky projects, a release is done usually every quarter. It is important to update changelog.md with each new release to list notable changes like adding new features, change in existing functionality, deprecation of soon to be removed features, removal of features, bug fixes, and security updates to combat vulnerabilities. And the last but not the least, the most important thing is that you must allow contribution to your packages. And you can do that using by adding a contributing.md file in your repository. You can set up guidelines for repository contributors using this. You must respond to all issues and pull requests and try to become a benevolent dictator for life and let the community shape the future of the package. So if you know of a great package that you have been using or you have yourself built one, go ahead and click on that contribute button on Flutter Gems and let the world know about it. So before taking any questions, let me just show you the Flutter Gems website. So this is the Flutter Gems website. There is a quick navigation available on the top, which you can use to go through various categories that are available. So let us just explore each category. So there is this user onboarding. You have things like splash screen, onboarding carousel, authentication, feedback. You have functionality where you have geolocation and maps, which we discussed. You have payments, you have things like machine learning, game development, state management, which is always a hot topic in Flutter. For UI, you have different packages for widget library, UI framework, for neumorphic UI, a new kind of UI, a liquid or a squishy UI, etc. In multimedia camera and placeholders, you have categories for different kinds of multimedia like audio, image, video, camera, to edit, save, compress, or multimedia. For components, you have various components of the app like a drawer, a menu, etc. For scrollables, you have things like list and grid, which we discussed. For user input, you have things like form or an auto format or masking. Thing like a touch and gesture, etc. For picker, you have a country code picker, a file picker, a location place picker, which we discussed in the case study. You have for typography, you have various things. You have things for network connectivity and navigation. You have dev tools, APIs, and language
5 minutes
extensions.
left.
Okay. You have things for helper and utilities. And there is this new category called ecosystem. So if you want to stay within a similar ecosystem, say a Firebase or an AWS, all the packages of Flutter for the particular ecosystem you can find in this category. So with this, I come to an end to my presentation. And if there are any questions, I would like to answer them.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So I think the guys just started to post their questions. So it would be great to share these links and resources if possible. This is from
Yeah,
Hub.
sure.
And then, okay. I actually would like to address a question to you, if you don't mind, from my own side. So you're talking about the entire ecosystem, the journey, the packages discovery, and so on. So for any junior developer, probably one of the most important questions would be where to start from, assuming that there's so many packages at all. It is impossible to learn all of them or to deal with all of them during first few years. So
Exactly.
would you maybe recommend a few, let's say, golden combinations?
So see, that's the entire thing. I don't think there are a few golden combinations because a lot depends on your requirement. As a developer, the first thing that you need to clearly analyze is your requirement. You might be making, say, a data intensive app, or you might be making a UI intensive app. So understanding what your requirement is very important. And only basis that you must analyze what packages you need to look for. So there is no secret formula or a golden combination that works. And that is where I think you must first analyze your requirement, that this is what I want. This is a particular way I want my app to look like, for example. And then you must go ahead and try to look on Flutter gems, because the packages are visually presented there. So you can quickly analyze that, yes, maybe this is how I want my app to look, or this is how I will prefer it. So I think you need to go through that discovery phase early in your career, because it is very important to analyze and understand what you are looking for. There is no golden formula. Like, I can't say you that go ahead and say for a cluster map view, like we discussed, Fluster, the example that I showed, Fluster, that is relevant in my case because I wanted my app to look that way. But if you wanted to look a certain way, which you might want to look at a certain way, then you need to go ahead, you need to look through those packages that are listed in
Sure.
Flutter gems and take the decision for yourself that this is the package that I want, because everything is listed visually there. You can just go ahead, 5 minutes it will take you, and you will just get what you are looking for.
Perfect. Thank you. That's actually an amazing explanation. My last question is, so at this moment, we understand that there's quite a lot of time. There's 2 more speakers before the Q&A panel. So would you be able to join the Q&A panel as well?
Yeah, sure. I'll join the Q&A panel.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Have a nice day. And I would like, guys, to bring you now our next speaker. But before that, would you be just so kind to share your feedback to Ashita that just brought you this knowledge? It would be really great. And I would like to remind you that we are here at the Cross-Platform Mobile Development Summit, powered by Geekle. This is 24 hours of non-stop conversations divided by 2 tracks, junior and senior one, and we are now on a junior track. And I would like to tell you a story about our next speaker, which is Dominik Roszkowski. The topic is called Having Fun with CustomPainters in Flutter. And it sounds like sometimes widgets are not enough and we need to create some custom experience that seems impossible to be achieved with container or stocks. So this is when Custom Painter can shine. Let's learn how to draw basic shapes, lines, and complex paths, how to apply shaders, filters, and draw text paragraphs. And finally, how to take it to the next level with animations. So now, a Flutter freelancer at DR Labs that experienced as Flutter developer eager to create beautiful apps for mobile and desktop, and that is a co-founder of Flutter Europe Conference and Flutter Warsaw Meetup. So this is an active speaker on local meetups and conferences and write Flutter-related articles on his blog roszkowski.dev. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Dominik Roszkowski. How are you doing?
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. You actually read all the description that I provided. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it.
Tell me, please, what is your time zone now?
So I'm in CET. I'm in Poland, so it's 9:30 p.m.
Okay. Oh, cool. That's 1 hour earlier than myself, so still fine. How's it going in your city now?
It's getting good. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're all stuck at home. I think that's everywhere else. So every occasion to have some talk or integrate with other people, even online, is fun.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I'm wearing the shirt and the jacket. So you can go ahead now. I will bring your screen online. 5 minutes before your speech ends, I will just jump quickly to the conversation. I will say 5 minutes left, and then 2 minutes left and 1, in case if there is any need to adjust your speech to that. Otherwise, if you would like, you can finish your own conversation a little bit earlier and leave a few minutes for any questions that can be on the go, and then you can join the Q&A panel at the end.
Sure. Thanks a lot for the explanation and introduction. So maybe let me just start and let's maybe have some fun with Custom Painter. So that's the topic of my presentation. Yeah, thanks a lot. And so as Charlie said, sometimes widgets are not enough. And I've for quite some time, I had some issues with using Custom Painters, but after using this in several projects, I found that it is actually very easy to use Custom Painters for some complex layouts or some small parts of the layout that need to be very detailed. And after that, I tried to add some animations, and it worked out really nicely. And today I want to show you how to do it in a few simple steps. And hopefully, after that, you will also be able to quickly create a new custom painter and do it on your own. I'm Dominik, and you can find me online on Twitter. I have this strange nickname, Orestes Gaolin, but if you just type my name and surname, Dominik Roszkowski, you can find me. And if you have any questions, you can write them during the talk, or even after the talk, you can reach out to me, and we can explain some more details about custom painters. So at the beginning of my presentation, I'm going to go through some slides just to basically cover what we can do with custom painters, what are their limitations, what are the methods that are allowed. So this is like a one-on-one introduction to custom painters. If you've used custom painters before, Don't worry, we'll go into some live coding later. But for now, let's just focus on what custom painters are. So we'll go through using custom painter, drawing some basic shapes, maybe some more complicated use cases. And after that, we're going to animate some custom painter. So let's meet custom painter. And there are two main classes that are important when we talk about custom painters. So there's a widget called custom paint. This is a widget from the material library, so this is included in Flutter. And there is also a class called custom painter. And this class is an abstract class that you need to extend when you want to paint something on a Flutter screen. So here you can see that we have our custom paint widget, and it accepts as a parameter my custom painter. And if you can take a look, I marked this in green. You just provide this as a instance to your custom paint. And you can also provide something called foreground painter. So each custom paint widget can accept both painter. You can consider this like a background painter and also foreground painter. By default, when widget is drawn, it will firstly paint the painter below the widget, then it will paint the child of a custom paint, and then it will draw the foreground painter. And by default, the painter canvas that it is allowed to draw on will be of the size of the child widget. You can change that, but by default, you have to remember that this size will be limited or constrained to the size of a child. And after that, we have this child. So as I said, this will be limited, and you can think of that. So in this case, my child is a centered text. So if you take a look at the canvas that is provided to the paint method of a custom painter, will be of size of this text. So it will be just very narrow and long rectangle that you will be able to draw. But one important remark is that by default, you can also draw outside of your painter. So not only within the boundaries of the child, but also outside of it. So if you don't clip the widget, so you can use a widget called clip rect or something else to clip your widget. If you don't do it, then the custom painter is able to draw even outside of the canvas. Of course, for instance, if you go outside, then the, for instance, coordinates of your painting will be, let's say, negative or outside of your size, but you are able to do it. So these are the most important part. And if we take a look at the my custom painter, so let me just quickly move my pointer here. So this is class, and this class has two methods. First one is called paint, and this is where actually painting is going to happen when this widget is built. And we also have this method called should repaint, and this tells Flutter whether it has to repaint this canvas on next build. You get the alt delegate, which means that you get the old instance of your painter. So for instance, if you have some properties, some fields on this custom painter, you can compare whether they changed. If they changed, you can draw your painter again. You can also provide some animation values or something like this, and you can compare. If this is different, then it means that the painter needs to be redrawn. Then you return true. We'll see this in a minute in a code example, but I wanted to let you know that this method is something that can sometimes give you a lot of performance gain if you use it properly. Okay, so let's focus for a minute on a canvas. So here is a screenshot of a Flutter application. We're going to go to this application later, but I wanted to show you actually what was shown on the previous slide. So here we have a text. This is just a hello world. This is centered, and this canvas is drawn in a way that outside of this canvas, I've just drawn a rectangle, blue rectangle, that is marking the boundaries of a canvas, so that you can easily see that this canvas is just wrapping around the text. And outside of this canvas, I've drawn the size of it. So we can see that the width of this canvas is 612, and the height is 132. So this way you can visualize the real size of a canvas. You can, of course, paint the canvas, but I wanted to show you like some kind of boundaries that you have. If the text would be longer, then the canvas would be bigger, and so on. This is like a default behavior. So if you're using default custom paint, this is how it will behave. Yeah, so these are some. So blue area is the real canvas size, but you can also draw outside of your canvas. And another important thing is that you have to work on your canvas within some coordinates. So these coordinates start at the top left edge, top left corner. So they start from 0 and they go towards the end and towards the bottom of the canvas. So these red arrows here indicate what is the coordinate system on a canvas. But you don't always need to provide a child to your canvas. If you don't provide a child to your canvas and don't provide the size parameter, then the canvas will be will not have size at all. Will be just like a no size canvas. But you can provide also the property, the parameter called size, and there is a handy value of size called infinite. So you can provide size infinite or whatever size you actually need. It can be size 200 by 200. It can be size 500 by 100 or whatever. Then this size will be applied to your canvas, and this canvas will be sized accordingly to this value. So in this case, you can see a screenshot on the left side. And this canvas, as you remember from the previous screen, we had this coordinate system that was starting here. And now we have the coordinate system that is starting at the top left corner, but of the scaffold body. So I hope you know about scaffold. So scaffold is this widget, basic widget in Flutter, and this white area is a body of a scaffold. And the canvas starts right here at the top. The arrows are a bit offset, so there is a padding applied, but in general, this starts just right at the top left corner. If we provide this infinite size. And the painter is still the same. So there are many ways to draw things on a canvas, and we're going to show some of them. I don't know if we will have time to go through all of them, because there's so many of them, and this is just like a short subset of all the methods that are allowed. One important thing is that when we draw something with Custom Painter, we draw it on a canvas, the same as you would paint your normal painting. So actually what you do when you, let me go back for a second. When you have your Custom Painter here, then this canvas that is provided to the paint method is an object that you will call methods on. So canvas.something in order to draw a thing on a canvas. So there are many methods available. So like draw arc, draw atlas, draw circle, color, image, image 9, which is something that if you've used Android before, maybe, or some gaming engine, you may recall. Draw line, oval, paint, paragraph, path, points, rectangle, rounded rectangle, or shadow, and many more that I'm not going to cover. I think the most convenient, the most important out of them is draw path, because path is something really powerful. And maybe if you know some vector graphics, like creating some SVGs or some other vector images, you know that with paths you can describe almost any shape. And in Flutter, you also have a very big, you have very great possibilities to draw something with path. For instance, you can clip them, you can extend them, you can modify them, you can draw relative paths, not only absolute, and so on. So we're going to go through the details of how to do it in a second. But I wanted to show you that even the part that I'm going to show today is not everything that you can do, but it will be enough for you to start playing around. And after that, I'm going to show some examples how all these basic principles can be applied to making something really complex. So here's a slide for a demo. So we're going to draw some simple shapes. The plan is to just see the canvas, what are the paints in canvas, what is the coordinate system, and drawing basic shapes and some points. So I need to switch my screen. So I'll be back in a second with my screen. If you can share my screen again, please. Thanks a lot. So here is my example that I'm going to go through today. And this is just a simple material app, nothing fancy. I hope you can see everything well. So here we have my homepage. This is like a starter project, but improved a bit. And we're going to go through some examples here where I have my body. So now we'll go through the simple shapes. So simple shape is just another stateless widget. And here we have our center, custom paint, my custom painter. So you should all know this very well by now. We are setting the size infinite, but we can make this a short experiment so that I will just change this, comment out this, and uncomment my child. And here you can see how everything changed almost immediately. So now the canvas is sized to the hello world text. But actually, I want to go and just use my whole area that I have here. I can even extend this a bit. And let's take a look at my custom painter. It is here below. And as you remember, there was this method called paint. This is the most important method of a custom painter. And let's quickly take a look at the green paint. So when you are drawing something on a canvas, you need to provide also a paint. Paint is a class that describes what kind of tool you want to use on your canvas. So in this case, I'm just creating an object paint. And what is important is that I'm using this operator, double dot operator, to modify its properties. So what I could do also is to green paint color equals colors red. And this would also work. But this operator is very handy in a way that you can like stack some property changes to your paint object. So right now it's using color green, but I can change this to the color yellow, let's say, or maybe make it a bit more vivid with red. But then the name is not correct. So maybe green accent. Then I have my style. So style is a very important property of a paint, and it is an enum, and it can have two values, fill or stroke. If I change this to stroke, then this paint is almost invisible on my screen. So let me just make the stroke width a bit bigger, maybe 5. And now you should see just a green rectangle which is empty inside. Maybe change this back to the fill so that you can all see the rectangle, the square actually. Here, for the example, I'm just providing some unit value so that every element will be scaled appropriately to the some unit. It will just be a 1/10 of a shortest side of my screen. And you can take a look at this object size. This is the size of my canvas, and I can just take shortest side, or I could take just width, or I could just take the height. And as you can see, this would scale. So I'm just using shortest side as a convenience to make some kind of a unit. Here I'm drawing my arrows, but we'll just skip them for now. And let's focus on the next method, which is draw rectangle. Here, my rectangle is drawn from, so if you take a look at the draw rect accepts rectangle and paint. So here at the second property, parameter, I'm just providing the green paint so that you can just use it. And above, you can see I'm creating my rectangle, and I'm using this handy constructor from LTWH. So it means from left, top, width, and height. So I'm using this values unit, and twice the unit for the sizes. I could use, for instance, 3 times 2, and this will change to be a bit wider. Then again, I'm creating another paint. In this paint, I'm going to use to draw another rectangle. However, this rectangle will be rounded rectangle. So rounded rectangle accepts not only the paint and rectangle, it accepts rounded rectangle, which is like an extension to rectangle that can accept a radius. Here, I'm just using radius circular of unit by 2. And as you can see, this rectangle here has rounded edges. I can make this bigger, I can make this smaller. And this is a really handy way to draw rounded rectangles. Then again, I'm defining my red paint. Here it's red and the stroke. A stroke width will be 2. And let's draw another simple shape, which is a circle. So maybe let me make this a bit more concise here. So canvas, draw circle. So if you, again, canvas, draw, and I've used draw circle. Yeah? So draw circle accepts the offset from the center, from the top left corner of a canvas, radius, and the paint. So my circle now is red because I'm using my red paint, and is of radius unit, and it's moved by 6 units to the right. If I change this to 7, I'm gonna move it a bit more. If I change it to 4, I'm gonna move it a bit to the left. Take notice that this red circle is drawn on top of the green and blue. So if I make this a bit wider, you can see that this covers this. So the order of painting matters. So if I just copy this or cut and paste it above, then now the blue rectangle is on top of the red. Yeah. So this is how it works, and you have to make sure that the order is correct. Maybe let's move this a bit to the left, to the right. Sorry. You can clearly see that the order matters. Now let's draw something more interesting. So there's another handy method that allows you to draw arc, and maybe just move the arc a bit to the bottom. So this will be a bit bigger. No, not this. So left top width here. This will be a bit to the bottom, maybe even more than 2. And this, let's make it a bit to the left. So draw arc. So this draws arc like a piece of pie, and it has this handy property called use center. And this is now set to true. If I set this to false, you can see that this arc now is not using center to be drawn. It just connects the start and end. And I can change, for instance, the angles that this is using. So this is the sweeping angle, and this is, let's say, -1. So this changes the arc angle. Let's go back to true and maybe draw the other arc the same, but now let's use false. So I need to move this a bit. And maybe this will be just. Yeah, so as you can see, I can easily move around all the elements on my canvas. And now for the last element for this part, let's draw some points. So here I'm generating some points. I'm using this handy operator called for inside the array operator inside the braces. And I'm just using this to generate some points. I'm using random so that they will be scattered across the screen. And now take a look. These are all the points that I have here. If I refresh my screen, you can see that they are changing position because I'm using random. And this paint method is being called all the time on each build. Yeah, so because if you go to my should repaint, I'm having true. If I would change this to false, and this painter, I think this doesn't work as expected, but because the random is applying. So the points are a bit square, so we can change this. So we have our red paint somewhere. And I think that we can, what you can do is change the paint even here. So we can, for instance, change the stroke cap to stroke cap round. And as you can see, all the points changed to be rounded. Maybe let's make it a bit stroke width to maybe like 8 or even 18. Yeah, so as you can see, they are all now rounded, not squared. I can comment this out, and this changes how they look like. And one last important method is draw paint, and draw paint is just painting paint on a canvas, which is kind of funny, and it just covers everything with a single color. Or if you would use maybe gradient, you would use gradient, but we're going to look at gradients in a second. So we covered all of that. If you have any questions, feel free to post them. And now let's move on to some more complex shapes. If you could just let me know how much time do I have. And let's go back to my code. We're going to look at foreground painter, background painter, use some gradients, make some complex shapes, and we'll take a look at the should repaint. So if I go to my main method, main file, let me uncomment my complex shapes. Ta-da! And here's my next example. And again, you can see my hello world. And here's a very interesting thing, and I hope you like that. Yeah, let's take a look how this was actually drawn. So let's go to complex shapes file. Again, here's just my custom paint. I'm using custom painter. And maybe this is a good point to just see what's the difference between painter and foreground painter. So I can actually use both of them, but let me just uncomment this one. So as you can see, my foreground painter is painting over the text, and my painter is painting under the text. So this is very handy method to use if you, let's say, want to cover something or something like that. So let's take a look at my complex painter, which is here. Again, I'm just drawing the canvas size, which is just a blue rectangle, and I'm drawing arrows. So what I also do is that right now my yellow gradient paint is not like a solid color, but this is a gradient. So what I do here is I'm creating my paint, and I'm applying a shader. Shader is something from graphics, computer graphics, if you've heard of it, that can be applied, and actually the graphics engine will paint for you what you defined. And here I'm using a gradient shader. So this is from the UI library. So if we take a look at the top of my screen, I'm importing Dart colon UI as UI. So this is a library from the Dart SDK that is defining how gradients can be created. And this is just a start of a gradient. So gradient starts at the 0, 0, ends at size, width, height, size, height. So it ends here. And I'm using two colors, yellow and red. And the paint is covering the whole page. So if I would use, for instance, canvas draw paint here, and I would use yellow gradient paint, it should cover the whole screen with the gradient, as you can see. But this is not what I'm going to do today. This is just, I'm just going to show a part of it as a custom path. And this is very important. This is very handy thing in custom painting, is a path. So path is just a series of operations and that you can apply. And maybe let me comment some of this so that we can focus on single part at a time. So firstly, the path is empty, but then I'm adding an arc to the path. This arc is from a rectangle here. It just covers this kind of rectangle. It has starting angle equal to 0 and ending angle equal to 1.2 or 1.3 times pi. So as you can see, I can easily change this to have more of that. And then I'm applying another path operation, which is relative quadratic Bezier tool. So Bezier curves are handy vector objects that can be defined. For instance, here, the quadratic can be defined with 4 points. And if you take a look here, we have another element. Let me maybe just move it a bit to the right. So I'm just changing the X component here, and you can see this is moving to the right. Then there's another handy method, relative cubic tool. This now accepts 6 elements, and as you can see, it created another complex line here. And there is a very handy tool. I'm going to show it later if I will have time to generate these curves, but you can also take it from your designer, from your vector program. And take note that these were relative curves, so they were always computed from the point where you left off. So we can imagine that you were moving some kind of a tool, and here the relative curve was provided, added to the point that you finished. And then you can also add a quadratic Bezier, which is absolute coordinates. And this was drawn this kind of curve back to some point, and it was connected then because it is a closed path. What is kind of important with paths is that you can move them around. So we can move path without even drawing that. So if you would just use unit and unit, this isn't working. Oh, because I'm adding arc by absolute coordinates, but if I would just use here, as you can see, so this was using absolute coordinates. That's why the move tool wasn't applied. But if I'm using just relative coordinates, then my tool can be moved around, and the next operation will be conducted from the point it left off. Okay, now let's, this is just drawn with, like, I created this path here, and I'm using this yellow gradient paint. Let's take a look at something more complex, which is a Pacman. So Pacman, I extracted the method to do it. So I'm having yellow paint, black paint, and I'm just drawing 2 arcs. So first arc is yellow, is from this angle to this angle, and the second is black paint. And the only difference between them, so they are both the same operations, but the only difference is that the paint, once is stroke and one is filled. And this is how you can create a simple Pacman. Then we can create even more complex shapes. So this is a dash, Flutter dash. And this is actually something that I've painted on my own. Maybe let me make the text a bit more dim. So the text won't cover this. So dash was created a bit more tediously. So I just had my body, which was path. It was oval. I had my tail, wing, tip, eye, top, left leg, right leg. So I'm using all these path operations to do it. Face, I was translating my canvas, and then drawing all the paths that I created. So as you can see, it was a bit tedious. But after like a couple of hours, it was ready to be shown. And actually, this is open source, so I will share the source code with you later if you want to see. And recently, I've started to do something more complex, which is a NASA logo. It's not finished yet, but like this was done in a bit more automated way. So I just took the SVG of NASA logo and just created. So I have my NASA painter. So this is one important use case. You don't always have to make all the operations here. You can just create another painter, which is another custom painter. So we can nest them or embed them inside your custom painter or provide them from the outside. And here again, you have some paint method. You create all of that. This is some commented, but you can see this is a lot of code. This was semi-automated to create from SVG. And then you can just create this custom painter and use it to paint on your canvas on your size. And this is pretty handy because this way you can extract some parts. If you have very complex painter and you don't want to store the code in one place, you can extract some of parts of it outside. Okay, this is all when it comes to complex shapes. I think I have like 5 minutes left. So let me just show you something very important in canvases. So Canvas has these two methods, or even three: save, save layer, and restore. And I'm going to show you some examples of them. Let's go to the main. So if you have some complex or some overlaying operations on your canvas, save layer. So this is blank canvas. So let me show you the first part.
Well, 5 minutes left. You're right.
Thanks a lot. Let me just quickly refresh everything. So as you can see, you cannot see anything, but let me show you what is drawn here. So here we have just drawing the paint, which is first red, and then we cover this with white. So if I would uncomment this, then the did I save this? Why is not working? Why? Save layer, save layer. I think that was the point. Live coding is not always perfect. So here you can see oh, I uncommented too much. Yeah. So I wanted to show you. Here we have this red rounded rectangle and white rounded rectangle. So this was the comment error. So the point here is that I'm drawing a white rectangle over the red rectangle, and I'm using this save layer method here. And by saving the layer, we skip so-called anti-aliasing operation, so that first the red paint is painted, then the white, and only after that the anti-aliasing is provided, and the red is covered, so the red won't be included in that. But if we do it a bit differently, so we won't use the canvas save in a manner that we used here. So here, I'm not sure if you can see, there is like a red border around, because first the red paint was painted, the anti-aliasing was applied, and then the white paint was painted, and then again the anti-aliasing was applied, and this caused this issue. I have short, like small screenshots. So this is what happens when you have like a improper order of operations, and this can happen especially if you like have two elements that just stick to each other or they cover each other. So in such cases, it can happen that this kind of issue appears, and you have to figure out with save layers how to do it better. Now I don't have much time, so let me just quickly show you how to animate a custom painter. And if you know something about animations,
2 minutes left.
Sure. So 2 minutes for animations. So if you know something about animations, you can just create animated builder, and from this animated builder, you can provide something to your painter. So here I'm just providing a scale. So let me just quickly show you how this works in real life. Okay. So basic animations. Here we have like two animations going. The first one is a loading indicator, you can say, and the second one is just like some kind of line that is being drawn. Maybe let's turn off this line for a bit. Yeah, so here we have our loading animation. This is how it's done. I have my animation controller in my state. I just enable this and make it repeat indefinitely. And I need to dispose this, of course. Here I'm just having my animated builder that gets this animation controller. Here I'm creating a tween. A tween is like a mapping of an animation controller value to some kind of a range. So I'm using double from -1 to 1. And I also apply some current animation. I can, for instance, change this to is in out, so that now if you take a look at this animation, it slows down and then goes faster, and then it will slow down and will go faster because I applied this easing here, so curved animation. And if you take a look at my custom paint, now it's infinite and it accepts animated painter, and this animated painter accepts this double value from the size twin. Yeah. This is a final property on a painter. So this painter is recreated on each change of the value. I have just my blue paint and I just draw the arc. Now I'm using the scale value here and here. So if I wouldn't use this, it would just stick in one place, of course, but I'm using this. This is 2 times slower than this, yeah, because this is divided by 2 and translated a bit. And the most important part about animations that I want you to remember is that if you want to be performant, you should, in your should repaint method, you should compare your current value that you are basing your animation on to the old value. If they are the same, you don't draw. If they are different, you draw because something changed and you need to redraw. And thanks to that, you just rely on your animated builder, because animated builder is a widget that will handle the rebuilding based on your animation for you, so that you don't have to, because you can also like just add listener, set state, but we don't want to do it. We just want to use animated builder. And thanks to that, you can do pretty complex things. So just like quickly, let me show you like what you can do just with custom painters. So this is done in Flutter, and this is all done with custom painters. So this is my code pen, and I can encourage you to check it out if you have time. So there are many cool code pens available. So this is just a game made with just a custom painter. This is open source if you want to see. And I have also created another game that you can play also. This is also done only with custom painters. If you got disconnected from the internet, I think you have seen this. So this kind of things, this is very fun to do if you want to try out and understand custom painters. I highly encourage you to see also what other people are doing. So let me just quickly show you some examples. I'm not sure if I can easily, yeah, I need to just scroll down here. So there's like a great web page with code pens. I'm going to post this. Please share this with the audience. And people are creating amazing things with custom painters. Also, if you want to learn more about how to use custom painters in like real life examples, I highly recommend the Christoph talk that will be tomorrow, or like whatever you like, at 7:10 UTC. And he's going to talk about decorations in Flutter, and custom painters can be used not only like as a images, but also as a decorations to a widget. So for instance, Flutter logo, very popular widget, is just also a custom painter which was used to decoration. So thanks. I think I am done. I highly encourage you to see my profile on CodePen if you want to play with that. I'm going to share my presentation later with the organizers. So if you want to see some custom painters in action, here you can go. I have some animated logos and some other stuff. If you want to learn more, feel free to reach out to me or ask questions on Q&A. I am very thankful to the organizers for inviting me and for having this opportunity to talk to you. I hope you enjoyed. There is a lot to cover in custom painters, I know, and 40 minutes is a bit short time. I hope this will give you some kind of motivation to try it out on your own. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Charlie, for hosting me. And I invite you to the next talk in a second.
Dziękuję, Dominik. Thank you very much.
Proszę uprzejmie.
So it was really nice. Thanks for that. It was quite descriptive, and I would like to ask you a question. Would you be able to join the Q&A panel after the next speaker?
Yes, I will be able. Not sure if I will be able to stay until the end of the Q&A, but hopefully as long as possible, because it's getting late a bit here in Poland, but hopefully at least for some fraction of the Q&A.
Perfect. Thank you so much. See you soon then.
Thanks a lot. Take care. Bye-bye.
Welcome everyone to the Cross-Platform Mobile Development Summit. Today we are talking about different approaches of using Flutter and React Native. This is a summit that takes 24 hours around the globe of non-stop speeches. And now we are on a junior track out of 2 tracks, junior and senior. So we're now on the junior track. And our next presentation is about dependency injection into Modular. So the development with Flutter brings a lot of discussions with it. Well, you know about it, right? That's why we are here. So just like any other way of development, one of them is the instantiation of dependencies, which stands for simply giving the classes what they need to work. There's a lot of solutions to do that, and the number grows as the community does. And we can see that it really grows fast and a lot. Therefore, the Brazilian community of Flutter called Flutterando developed a way to do it. So they maintain a package named Modular, which is inspired by the dependency injection of Angular framework. This package brings the facility of doing direct injection on Angular to Flutter, and the gains in the app structure are just amazing. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, IT Bachelor and Flutter mobile developer for F-Team, Adby Santos. Welcome, how are you doing?
Hey guys, I hope you're having some fun.
We do.
Thanks Charlie for having me here. It will be a pleasure to talk here.
Thanks a lot. So tell us a few words about yourself. In the meantime, you can add your, you can share your screen, and I will slightly add it online. Meanwhile, tell us just a few words about yourself, about where you are right now, or where are you from, and why, like, what inspired you into Flutter? Just a few words to warm up and then jump into your presentation. At the end of it, I will jump and I will say 5 minutes left and 2 minutes, and that's it.
Perfect. Well, I was born in Brazil. I am 22. I have studied Flutter since September last year. I became really interested about Flutter when I saw some talks like that about widgets, the beautiful widgets that you can create with Flutter, and that's it. Flutter is awesome. That's that's the reason I am here.
Well, yeah, it sounds good. Yeah. So, can you bring your can you share your screen, please? Yeah.
Okay. Let me see here. Share screen. Okay. You guys are seeing my...
Not yet, but you can arrange everything on your screen, and then I'll just bring it online. So keep safe there.
Okay, that's...
How's the safety in Brazil? Actually, I have like a few friends from there, and I remember that the situation was quite, let's say, quite hard in the spring and starting of the summer. So how is the situation right now? Are you keeping safe and everything?
Oh, it's really the same here. Don't
like
change
everywhere
a lot. Everywhere is opening. The pandemic is getting low, so people are getting everywhere, even without masks. So
yeah, I understand you. Yeah,
the situation it's getting normal. So that's it.
Okay, I got you. Meanwhile, I can see that on your screen, it's probably a different screen. I can see your face there, tab. Okay, now I can see the presentation. So let's add it here. Now it is online.
Perfect.
Now it is live. You're good to go.
Oh, perfect. Today I want to talk about Modular, which is a package that helps us to manage your app's dependencies in order to use less battery and also use less memory. So that's a topic a little bit advanced, like a engineer from Google. Actually, he is Google advocate. He said that performance is a topic that you don't need to worry about a lot, like because Flutter is fast by default. So that's a topic that you don't need to worry a lot. That's it. So I can pass it. Okay, those will be our topics. First, I will talk about a bit dependency injection in order to establish some kind of a foundation, and then we'll talk about Modular a bit, and then next we'll show some code to illustrate what we are seeing. So, who am I? I was born, as I said before, in Brazil. I'm Flutter developing F team. I'm co-organized in Flutter Rondo, the community that brings this package, and I have a IT degree for UFERSA. That's it. So, what is dependency injection? As I said before, dependency injection is not only about gather the parts of your apps. Dependency injection is about optimization, and optimization is a big thing when we see those big players of the industry. I wonder if you guys know AMD, Nvidia, Intel. All of their products either are about more power, and or more performance, be more powerful, and spend the same level of power, of energy, or um, be the, bring the same level of performance and spend less power. So if you bring the concept of power to mobile, to development with apps, we could have the battery. The battery is the power in mobile. So we have this. On the other hand, we have memory. Memory in the mobile devices is the capacity of the device to manage all the things that your app needs in order to it look in order to it look in order to it does to it do what it really needs to does, you know. And that's it. To simplify this concept, we can see the following sentence. We want to call x for the y reason at the z place at the a time. So we don't want to load all the things that your app have all the time at the same time. We want just load what it really needs to work. Like if you are working with authentication, and when you log into the app, you don't need authentication anymore. So you can just dispose it from the memory stack, and then free space for more modules, more features of your app. Okay. Look at this case. We have 3 modules and we have low memory available. So we have this start module, some kind of splash. We have this authentication module for logging to the app, and we have this home module, and this module does some requests, use some services, some repositories. So it is a little bit huge. So let's go. What is the result when we are using our app? When we put all of them on the stack, we will have this situation. The memory will not be sufficient, will not be enough to allow to all of these methods, to all of these modules, okay? And we don't want this to happen, okay? So using modular, we have this situation. We have start module first, then we log into the app, then we dispose these not used modules and put only home on the memory stack, okay? And here are some modular pillars, some concepts that modular brings. Automatic memory management, as I said before. Dynamic routing, we can pass arguments, so from the same code base, we can show different kinds of content, like we can pass a code product in front that code product, we can show the characteristics of each one of them, okay? Each one of the products. Then we have dependency injection, as I said before also. We really want to load what we really need at a specific context, like authentication, okay? And code modularization, each part of the app, it could have some repositories like data sources, its own models, controllers, pages, okay? That's it. Here are some illustrations of the concepts explained before. Here we have a GIF to illustrate the automatic memory management. We have first the app module is our main, okay? Then we have the start module initializing. Then we have authentication and the user log into the app. Then we have the home module initializing and the modular dispose start and authentication. Then the memory became a little bit more free. We have some more space. And we can also pass in some parameters. Here we have a little structure of modular. That's a module. Here we have the routers for that module. This route is just this modular.initial route is just a string with a slash. So it's our first page. Our first page is home page. Here we have a route to other module, and here we pass an argument, an ID, and we can pass like it's shown here. Here we have a push name to home. Home is that module. Sample is that route, and the ID is this is ID. We can pass it here, and to access this ID, we can do a i.args.parameters, and then we have access to a map, and in this map we have the ID key. and this ID key will be 1 in this case, and the value will be 1 actually. Here we have the dependency injection, and in binds we have the dependencies of this module. It's app module, so the dependencies loaded here are for the whole app. Okay, that's our there are routes here: initial route, start module, authentication module, and home to home module. Okay, and some code modularization. Here we do a push name, so we have, if you are in start module and go to authentication module, we will have start module and authentication module on the stack, okay, on the memory stack. And if you do a push named and remove until, we want to push to home, we want to navigate to home, and we want to dispose all the modules that were loaded. Okay, so talk is cheap, just show them the code. As Linus Torvalds said, we have to show the code. Okay, so I've opened the Visual Code before, so I wanna create some simple project to my god, my camera is freezing, I think. Okay, let's create some simple app here. Flutter some simple project here to integrate the modular from the scratch. Okay, Flutter create Geekle example, no, Geekle talk. Okay, it's running. Let's go, guy. Yeah, it worked. Geekle talks. Okay, it worked. So we have a simple project. We have here the hello world from Flutter. Okay, that's a counter app. I remember the first time I created a project with Flutter, I read all of these comments. I don't remember them, but I remember that I read. Okay, let's just erase that. Okay. So, to integrate Modular here, we need to first type on dependencies, Flutter, Modular. I think the version is 2.0.1. Oh, let me put this here. Okay. Okay, I think it's working. Just see the lock. Modular. Okay, it's here. Let's just organize that a bit. Let's create a folder named app and a folder named modules. That's just a simple organization. It's not so deep. So let me create a kind of that create the file app widget to put my mature app there. Okay. So I will change its name to app widget Okay. And let me cut this from here. Start. And that can be start. Okay. Start page dot start. Okay. Let me import material. Oh, my calendar just appeared. Let me change its name to start and import it here. Okay. And here we put, we will write app widget. Okay. That's just a test. We can delete this. Okay. We have this pretty simple app here. Then we want to integrate the modular here. So first we create the app module here, app module dot dart. We put this app widget inside app instead of modules folder. Okay, app module. So I want to create a class named app module that extends from main module. We have only one main module for all the application. Okay. Here we import material. Okay, I'll explain each one of them. So as I said before, binds are the dependencies of this module. It's the app module, so these dependencies loaded here are for the whole app. Okay. So Bootstrap, it's our app widget. We load it here. Okay. And here in main, we change app widget for a modular app. Import modular. And here we put a module, app module. It will be the first module. Okay. App widget. Okay. Routers, we will change this to just because it's a list of modular router, we have to put a modular router. So it receives a router name, so we can put just a slash. And here we put a child for a page or a module. We could have a module as our first page. Okay, a module is just a page that load a lot of things, like a lot of repositories, services, you know, these things. Okay, we will have a page for our first module. It will be start page. We put child here, and it receives context and args and returns a widget. Okay, it's a function. We put start page here, and okay, it's done. It's our first route. Okay, so here in app widget we'll erase this and put a initial route. modular instead. Initial import here, initial route, it's just a slash, as I said before. And here we put our navigator key. We use modular.navigator key. And finally we put a generate route to intercept our navigation. Okay, Modular does some stuff to organize our routes, our dependencies. Okay, and here we put modular.generate route. Okay, I think it's done. We can run it, build and run it. Okay, I think it's ready. Let me start this. I could create some modules to see the disposing, to see this start being disposed. Okay, can create a module here, start module.dart. It's initializing. It will take a little longer than I thought. Okay, let's create a module. As I said before, the app module is only one for all the app. Okay, all of the others will be child modules. Okay, here we put a start module that extends from from child module. Okay, and we have to write this. Well, I forgot something. Oh, okay. It was pointed some error, but it's not anymore. So we have to write this static inject get to inject app module dot off. We have to write this thing. It's just it's part of the modular stuff, so I'm just writing. So tab is building. I think it is built. It have built. So I'm gonna show it. It's not running on my phone yet. Okay, it ran. So I'll try to run here, but okay, it's not working yet. I think that there are some errors. I'll try to search what is. I'll try to find what is happening. So widget, okay. Start page. What is that? Don't know what is happening. it's happening somewhere else. Like Dominik said before, live coding is not the awesome thing, a awesome thing. It's happening something is strange.
5 minutes left.
Okay, I'll run this other project. I've opened it before just in case, so it was really needed. I'll run it. Okay, it stopped, so I run it on my phone. Okay, certainly it will run. Thanks God it's open. I opened it before. So that was the example app that I used to take those images we saw before. Here we have oh no, it's just home module, but it's running. Let me just run it. It take a little longer. It's taking a little longer than I thought, but that's pretty simple. Modular is not so complex. You can even use some CLI to help you as Slidey. I often use it, and it's pretty nice. Oh, it ran. Okay. Let's just show the app running. That's not so much to see here yet, but let me write something fast just to see something. Let me write some column, children, center that, and put just a text.
10 minutes left.
Okay. Oh, it's here, but I haven't written some complex code to show here, but we can use Modular to manage our dependencies and do some stuff like that, like dynamic routing, and
1 minute left.
That's it. Thanks for watching, and thanks for Geekle for all the support, and that's it. Are you
Cool.
listening?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
Muito obrigado. It was a
Oh.
it was a nice presentation. First of all, how do you feel about this? Like, is it your first online conference, or did you take part on this before?
Oh, it's my first in English.
Mm.
It's not my first. In Portuguese, I did a lot of stuff like that, like videos, like conferences. But in English, it's my first.
Congratulations, then. How to say that?
Thanks.
Parabéns. So we are now joining the Q&A panel discussion, right? So before that, just a quick thing. Like, we know that it's not always possible to stay awake and alert for the entire 24 hours stream, so we've provided video recordings for you to enjoy at your leisure. They can be found at Video Geekle US, and though there is a small fee attached, we put these earnings back into the editing process to be able to provide you with the highest quality content. So I'm putting that now to the chat. Sorry, not to the chat. I'm posting this as a comment to YouTube. And now we are bringing everyone to the panel discussion. So welcome, Dominik.
Hi.
Welcome.
Good to be back.
Ashita.
Hello, Nick. Hello, Ashita.
I think I need to change the white balance a bit.
And
Hello,
Max.
Hey.
We are here. So, wow, plenty of people. That's just perfect. Okay, everyone's online. So we would like to encourage now everyone to start putting their questions to the YouTube comments. There's 72 people right now survived till this moment. So first of all, let's welcome them. You guys are the bravest ones. And our speakers, I understand that some of you guys just woke up in really early morning or even in the midnight. For the others, it's midnight already. So we are kind of now, I would say that we represent now almost all the time zones and the biggest differences, and probably the entire Earth here, which is great. How do you feel, guys? Are you excited in general with this way of presenting things online and sharing it, especially when you cannot see the audience reaction like directly?
Yeah, this is usually a problem because you don't know if you're boring people and they're falling asleep or they're cheering for you or something like that. And of course, this feeling is missing. But fortunately, like for instance, in my case, I try to follow the chat. I try to follow the reactions of people. So we have this so I have this like a setup, a second monitor just for that, and just speaking from time to time, just to know what's going on. But of course, it's not always possible. And of course, the whole atmosphere around going after the talk and asking and just chatting. This is something that I hope will come back to soon.
Yay, that's perfect. All right, I've got a couple of questions that we can start with, and I hope that will be interesting for the juniors community. So from my perspective as a project manager, let's say I can imagine mixing my team if I would work with Flutter. So I can imagine mixing my team with a few seniors, middle developers, and then juniors as well, in order to grow up the next generation. So what kind of advices you would give to juniors in order to start? I already asked different approaches to these questions. So now we would say, let's imagine we have a project. Like we would like to build a team and we would like to build a project. And the project would be something with modern mobile development. In most cases, let's say this is an application that has a few analytical dashboards and reads it from the backend. So how would you recommend from one side to guide juniors and also to junior people what approaches to take, or maybe what questions to ask, or how to join into this entire project. Does it sound clear?
Yeah, so I think we're going to have a talk. Like we can just make a talk about this, and everybody can share their experience. Yeah.
And before that, I would like to establish a few quick rules in order to keep the discussion quick and smooth and allow me to moderate it faster. Whenever you would like to say something, raise one finger. If someone already raised it, just book the second or the third place in the queue so that I can moderate you, maybe sometimes push a little bit faster or change the subject and so on. Just like I would like to act as the RabbitMQ, for example. Perfect. So who would like to go first? Okay, Max, and then Dominik booked the second. Perfect. You see how it works.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
So it's quite a broad question, right? To bring juniors and seniors always together. And the worst and the biggest problem maybe is that you cannot do just something like pair programming, because if you have someone who is very strong and someone who is a bit weaker, he don't really grasp all the details. He doesn't bring value to the pair programming usually, and that keeps the stuff against. Additionally, senior developers tend to overrule juniors sometimes. So they sit beside of someone and tell them exactly what to do, and of course everything is super easy. And senior developers have also that tend to say always, it's easy, it's very clear, and that works. It's so easy. Why don't you understand that? And this makes it super hard to ask questions, because as soon as you hear that is super easy, you're, why don't I understand that? That is so easy. I can't understand it. I'm so and this leads to the imposter syndrome that a lot of junior developers, and especially people who are coming from another industry to the software engineering field feel at the end, because they hear all the time it is very easy, which is really not. Even though if we are having it done all the time and again and again and again, you forget so many things very quickly. Especially, I think dependency injection is already a word that is so many buzzwords in one thing, and to grasp it and understand it, it's not easy. My advice for junior developers usually is to just don't get afraid of any questions. Ask everything, and search people in a team who are willing to answer them, and who have also a talent to explain something, because not every software developer can explain equally. There are some who are explaining very well, very clear for juniors, and some, they just don't explain it very well. It's not their strong suit. They are maybe very technical, so that's fine. And yeah, that's my point of view. So Dominik, it's your turn.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I agree 100% with what you said, Max. And it's not been long since I've been like a junior and onboarding several teams. And I remember when I was joining my first company, and what was really important for me back then was some kind of leadership that was already in place back there. So some more experienced developers that were already on the team. And I remember, I think I will remember like for the whole my time, like Carol, who was like the senior developer that just sit with me, and we were going through some problems at the beginning, and it was like my first programming job. And of course, right now in the remote world, it's a bit more difficult, but we still have some Zoom conferences, Hangouts, and so on. So I guess having a leader in your company, if you're hiring somebody, make sure that you have somebody like that will be guiding all of your, or at least some part of the junior staff. And if you don't have such people in your company, maybe try to think of ways to encourage people to actually become them, and give them free time or some space when they are working to maybe sharpen their skills, like interpersonal skills. And right now I'm really happy to be to work in projects where this kind of relationship actually works. So there are more advanced, more experienced developers that just have some space to guide people to be their like tutors, or maybe like just to check in from time to time to see if everything's working fine. Because Usually, as you Max said, people are hesitating to ask questions because they think that they should already understand everything. And you have to actually pull these questions from them sometimes. Yeah, if somebody is a bit less open than like, let's say, some average, so you have to ask the questions not only as a junior but also as a senior. You have to be aware of people that, for instance, may have some problems with their task, or they don't know how to start, and you can see that like somebody's just starting the same task for the second day. So maybe that's the moment when you should actually ask, or maybe in private. So maybe somebody ashamed or something like that.
Enough.
And that I think is really important, to give the space for senior developers to give a helping hand to juniors.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you.
So
Ashita?
Yeah, so what I would like to add is basically, as when you start as a product developer, the skill which is most underrated, as both of you said, is communication. I think you must also strive to build your communication skills so that 2, 3, 5 years down the line, when you are at a manager level, you are a good communicator. Because what I have found in a lot of developers, and even me myself, when I was working as a developer, our communication skills are not up to the mark. Like, if you see people from the business side, they do have impeccable communication skills. So if you improve your communication, like try to explain your product to the business side as well, I think that's a very key skill which you can develop, which you can actually start working on from the very start of your career itself.
Perfect. Thank you. Adby, would you like to share a few words from your side?
Oh, okay. I have seen some juniors, okay, on the community, and they always have a lot of questions. And at the most part of the time, I help them with these questions. But when they see some senior guy or kind of it, they really be they don't ask them. They as they said before, they most part of the time we have to pull the questions from them. So if you are a junior, you have to ask something you want to learn, and that's it.
Thank you. That's completely true. And now I'd like to bring up a little bit of like deeper discussion. So you say that communication is a key in terms of the team building and so on. We also know that communication is a key in the microservices architecture. So when we are building our internal our own ecosystem, first thing that we have to ensure is that we have a good communication between all the modules, instances, microservices, and so on. So let's think this way. Bring now. So imagine that you are building an entire ecosystem. You are even planning and building it. So you would like to ensure that you have enough communication between all modules. Could you describe a little bit which approach or which simple rules would you recommend in order to build this ecosystem, and also how to test it? Right? So which are the ways to automatically test it without, like, I don't know, manually ping each API or service and so on? Raise up your fingers and go ahead. I can bring more.
I will just explain myself why I'm not answering this question. So I think I'm not an expert in this kind of planning of this kind of large scale applications. I used to, when I was backend engineer, I used to do some kind of similar things for the governmental projects. But I was just like a junior or mid-level programmer back then.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, in mobile world, usually we focus on like just the client side. Sometimes, of course, there is integration into the backend, but the very nice thing about doing mobile is that you don't have to actually do the backend. So that's nice thing. When it comes to testing, you have several ways to do it. And what is nice about both Flutter and React Native is that the testing suite is very, very well built, and there's like a lot of ways to test everything and automate this, so that you, like, of course, you have to spend some time on that in the beginning, but in the long term, you will save a lot of pain and time and money if you do it properly from the beginning.
Well, yeah. So okay, I didn't mean actually the huge infrastructures. I would say that mostly I mean the data flow, or just transferring the states from one screen to another one, or from one action to another, or from one microservice to another one. If you have a few services that have they have a different functionality. For example, you have your like UI, and then the general UI, but there you also have a few different screens that just change depending on the state. So maybe I'm digging into the wrong direction, but just correct me, and let's start this point into yeah, sure, Max.
Okay.
First and second.
I have a good understanding, I think. So there are a lot of parts here that you mentioned already, and I think what hesitated us most was modules, because that is always a very big term that could be anything architectural, right?
Right.
From data flow and state management, I'm pretty sure everyone has here in this room or a very strong opinion, most likely. There are tons and tons and tons in Flutter, and I think everyone tried at least 2, maybe 3. I personally using Redux as state management mostly because I just like it, and I use it also in React, and I transferred it to Flutter, and I'm still working with it. Of course, there's Riverpod, Provider, yeah, you name it, there's everything. And I think there are many, like Felix Angelov, who created a fantastic package with block pattern, which is also amazing. They are also all fantastically manageable and testable. So that is a very good point. I worked also in enterprise businesses. So to keep the communication on all the modules in very big architectural understanding strong, then you always try to keep loosely coupled. You have solid state management, or you have solid principles in your mind, and kind of this stuff. And of course, this is a very big topic. So we can, of course, explain that, but I think that would, burst the part here. And I think Dominik wants to say something, and he's already looking afraid to the side, so I think he has to leave. So
yeah.
yeah. Thanks, Max, for pointing at me. Yeah, I actually will have to leave because it's getting late here. But I wanted to add something to what Max said here. Like, I use Redux, and it's pretty powerful. I prefer Flutter block library by Felix Angelov, but I'm also using some other libraries. Actually, it actually doesn't matter so much what library are you using in your apps. So what I try to like promote or present is some kind of layered architecture, so that you have distinct layers, so that let's say you have a service layer, repository layer, maybe some kind of local state layer, and then your UI. And like this separation usually gives you this flexibility, so that, let's say, if you just want to test your services, you can just do it in isolation. You can mock them, you can replace them, and this gives you a lot of freedom. And the same happens with repositories. If you want to change your, let's say, mobile backend, like the backend that you have inside of your application, then having separation between layers gives you this nice flexibility. So this is something that I would recommend. And this also gives you ability so that you can split your work between different team members. So somebody can do the backend, somebody can do the front end of the mobile application. Yeah, that's the let's say term that we're using in mobile, but it's not related to this general understanding of backend and front end, of course. I Unfortunately, I will have to leave right now, but I wanted to thank you, Charlie. Thank you all of the speakers, and I hope you will have a great time. And there's like a long queue of talks waiting for you. For me tonight, for somebody else, it could be today. So I hope you will enjoy. Thanks a lot for hosting me, and I hope to see you soon, maybe on some next conference.
That's great. Thank you, Dominik. Enjoy,
Dominik.
and we hope to see you soon on our next events. Okay, would you like to keep going the same discussion, or we can, or we should like start something else? What do you think, Ashita and Adby?
Okay, I think we are back.
So basically, when it comes to state management, I think we have a ton of packages, as we all know. It's always a hot topic in Flutter. People have very, very strong opinions, and right now we can see the discussion that's going on. So, as a personal choice, I use provider, but again, that's because I feel it is more suited to my need. But you can go ahead. So, just on Flutter Gems, also we have more than 50 packages in the state management category. So you can just go ahead and what suits your requirement, you can use that. So that's from my side.
Thank you. Adby, would you like to share something from your side?
Oh, I see they are using kind of Redux and Block, something like that. I have used Mobex, and I haven't used not provider or Block, but this topic I haven't studied yet, so that's it.
That's fine, no worries. We still have a few more things that we actually can present. So now, again, we there's a question actually I can bring you to the screen. So the question sounds like this: keeping stuff into chunks to make a big and clean architecture. So do you understand what they mean? Would you like to maybe rephrase this into a better question?
I think what is meant is what. Oh, sorry.
Sure.
I think what it meant is just that you have to keep your things modularized, right? I think what Dominik said was very good. So, for example, in the front end, you have also your layers, even though it is just a client. You have your views, you have your services, and on top you have your data layer or repository, and they need to interact with each other. So what would happen if we replace, for example, Firebase with something else, with a normal database that we create ourselves? If we now have that abstract layer of a repository, usually we just have to change this layer and we can keep everything down like it is. We don't have to touch it. And that is very important. So this is what we actually want to achieve with a clean architecture. And of course, this exists also in Flutter. It exists exactly the same way in backend, and we have to make sure that this is possible. And that's why I always refer to the solid principles somehow, because there is the dependency inversion principle inside, and there is the Liskov principle, and all how they named, all of them play into this possibility that you can interchange all of them and replace them correctly. And I think we all try to keep that in line. But state management on the other side, I'm always use whatever is best for you, or what you suit, or what you get used to, because even set state is pretty good to use without any problems at the end. It's just if you want something high end, or if you want to traverse this tree, or want to be more performant, then you will not come around to use something sophisticated at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So what you're saying is basically, if correct and fix me if I'm wrong. So what you're saying is that there's actually plenty of tools and instruments that can bring you each of them brings the main functionality. So if you only need the main part of it, you can choose most of the available packages or tools, and then if you need something specific, then dig deeper into each specific one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Let me try to address a few more specific questions. So now we've been talking about choosing, actually selecting your packages and as well establishing your own ecosystem. And now I would like to address this question to Ashita. So to make it a little bit more specific. So while you are bringing your while you're building your own ecosystem, which simple rules you would like to describe, just a few basic rules in order to build this, like to build my own personal ecosystem in my own way? Which generic rules would you recommend?
What ecosystem do you mean, basically? Like your app, your entire application?
Yeah.
Basically.
For the application. And if it's possible, maybe you could bring two different examples just of simple applications, but with different choice of the ecosystem, in like to explain which one is better and why. And then we can switch further in order to describe how would you like to test it, for example. That could be interesting combination. So go ahead.
So again, like basically when it comes to what will you choose, so it depends a lot on your requirements. Basically, so first you have to understand what your requirement is. Then you have to, as we discussed in the previous question, you have to decide what architecture do you want to go ahead with, what like how do you want to, how much data exchange you are doing basically with the client side, with the server side. So you'll have to see that. Then you will have to go ahead and decide what kind of state management you want. So if I break it crudely, I can say that you will have a backend and a front end. So say you will decide what kind of state management packages you need, or what kind of operations you need to do at the backend. You might need to call an API. Say if you do a payment thing. So there is a Razor Pay plugin on Flutter. So say you might want to use that. So you might want to use a payment category package there. Or you will have to use state management in your backend. You'll have to do state management will actually run across both the things. There are things like this. And then when you come to the front end, so you will want to keep your front end separate again, so that when you go into iOS, you can easily change from material widgets to Cupertino widgets. And then you can decide, say in front end, whether you want, what sort of a text box you want, how do you want to take the user input. You can again decide packages based on that. Whether it's, say a very simple example, if you want a thing like an auto format masking, so you can choose that. And how do you want to let the user input and process the data. Again, that interaction between the front end and the back end will be there. So I think that's how you can actually go ahead and choose packages on Flutter Gems, or in general when you have to decide how you have to go about your ecosystem. But the main key thing is that you must always draw out your entire UI. You have to entirely, like, you must know that when I click here, my view, my, say, like we discussed in an example also that I showed in the street artist app. When you click on an image, it expands to a new screen completely. So you must know all those clicks and everything, all the navigation and everything. While building an app, you must like completely like you must have a blueprint of the entire thing so that you can build it efficiently.
Okay, thank you. That's, yeah, it made the things more clear. Now I would like to pass this question to Max in order to explain how to like bring some automated testing into it. And then I would bring a separate question to Adby regarding regarding having fun with custom painters on Flutter, because it's still a topic that we had, and we would like to shed a few more lights into these particular approaches to the widgets, if you don't mind, this way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then let me bring Max to the screen. You're here.
Yeah. Okay, so for dependencies, it's always a pretty difficult choice. If you have a software team, and especially if you begin with a Flutter project, so let's say we have 5 people, we want to create a Flutter app from the beginning till the end. We have 2 designers, we have 3 developers, a business owner, whatever. Now we start, we are trying to develop, and suddenly we come to some ideas. Oh, there is a package on pub.dev. This happens to all project teams, especially when you work with open source. Dependencies have the big benefit that you reduce your code base by a lot, and you can just import something and then it works. The problem with packages in Flutter is at the moment that we have like a very high fluctuation. That means packages are mostly still in 0.something version, and even if they are already released, fully released, you cannot be sure that everything works correctly and that the package is really maintained. So if you use, for example, state management, most of them are completely still supported and you can see everything on GitHub. If you take something else like, I don't know, story block connector XYZ from someone, then it is a completely different story, right? The framework itself is not now just 3 years old. We don't have the variety of an NPM package manager at the moment where we can just know that some of the packages are that well maintained that even if we find a problem, there are people who are working on it or people who we can support that this package getting better. So how can we test that? Actually, there are two possible ways. The first one is that we fork the whole repository just in case that we have something that is always a good state. And whenever we want to upgrade, we use that fork. There is some kind of artifactory, if you have ever heard of it. It downloads all the dependencies in a specific version so that we can make sure that our version will work at the end. So no matter what, and that we have also full control over this version. So that would be one way to test or make it more reliable. And to test all of that, well, it's not really good and easy for us to test dependencies because usually we try to focus on our own application. So that means we just assume that packages and dependencies work like they should. So that makes it always a bit difficult. So the best test for dependencies is always before we bring them into our project. That means whenever we have the time, we should take an hour and reflect all the packages, take a look inside of GitHub, check the tests, check the coverage, check the activity, stars on GitHub, all of these information, and then first bring it into a real world application. Because nothing worse than like you have a pay service that you always use and suddenly they archive their GitHub repository and you don't have access anymore to it. That doesn't care if you have just 2,000 users, but if you start, or even with 2,000, it's already pretty big. But if you have 5 users, it's not that big. But if you have like 2,000 or even more users that are affected by that, it's a nightmare and it costs a lot of money.
Right. Okay, thank you. And Adby, what would you say in terms of about the same, but maybe in terms of focusing a little bit more on dependencies management, I would say, because as I understood, the modular package is actually like for that mostly.
Okay. As they said before, the architecture is the thing here. Okay. When we have modular, we can use at the same context we can use a service for like Firebase, Ashita, Postgre for storing our data, and we don't really need to worry about what are you using, what you are using. You know, we don't want to worry about that. You can always switch between them. You know.
You're talking about some level of abstraction, right?
Yep. That's because of that, tests are important. You know?
Okay, how would you describe in this case the impact of modular, the impact into the dependency management? Maybe just an example from your own job, how it helped yourself in this kind of situation.
Oh,
just describe a story.
Modular, I think modular don't apply specifically on that topic. Modular is for you search for optimization. Okay, it's not for this kind of stuff, you know.
Okay, sorry. In that case, okay, then thank you. I think we covered this topic quite good, so we can go next. And the next question is what are the best practices to improve the performance as well as productivity of an app development? Thank you, Deepak. That's really good question as from my side. Raise your fingers, please. Who would like to go first?
Okay, I'll go first.
Thank you.
Oh, I can say no. Okay. If you have some experience with manage projects or something like that, you have some kind of advantage on this topic. You know, if you can foresee problems that can happen with the project, it's a good thing, you know. So if you have a CLI to create a structure for your app fast, you can cut big parts of the development flow, and then you can go faster and improve the productivity.
Okay, thank you. Max, Ashita, would you like to add something to this question?
Sure. So best practices to improve performance and productivity is like the perfect balance between everything, right? On the one side, we want to have, I don't know what performance is meant, if it's performance of employees to work very fast and create issues or pull requests and bring them into code, create more code for and more features, and productivity and performance. So they are kind of the same thing. But what I could imagine is that it is more like how we can still have a very fast way to implement features, and on the other hand, how we can bring testing and stability on the other side inside.
Right.
And this is quite a tough challenge. And I think a lot of project teams have this problem, because when you write tests, for example, of course, your delivery time will decrease. It will go slower. Of course, if I have to write 5 tests all the time, I will need to write more code. I have to make ideas. And of course, this will cost time at the end. The idea here is that you have at the beginning maybe the more effort here, but in the long run, it will be less. And one example for that is I had to change once a lot of code surrounding a specific component. Cannot go too much into details, unfortunately, because of what I can say is we had to change a lot of things in one PR. And what happened is if you change so much things, usually you lose overview about the things that could break, because you don't know which impact every method has. You don't know which impact every widget has at the end to the general behavior of the application. So what we started is to have a lot of tests surrounding the old application. So we had unit tests, widget tests, and also integration tests. And this gave us like a cage. We couldn't go wrong, right? So we made all these changes, and of course all the tests were red at the end, but at least we had an indicator where exactly we have to be careful and how we to change the things, and so that the tests are getting green again and the changes were way faster inside of the application. So this gave us a very good balance between performance or long-term performance and productivity at the end. And these are the numbers that I tried to mention with my sell it to business. So when you write tests, sell it, right? You need to sell as a developer like hell if you are in business. You need to explain people like product owners and business people why you need the time that you have, because for them it is a button. For you it is a massive construct of architectural overwhelming stuff, and they don't see that, and that's why you need to sell these things. You need to make that understandable for everyone, and on the other side, you need to also sell it that everyone is willing to pay for it. If you say, hey, if I write a test, you get so much cheaper in the long run, that they, whoa, yeah, of course, let's create 100,000 tests, go for it. And if you make that clear and everyone understands that, I think you have a good drive in that. And that's why it's so important to bring everyone together today in a modern developments, agile team, I think. Yeah.
That's true. Well, yeah, if you have a good Scrum Master or even like a classic PM, but the one that really cares about the testing and product and so on, they will understand how to sell it. But yes, every developer needs to really have this willing and possibility to sell. Thank you, Max. A few more words from Ashita, and I guess that our time is over. Let's go ahead.
So basically, like the way I see it is, again, like there is always a trade-off between how fast you can do and how accurate you can do things. So say if you are a new budding startup, you will want to roll out features way faster compared to an established company. So in that case, like usually what I have seen is startups tend to have their code coverage ratio, like obviously they don't go for 100%, they move somewhere between 60 to 80%, because obviously testing is not their first priority. They have their priority of rolling out features, bringing in more customers first. Whereas if you go to a traditional firm, I haven't seen like usually well established firms are well above 80% when it comes to their code coverage ratio. So again, it's a lot of what your business priorities are, how fast you want to roll out features, how your competitors are doing. That is what matters more when it comes to whether you should be writing a lot of tests, and how you can manage the productivity of your employees. Because yes, in the long run, if you are an established company, you will go for like you will take time more in the development phase, so that is going to cost you less in the longer run. That's it from my side.
Okay, thank you. I guess that the best compilation of your answers is always understand your business needs, because you are right. Actually, this is probably one of the biggest values that we are getting now. You probably remember a few years ago, the biggest focus was on fast delivery, everything like just more features, more features. Before that, it was everything on like, let's build an amazing architecture. Now, everything is focused on business first. And I guess that's probably the best thing, because business are the ones who actually pay money. Business are the ones who invent some unique needs and unique tasks that then convert into really interesting and exciting solutions. Every solution comes from a need first. So understand your business needs, and then you will understand how to build your app, what to use, which practices to use. Everything comes from that. Okay. Thank you, everyone. It was an amazing block. To me, it was actually an interesting and exciting introduction into Flutter. I never worked with this before. So I felt the same things that these junior guys are feeling now. Thank you, everyone. I would like to see you in some next sessions as well.
Sure.
So encourage your followers, and I hope they will encourage you as well with some nice feedbacks. Thank you, guys.
Sure.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Or evening. Or bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so now we are going to have like a quick 5-6 minutes break. Before that, I would like to remind you, and actually, so that we have a few more sessions, upcoming sessions powered by Geekle. The next one is actually very soon. It starts in November, and 19th of November. It's actually it's next week. So this is Python Universe Web Edition Global Summit. It's going to be an outbreak event with speakers from famous companies like Netflix, TikTok, and Facebook. We'll be talking about how to build data dashboards quickly, all about logging with Python, then what's new in Python 3.9 and beyond, how to use SQL Alchemy in BI, and this and much more that will be on Python Universe Web Edition Global Summit on the 19th of November. Register now with the cross-20 promo code to get 40% off from the current price. Now, thank you. We'll be back in 5 minutes and then we'll continue with more and more exciting speeches. Thanks, everyone. Share your feedbacks. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Cross-Platform Mobile Development Summit powered by Geekle. This is a 24-hour summit of non-stop speeches divided into 2 tracks, the junior and senior one. We are now on the junior track, and now we are switching to the React block. And we'll be talking about different React and React Native approaches. So now we would like to start with a young developer and entrepreneur passionate about innovation and building the great companies of tomorrow. And the subject sounds like this, just imagine. React Native is awesome, but Expo takes that to a whole another level. In this talk, we'll dig a little bit deeper into what Expo is, its different workflows, and what tools does it provide in order to help you focus on what's important and take care of the rest, hustle-free. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Alan Ludin with Expo. Kickstart your ideas. Hi, Alan. How are you doing?
How are you doing? Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you well. However, there's a little bit of lag into the communication on the microphone side.
No worries. Maybe we can take care of it.
Yeah.
You want me to share my screen?
Yeah, I would like you to share a screen. And anyway, there's a little bit of interruptions in almost every word. Would you like maybe to try something, or just maybe replug the headset or something like that?
Let me try to retain my headset.
Yeah, or maybe decrease a little bit the microphone gain on the application level. Usually it helps. So meanwhile, we all know that there's plenty of things in mobile development. And first of all, there is, I would say, plenty of differences in the approaches that you are using for that. Before, we've been talking about Flutter. Now we are talking about React.js, React Native, and so on. So we're like on a different side of it. And I'm sure that Alan wants to bring you some like explanation on what specific values you can get from using Expo. Now let's give it one more try.
That's it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Now I can hear you much better. You can share your screen and I will bring it online. Meanwhile, you can share just a few words about yourself, where you are now, in which city or country, what time is there, what conditions, and what actually inspired you for this particular presentation.
Sure. Yeah, as far as my presentation, actually, I've been trying to take care of what Expo and try to make it a little bit more mainstream. If it's not mainstream, I've been working with it for the last maybe 3 to 4 years. I'm actually 21 years old, so it's been like most of my the developer career for the time being. I guess that React Native as a whole is awesome. It just takes care of a lot of things. It's actually, I'm going to get a little bit into what and how my developer journey developed, between quotes, to where it is now, and how the different technologies that I've been learning one after the other actually took like the natural path to get to the point where I'm now appreciating and trying to try to make and to share with the rest of the of the developers of the ecosystem, or in case the junior track, when whoever wants to start their React Native career. Just I don't want to be like more of a priest of, hey, you need to use Expo, it's the best thing ever. I just want to lay all the cards in front of everybody, just to know what Expo is good for, what it can do for you, what it can maybe do not be so very good for you. I just want to explain what it is, what tools does it bring with it, and how you can use it to, as the title of the speech goes, kickstart your ideas. So in that case, and then I laid out pretty neatly in the presentation, so as to everyone can know what Expo is, what it brings, what it does good, what it doesn't do good, and make the decision for yourself for the next project if Expo is what you need.
That's amazing. So can you share your screen right now, please? Then closer to the end of your presentation, I will jump into the just for a second, and I will say 5 minutes left, and then 2 minutes left, and then 1 minute left, just in order to keep aligned and to allow you to correct your own rhythm of the presentation and so on.
Sure,
Also, in case if you need anything, just call me. And please keep in mind, guys, that you can share your questions in the YouTube channel. I'm monitoring all those comments and questions, so they will be addressed. Alan, share your screen, please. I'll bring it live, and then I'll leave
Charlie.
you here.
I think I need to exit Chrome for a little bit because telling me that there's a permissions issue. I'll just restart Chrome for 1 second.
No worries.
Join
no
back.
worries. Sure.
Let me just copy the link. It will be 1 second. So
okay. Meanwhile, I would like to remind everyone that we know that it's not always possible to stay awake and alert for the entire 24 hours. So we've provided video recordings for you in order to enjoy at your leisure. They can be found at video.geekle.us, and I'm going to share this message into the channel as well. So though there is a small fee attached for sure, but we put these earnings back into the editing process. We really need something to pay something for editing the video and preparing those materials in order to be able to provide you back with the highest quality content. So please feel free to join our website, purchase the videos, and get them available for yourself here. Okay, let me add Alan back.
Here I am. Hi. Now I'm sharing my screen, I think.
Yeah, and I can see you're sharing your page, your StreamYard page. Maybe you would like. Okay, I can see your presentation now. So here you are. Okay, go ahead and good luck.
Thank you. Let's play this. So, Expo, you need to kickstart your ideas. Before starting this presentation, I would like to ask all who are viewing, who want to join. I will do a quick demo at the end of the presentation, and it's an interactive demo, so you can join and you can tinker with the application we will be creating with me. So you need to download for both iOS and Android the Expo Client app. I encourage you to do so, so you can start doing that while this talk goes on. So let's start with a little bit about me, because as I spoke with Charlie just a few seconds ago, this is about our journey. We are in the junior track. Everyone wants to hear start or restarting, or is kind of like dipping their toes in the water of what React Native and mobile cross-platform development is as a whole. So I want to tell you a little bit about how my journey was with trying to make my point across here, that it doesn't matter. We all come from all different backgrounds. We all come from all different countries. We can have a lot of different ways of how we ended up here with the interest and with the passion to develop in this particular space of being a developer. It's no matter how you ended up here, the point is that you are, and I'm trying to hear with this talk, try to encourage you and make you know about a tool that will make things easier if you are a little bit overwhelmed of how the ecosystem works. And as the title of the presentation is, you need to kickstart your idea. You have this idea and you want to make an app that works for it. So a little bit about me. I'm 21 years old. I graduated high school with honors in the IT and communications guidance at the Ort High School. I'm actually studying business economics now at the University. I've been a developer for maybe 5 to 6 years now, between all the technologies that I've been using. And I worked, my first job was actually full stack React plus React Native PSH. So React Native was actually like an afterthought after the full stack web development, where React Native was still in its infancy. And now I am the lead React Native mobile developer for Nixie1 in Spain. So to start where my journey began, we need to go back to 2012, when phones looked like this, soon to become this, a whole half-an-inch bigger of screen, because innovation was at its finest back then. When in the software side, the fourth most downloaded app in the App Store was a flashlight, when Angry Birds was a thing, and when our home screens looked like this. And I want to actually, if you take a look at that home screen, I wanted to speak about that brown icon, Cydia. So there was, I don't know, maybe 13, 14-year-old me at that time, tinkering with my old iPhone 3G, trying to do what was called jailbreaking. I came across this in the just web browsing through the internet, and the promise of making freeing my iPhone, by that time iOS 4, we don't know, iOS 14, you can tell. And it was like the promise of free games, and actually changing the way the icons look and changing the animations when the screen, when you actually pass to one screen to the other, and the actual process of doing it when you had to plug in your iPhone and press a whole bunch of buttons, and green letters started appearing as a command line tool that made you think that you were in the Matrix or my younger self. It was pretty exciting. So that was like my first introduction, or maybe self-taught experience for what mobile software was back when mobile software was the wild, wild west. It wasn't as mainstream as it is today. Then when I entered high school, as I mentioned, I started with the IT guidance / orientation of in my high school. I chose that branch of studies among others that I could have chosen, and I tried to try to learn this kind of technologies. There was a lot to choose from. There was also, if you were interested, you could do like more hardware type of learnings, when you learn how to solder your own motherboard, or stuff with how to build your own computer, or maybe you wanted to know about the communications and networks and LAN and Wi-Fi and WANs, etc. But I particularly wanted to try software, and I tried to specialize in technologies that actually had a promise of giving me a job after I left high school, so to speak. So I wanted to try myself in maybe C#, HTML5, Java, and Java came into making it full circle. Android mobile apps, tying it up back to cross-platform, to mobile apps, not cross-platform yet. Then came 2017. I graduated high school. I started my university studies. And by that time, a new language for iOS came across, which was Swift. And Swift was awesome. It made easy whatever Objective-C, which was the legacy language for trying to develop for iOS. Swift came and kind of made an overhaul about what developing for iOS was, and make it way easier. So when watching one of Apple's events, I caught an eye on what Swift is, and I loved it. I started developing iOS apps in particular. I left Android aside as a whole, and I completely loved it. And I started trying to do my own projects and my own kind of ventures, so to speak. I had some partners where we have some ideas, but we always came back to the problem that here in Argentina, at least, iOS is not the dominant operating system. It's pretty unbalanced to the side of Android. So it came back to the time where I had to think, okay, so I have this application that it works great in iOS. Do I just go and recreate it again from scratch on Android? Or I start to try to investigate and make some research on cross-platform technologies. By that time, Ionic, Apache Cordova were two big names, so to speak, on the game. They still are, but there was one new player on the ring, which was, of course, React Native. still nothing to do with what React Native is now, the big Leviathan that React Native is now. It was in its first years, but it was already stepping firmly in the cross-platform environment. So the rest is history. I decided to go and teach myself React Native using tutorials, courses online, etc., etc. And it's actually made me land my first job back in the end of 2017/2018, and there started my developer career professionally, so to speak. So I'm not going to dig deep into what React Native is. I know I've been watching the event all of today, and I know that there were a lot of great talks from great developers explaining why React Native is awesome. So I want to go directly to what Expo is. So the main topics, the main points I will be touching today are what's Expo, what can it do, what differences does it have with vanilla React Native, and then I will do a quick demo. So what's Expo? Expo is a framework that is used to build React Native apps. You can think of it as a toolkit, a tool set on services that are built specifically for React Native and will help you to make your apps lift off with ease. It takes all the hassle of managing, I don't know, certificates, managing building times, managing deployments, managing updates. It just works. It's awesome. So to lay all the cards, as I mentioned with Charlie a few minutes ago, about whether you should use Expo for your next project or not, I would like to talk about what can Expo do, what I don't know if it can't do, but maybe doing it like the OG way would do it better, so that you can make your decision on based on the necessity, maybe yours if it's a personal project, or the client's needs of what the specifications for its project, its product is, and decide whether Expo is a good fit for it or not. So first, it's really, really, really fast compared to vanilla React Native. I mean, we are talking about seconds to deployment, whether complex apps that need to be translated to native code and be built through Expo, through Xcode or Android Studio would take half an hour, give or take. Second, there's no need to know native code, and I would like to make a huge emphasis here. You don't need to know Swift, you don't need to know Java at all. Expo takes care of the whole native side of things for you. So you just need to focus on JavaScript, TypeScript, whatever it is you choose to write the application, and it takes care of all the native side for you. In hand with that, there's no need for external tools for building. So there's no need for Xcode, there's no need for Android Studio. You need to have them downloaded because they both come with tools, toolkits, and SDKs that Expo needs to needs for functioning correctly. But you don't need to not even open the application, not one of those at any time during the building process. This is very important. It does something that React Native vanilla it's very difficult to do. That is that you can publish over-the-air updates instantly. How does it do that? Like this. You can think of the application that's being created, you actually download to the App Store as an empty shell. An empty shell that only has like the icon and the loading screen, but it only has for on itself a hook that calls to the Expo CDN, the Expo servers, and says, hey, I'm the empty shell for advanced application. What's the latest JavaScript bundle for me of my version? And the Expo service tells the application, okay, here is the newest update of this
Hey, Alan. Sorry. There's an issue with your microphone. Probably you muted it somehow. Could you please unmute it?
You can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Okay, thank you. keep going.
I don't know where I left off. I don't know where you left off. Where I left off. What was the part that you heard?
Well, it was a minute ago, so if you
okay, let's continue.
Yeah.
Another great part of this is that you can't, or not a great part actually, is that it's a double-edged sword. Actually, I will get a little bit off script here because here I describe it as a bad thing. But in my personal opinion, push notification services are actually not great to deal with, so to speak. They are very complex. They are very different whether you are using iOS or you're using Android. So it makes Expo by handling it for you and maybe not letting you pick your choice of push notification services and actually forcing you to use their proprietary Expo notifications package. Makes things a lot easier for you. Again, if you are a senior developer, you are actually knowledgeable with both of these systems, both Firebase Cloud Messaging or the APIs of Apple. You are better off going the vanilla React Native way and actually having access to both of these services separately. But if not, if you are a junior and you are just trying to get your app kickstarted and making it launch, maybe using Expo notification service is actually great. So here is more on the not so good side, but it can actually be good. It's a double-edged sword. So good news actually is that all of these things I'm describing are actually for Expo's managed workflow. What I mean by managed is that it is like this way that Expo provides you of actually taking care of everything for you. They call it the managed workflow. That is the default way the app is built when you run the first command, the Expo init command. But the good news is that you can always eject. You can run the Expo eject command, and it will turn your managed workflow Expo project into a vanilla React Native project, as if you were in vanilla React Native from the beginning. So what I mean by this is that if you need to prototype your app, you need to get it as fast as possible because you need to deliver product, because you need to show mockups, and you need to show the app work, but maybe not connected to the backend yet, and you just need to show in the first stages of the product development. You can use Expo and take advantage of all the great things that it provides. And then when you get to the point where maybe you need to implement in-app purchases, you need to implement Bluetooth connections, you need to implement NFC chip usage, you can actually run Expo eject, and it will turn your project and your product all the way to a React Native project, as if it were done that way from the beginning. In conclusion, as I mentioned with Charlie, what I don't want to do is kind of come here and tell you Expo is awesome and it's the only way you need to do things and it's perfect in every way. It is not. As I told you, what I want to do and what I always want to make my point across here is that it's great in a lot of ways. It's great in things that for maybe, especially here for Geekle, for the junior track, and if you are a developer that just wants to get your app out of the ground as quickly as possible, it's awesome. And what it has is that it doesn't have a high barrier for you to jump out of Expo if you wish to do so. So again, I would like you all to take this point into consideration, both what Expo is good for, what maybe it isn't so good for, when you are talking with a client or you're trying to think with your partners or maybe a personal project and you need to talk with your pillow at night about what your specifications are, the needs of this project that you have in mind are. Give it a thought about how Expo can actually improve your development process and improve your developer experience as a whole. So it's demo time, enough PowerPoint, enough keynote. I will jump right in here. So let's do this in 2 parts. I will open the demo project. I will show you first how easy it is to start an Expo project. So I already created it because it takes a few minutes to actually install the JavaScript dependencies, but I have here the terminal that I used to create the project a few minutes ago. So you just run Expo init, you give your app a name, and you use a template. You have a variety of templates that Expo provides to give you like the skeleton of your application and what you need. I always like the Expo template tabs, and actually something that it has on its favor is that it comes pre-created, like with TypeScript in mind. I always encourage developers, especially the ones that are starting and maybe they are not like JavaScript old dogs like me, that maybe changing the way to think the language as a whole is kind of different. So if you are on your first steps with JavaScript, I highly encourage you to check out TypeScript because it is objectively better. So I ran all those commands, and as you can see here, I am inside the project. And now I run this command, Expo start. That's it. And here is where the Expo client tab that I mentioned at the beginning comes into play. If you would like to join me here, what I will do is actually open the DevTools. And here's something that Expo does also when you want to share and you want to collaborate with other developers. So here it will open localhost. Here is the Expo sort of control center where everything runs. You have your console here for errors. You can actually click here to run on Android device simulators, iOS simulators, web browser. So Expo works great with React Native Web. So you can actually use that to your favor. And here I can actually toggle how I want to share my project that I'm running now on my computer. So I changed LAN to tunnel. It will actually show this error, but it will reload in just a bit. Just that. And now, if I share, here's my iPhone that I have right here on my hand. If I come here and I actually scan this QR code, you will see that it will take me to the Expo client automatically, and it will start downloading, as I mentioned, the JavaScript bundle that I have on my machine. You can all try this. This is hosted on my local machine, but it's doing it through the Expo tunnel. So it's available for everyone right now, as long as I have the console open. So as you can see, it's downloading the JavaScript bundle. And here we are. Here's a wrap. No code written at all yet, just 3 or 4 commands. Here is our application. And if I come here, I can actually toggle the screens. I have here tab 1 screen. And I come here and I can say, hi, cross-platform development summit. I actually say, this will reload. You can see that it's refreshing down there. And I can put down here, hi, cross-platform development summit. So as you can see, this is the fastest way to get your route across. I didn't need to open Xcode at any time. I didn't need to actually have my mobile provision certificates sorted, install nothing on my phone as to profiles and ways to actually give myself the power to actually push applications into a new mobile device, which can actually be a hassle from time to time, especially on iOS and its privacy settings. I just downloaded an app from the App Store, which is the Expo client. And in the Expo client, you can host whatever it is of all the applications that you have. So I hope that you like the talk. I hope that you learned something new. I hope that the next time you need to open a new project, start a new venture for yourself, you take Expo into consideration and what it can do for you. And I hope that you enjoy my talk. So thank you very much. I will leave open the last minutes of my talk for a quick Q&A. So back to you, Charlie.
Thank you, Alan, for your presentation, and especially thanks for your quick reactions when we had some technical issues with the microphone. So tell me, please, how was your experience now on this conference? And also, I would like to ask you, did you ever had previously an experience of online conferences?
No, Charlie, I did not. I love the event so far. I've been jumping on and off because I had to work today, but I've been like listening to it like on the background. I actually tried to jump between the junior track and the senior track. There were a lot of great talks on both sides. I was actually part of the committee that we decided or actually curated the speech for the junior track. So I just wanted to take a look and actually see that all those great developers and those great topics that were actually only written on a spreadsheet and have a brief description of what the talk was, and sparked my intrigue on who was the man or woman behind the talk, and how that would unfold and actually become a great speech and a great keynote about that specific topic. So it was awesome. It's been a lot of months in development and actually trying to organize this event, and it was awesome seeing it unfold all the way today and all that's left.
Thank you. It sounds good. We've got actually a question from one of the most active guys, as I can see. Thank you, Deepak, for your question. So question is now, what will happen if we eject accidentally from Expo?
That's a great question, actually, Doug. What I always recommend is to have a tight Git flow usage. When you are active with the Git aspect of your project, you can always roll back to previous versions of what your app was. So if you accidentally eject from Expo, ejecting actually means that it deletes a folder that actually takes care of Expo's configuration, and it creates the Android and iOS folders and changes some things under the hood, but it's not a big deal. It's actually just tinkering with some files. It can be a hassle to manually go back and change those configurations back to the way they were. So I always recommend to start, as well as start your project, start a Git, have it hosted in your GitHub, GitLab, whatever it is, Git bucket, so that you can commit and push periodically, so as you can always roll back with ease.
Okay, I don't see any more questions in the chat itself. However, I would say so. So there's always a generic, let's say, or a really important question to the community for any specific topic. So in general, looking at some recommendations for junior people. So why would you recommend Expo? Right, Deepak is actually asking this question. Thank you, you just got it. So what are the pros and cons in Expo? Right, especially in terms of choosing this technology being a junior, which means that you have to choose probably one single path to invest your time. So what are the pros and cons in this term?
Correct. Thank you again for your question. I think that one of the greatest pros that it has on its favor is speed. And not speed like it also has the speed in the sense of actual tangible building time, but it's actually the speed of your experience of your from first init command all the way to a functioning application. It can make it, as you saw, apart from me already kickstarting the project and running those 3 commands on the background for us not to wait 2 or 3 minutes for all the JavaScript dependencies to work. I didn't do nothing. I mean, what was 1 minute actually on the keynote would actually have been 5 for me from the first Expo init command all the way to having a working application on my device. That overshadows what actually vanilla React Native is, when you have to actually have the project and open the project in Xcode and make Xcode build and tell Xcode that your device is this, and Xcode will tell you you need to install this mobile provisioning file, which actually enables your device in particular to actually run testing applications or applications that are in current development, and it can make it go from 4 to 5 minutes with Expo all the way to half an hour or more. And then you need to rerun and rebuild the application. It's awesome. It really is. So that's one of the biggest pros that I can recommend. And for a junior, as I maybe talk about it in the presentation, there's no need to know native code. So when you are actually tinkering with vanilla React Native, there will come a time when you actually need to mess with some aspect of Gradle, some aspect of Java, some aspect of Swift, some aspect of Objective-C. And just the fact that having to maybe it will be just changing one line of code, or actually changing in a .plist file, the version 1.0.0 for 1.0.1, but the time that it takes you to actually go into Google, Stack Overflow, whatever, actually search what this is, what you need to do, and then do it, and then try, and maybe you did it wrong, and you need to go back and search again and retry. Expo just works like magic, which, as I expressed on the presentation, I don't know if I was muted during that part, magic is not always so good, especially when doing applications that need to have like a tight control of what's going on under the hood. For example, games which are graphically demanding on the device. When you are using APIs such as Metal for having like great console-grade graphics on iOS, you wish always to have tight control of what the device is doing at all times on the native layer of it, because you don't want the device to be doing unnecessary things that will actually make it perform worse and the game run under 60 FPS. That is like the sweet spot.
Sure. Okay, great. Thank you. That was really a good answer. We hope that we made Deepak happy. I can see a few more questions. We will save them for the Q&A panel. Tell me, please, would you be able to join the Q&A panel?
That's what I talked with Nick about this. I think that maybe I can show him for the first half of it, but if you want to just launch 1 or 2 questions now quickly, so if I'm not able to make it, because it's running a little bit late here in Argentina.
We are out of time and we have to let the next speaker start already. So in case if you can join the session, I can save a few questions that were addressed for yourself in that case. And yeah, for sure to let you pass them first. So, okay, in that case, thank you for your presentation. We are going to the next one. And so the topic is create a secure app in under 1 hour with React Native and Firebase. Our speaker would like to show how fast and easy it can be to create an application with React Native and Firebase while following security best practices. This includes information about how to store sensitive data on the device using libraries like React Native Keychain, as well as how to organize data so it can be easily secured using Firebase database or storage rules. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome our speaker from company Horizon Alpha, Katharina Geiger.
Hi.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Very well. I really like the moderating this kind of conferences because I can learn a lot just from like hearing. Are you excited with this?
I'm very excited, especially because it's my very first talk in a conference about software development. So yeah.
Congratulations! That's amazing.
Thank you.
So let's see now. What's the flow? I would like to ask you to share a few words about yourself and what inspired you for this particular speech. And then meanwhile, you can start sharing your screen so that when I see that everything is fine, I will add it to the to the main screen. Then at the end of presentation, I will join and I will warn you that there's 5 minutes left, then 2 minutes left, and 1, just to allow to help you to adjust your time. So tell us a few words about yourself and what brought you to this particular speech.
Okay, so I've been working as a software developer, as a React Native developer, since about 18 months. And I've been interested in coding all my life, but I really started working as a software developer only 18 months ago. But as I was very lucky to be able to join a very cool company, Horizon Alpha, that allowed me to personally grow and learn very fast. I consider myself now a kind of an expert in those things I've been doing the last 18 months. And so I'm very happy to share some information about creating secure apps with React Native with you.
Perfect. I'll be listening to this. So here's your presentation. You can go ahead with it. Good luck. In case if you need anything, just call me. I'll be here with you all the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, so this talk is going to be about how to create a secure app in under 1 hour, so very fast, with React Native and Firebase. Before I'm going to show you how to do that, I'm just going to introduce myself very briefly. As I've already told you, I've been only working as a software developer since about 2 years. I have actually majored in linguistics and general linguistics at the LMU in Munich. I've been working, and I'm currently still working at Horizon Alpha, which is a software development company and IT consultant company based in Munich in Germany. We have about 25 employees right now, but we're constantly growing. And we are experts for React and React Native and for cloud-based backend. So we're working with Azure and Google Cloud and AWS. For example, I have a certificate as I'm a certified developer associate for AWS, which is pretty cool. And I'm currently the project lead for a language learning app called LearnMatch. We have about 300,000 active users and more than 1.5 million downloads. And yeah, it's a really cool app. If you want to learn a foreign language, you can have a look at it. We recently included our really cool Lino mascot, and it's a really nice app, and it's really fun working here. Okay, so what is the process of creating an app? Step 1 is, of course, I have a great idea for an app. For example, I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm like, well, what about I could create an app for writing a to-do list? I bet that nobody's ever had this idea before. And I bet there are no apps like that in any of the stores. Of course not. Okay, so after I have this great idea for a very new app, I do a rough draft of my very cool new app. So my app is going to consist of 2 screens. One is the user login screen, where the user can put in his username and a password and click on login. And then if the username and password is correct, he will then be shown the to-do list screen, where he can see his to-dos and add a new to-do. So he can write a to-do in here and then add it to the list. And then he can log out again and maybe log in with a different user ID or something like that. Okay, so creating the UI for this is very easy with React Native, as probably all of you know. But there are 2 main points that are not as easily solved as the UI design. Those 2 problems or issues are, I need a login mechanism and I need a backend. Of course, we could save the data locally, but well, if I assume that this app is going to go viral and everyone is going to use it, and maybe some users are going to put in hundreds and hundreds of to-dos, and then they lose their device and they want to restore their data. That's of course not possible when I store it locally. So I have to have some kind of server as a backend. I could, of course, use the secret server in my secret basement, but if I want to sell the app to millions and millions of users, my secret server in my secret basement is not going to be enough. And of course, I'm also responsible for that server. I have to constantly update and maintain it, and that's very much work. So I decide to use a cloud-based solution. So there are many solutions in all three major clouds that can help us with both login and backend. There is AWS, there is Azure, but the solution I'm going to show you here is Google Cloud's Firebase, which is, as I've already said, only one of many possible solutions for both. Okay, Google Firebase. There is a React Native library for Google Cloud Firebase, which I can add to my React Native project. And it has a solution for the login problem with the auth library. And it also has a solution for the backend problem with, for example, the Firestore. Okay, so what am I talking about if you've never used Firebase before? I want to show you the console of my Firebase project, which I've already created for my cool new app. So I hope you can see this. Yes. Okay, so this is the console of my Firebase project. And there you can see that Firebase offers many different kinds of services. For example, the authentication for the login. Then we have two different kinds of database, the Firestore and the real-time database. We have a file storage system where we can store images and audio files, videos, whatever. Then another cool thing for apps is the analytics part. So we can analyze user retention and any kinds of things. And the other cool thing I want to mention that Firebase offers you is the A/B testing. So if you have a new feature in your app, for example, a different kind of to-do list UI, you can create an A/B test for that, and Firebase automatically manages the A/B test. So it shows one of the solutions to 50% of your users and the other one to the other 50%. And it also analyzes the retention time and other analytic measurements, and provides you with an analysis of which one of the versions is actually better. Okay, so I'm going to use the authentication and the Firestore for my app. In the Firestore, you can have collections, and in a collection, you have a document, and in this document, you might have another collection. So this is structured like this. I have a collection called to-dos where I store everything. Then I have documents that have the user ID of the authentication as a ID here. And then I have a list of to-dos as a collection beneath this document. And there we have several to-dos for this particular user. For example, drink beer or don't panic, which is very important. Okay, so this is how the Firestore looks like in the console. Okay, so this was a very quick overview of the Firebase console. Now let's go back to my presentation. Okay, so we decide that we use this solution for our app, the login with the auth and the backend with the Firestore. How does that look in the React Native app? of course, I have some code snippets for you. The Firebase auth process is very, very easy. So for example, if I have a on login function in my React Native app, I have a login email and a login password. Then I can just use the sign in with email and password function of the auth module. Of course, I have to import it first. That's clear, I think. And then we can have a catch error, which I just console log here because it's only a draft of the app. Yeah, and that was it. It's very easy to use and very easy to put into your app. Then you have the whole login process done. Of course, you can also put in a registration process, which should maybe come first, because you have to register in order to log in. Yeah, I skipped that part. Okay, the other code snippet I want to show you is about the Firestore. For example, you can add data to the Firestore using the Firestore library, which of course you have to import. You have to tell this module the name of the collection that you want to add something to, then the name of the document, which, as you might remember, was the user ID of the user that is logged in, and then the name of the collection beneath this document. And then we add some document to this collection, which is, in this case, is the text of the active to-do, so the thing I put in that input field, and the timestamp. Yeah, and then we can do something else. When this is done, for example, we can console log the success, and we can catch the error again. Okay, so this is very, very simple as well. I want to add something here, so I switch back to the Firestore real quick. So to be able to make this API call here very secure, you can use the so-called Firestore rules. For example, here I use a rule that only allows access to a particular document if the access function includes the name of the collection to-dos, then the user ID that is logged in, and then again the collection name to-dos. So only if that is the case, which is the case in the code snippet, then the app can read or write in this collection and document. This is very handy. This is very sophisticated. So this is just a very, very short and quick view on these rules. There are many, many versions of this, and you can really allow only specifically those calls and those read and write processes that you want to allow, and deny all others. So this is really very handy and makes the app more secure. Go away. Okay. So I've shown you some code snippets, but now of course you want to have a look at the app itself and more code, as I guess. So let me just close this and get my code here and my emulator here. Okay, so this is what my app looks like. It's not very sophisticated. I only have an app.js, no components. I have some state variables, and I have this onLogin function that I've shown you in the code snippet. I have a onLogout function that uses the sign out function of the auth module. I have the onAddToDo function that uses the Firestore addData function. And then I render the two screens. So for example, I could log in with a very cool test email address and a very safe password. And then I'm here. that's very easy. Then I can put in some to-do, edit, and there we are. And now this is also stored in the Firestore. Then I can log out again. And with about 5 minutes time into my app. And I can store my data in the Firestore of Firebase. Okay, back to our slides. Okay, so now let's be a little more sophisticated. Let's say that we want to store the login info. So we don't want to put the email address and the password in all the time. I want to store it and somehow use the stored login data to automatically log in again. Sorry. So we could store it in the async storage, but the async storage, as you might already know, is not very secure. Of course, it's sandboxed, but on a jailbroken device, you can access the data just like that. And this little pirate here could steal your secret keys, your secret password, your login data, and so on. One of several possible solutions for this kind of problem, for storing sensitive data on the local device, is a library called React Native Keychain. So with this library, you can store your login data securely. This library uses native solutions on the devices. So it uses the key store on Android devices and the keychain on iOS devices. And this library, again, is very easy to use. This is why I mention it here. So, for example, if I want to store my login credentials, I can just use the set internet credentials of the keychain library. I give my server some name, and then I put in the login mail and the login password here. And I can retrieve this data again on the same easy way. So I just use the get internet credential function of the keychain library. I just tell that function the name of the server I used here, and it gives me the login mail and the login password. Okay, so how did I implement this in my app? Switching again. Okay, I have to use the other branch. Okay, so I added some code here. I added the React Native Keychain library. And I added a onLogin with stored credentials function and a switch that you can see here where I can tell the app to store the user credentials or to not store the user credentials. And in my onLogin function, when the switch is set on store user credentials, I can use the set internet credentials function of the keychain and save the login information securely. So, for example, our beloved email address again, and the very safe password. Okay, so I put the switch on store user credentials, and I log in. So I put in some more to-dos. Okay, and now if I log out again, the email and the password is gone, but I have stored it on my device. So if I click on log in with stored credentials, I can do that. So this is again very easy to implement and very, very handy in your app. It's safe and secure, and yeah. The main point is that it's really easy to use. Okay, so what did I want to add here? Oh yeah, as a side note, to draw up a example app very easily is very easily done with the where can I show this? Yeah, well, with the React Native paper library. So you have several elements here that you can just use for creating this very nice UI. Okay, so I wish I could ask you if you have some questions here, because I have the feeling that that was a little bit quick, but yeah, with the online conference, it's not easily done. So let me sum everything up. So if you want to create a secure app in under 1 hour with React Native, I recommend that you use Firebase, because Firebase offers you solutions both for the login and the backend. With the Firebase auth module, you can create a safe and very easy login process, and also registration process. With the Firebase Firestore, you have a very easy to use database for your backend, and you can make sure that the access to the Firestore is secure with using the Firestore rules that I shown you in the console of the Firebase. And if you want to store sensitive data on your device, I recommend you use something like React Native Keychain, which uses the native modules on the devices and is also very easy to implement. Okay, so this was what I was going to show you. Thank you very much for listening in. And if you have any further questions or comments or suggestions, feel free to contact me. Have a look at our website at Horizon Alpha. Write an email, contact me on Twitter or on LinkedIn. And thank you very much for your patience. And I hope my excitement didn't show too much. Yeah. Okay, so I think now we have some time for questions. Thank you. Nobody there. Okay, nobody's here. I have to entertain you.
Sing a song.
Nobody can hear me.
Nobody wants to hear you. I'm bad. Yeah,
Okay, welcome back to Geekle Cross-Platform Mobile Development Summit. And I hope that, yeah, I can see Katharina live. So let's bring you back.
Hi.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was too fast.
Yeah, you're actually too fast and too autonomous. First of all, I would like to ask you, so is this really your first conference ever?
Yes.
Nice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's amazing. I can see like the way how you have prepared and your presentation and like your approach to the communication flow and so on. So probably my first question, and to be very quick, how did you learn all this soft skills and presentation and communication skills? It is important because there's plenty of developers that they grow up in technical terms, but they don't develop these soft skills, and then they struggle for them when they would like to become seniors or team leads and so on.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've been working as a teacher for several years. Nice. Yeah, I've been teaching mathematics and also Latin and English. And so I think that's where I learned how to, well, all these soft skills, how to communicate. Yeah.
That's perfect. Actually, yeah. teaching is always great. Now let's, okay, I'm not sure if I can see any questions yet. Probably our audience still didn't follow you completely. I mean, couldn't take your speed. So one of the questions
sorry. When I'm excited, I speak too fast.
That's fine. That's completely fine. Okay. One of my first question was, so you actually described a way how to create an application using Firebase mostly and so on. So why you choose this particular setup? I can understand that this is probably one of the most essential ones. So maybe you could recommend a few approaches to the initial setup and compare them.
So I've presented this approach because I'm most familiar with it, because we also use it in our LearnMatch, in our language learning app. I also am a very big fan of AWS, and I think that with especially with AWS Amplify, you can set up your app in about the same amount of time and with the same ease. So I think that's a really very good possibility as well.
Okay.
I like Firebase very much because it's really very well, you have this one console and then you can see all your services, and it's really easy to set up the services here. It's only a few clicks and then you have a Firestore, or maybe you can add a real-time database and so on. So it's really very easy, and the overview is very good. But I'm very sure that with AWS you can do about the same.
That's true. And actually, I've worked with a few mobile projects, and we've been using Firebase all the time, even though we've been using different technologies on top. I mean, not only React Native, but also Xamarin and Ionic, stuff like that. Now, we've got a question. Now, I really think that this guy deserves a special badge, like the most active follower ever. Can we create a backup from Firebase database? Or I would even evolve a little bit this question. So not only create backup once, but also maybe establish a routine or an automated process of taking these backups just without manual interaction anymore.
I haven't set that up yet, but I'm pretty sure that you can. So there are several backup strategies with Google Cloud, and as Firebase is a Google Cloud service, I think I've seen some strategies where you can manually do a backup and also automatically back up your data.
Right. Okay. So one more, or maybe probably a few more questions. Let's remove these questions. So I would say, so we start an application, right? We start building an application, and it has its own purpose. So what would you recommend to any junior, especially when they are setting up their own projects, for example, for portfolio or something like that? How did you do that first? Because there's plenty of cases when you actually would like to have a few apps in your portfolio, maybe on your local Git repository, in order to get your first job. So what would you recommend in that case?
Well, that depends on what the purpose of the app is and what you want to do with it. I know
this question is quite hard, and I'll try to bring some clarity to it. So usually I imagine myself taking your guide and starting creating my own application. So I would choose any purpose for it. For example, I would probably build a very simple application app that has the login screen, and then it has some data flow that I would like to follow. And then it makes something with that data, transform into some final result. So I would probably need to describe a few simple user journeys. And that actually represents probably the biggest part of purposes of simple apps. So let's imagine that I have that application. Would it be, I don't know, a fitness tracker, or just a schedule to do not forget to give water to my plants, stuff like that. So let's say we did it, and now my next step is to design to create the internal flow, or at least to choose what technologies to use for my simple app and how to build it and to put it in the repository. Just a quick story about it.
I don't know how to answer that question. So.
No worries. I would go even into a different way. So you have a fresh story. You have a fresh story of becoming a developer into this technology, right? It is just 18 months. So you have a fresh experience. Tell us a story how it happened.
Well, my advantage was that the app I'm working on already existed. Mm-hmm. So I had a look at the code of that app, and I tried to understand what the different components do. So in my opinion, the structure of an app is very, very important. You have to really understand how the different components work together. You have to think in a very structured kind of way. So you have to know which component is navigated to at what point in the app, and the different ways that the user flow can go. And I actually wrote that down on paper. So in my opinion, the most important tool for a software developer is pencil and paper, and maybe an eraser. And I drew some sketches about how the different user flows work. So I would definitely recommend that. Draw up some diagrams about the different kinds of user flows, then add the different components that are involved in the different flows. And then if the code already exists, look it up in the code, or if it doesn't exist, make a plan on how to structure the code itself. So this is also a very, very important part, in my opinion. In my example app, I didn't do that because it was very, very simple. But
really.
but it's very important to structure the code. So put the code into different components, put the components into different folders, label the folders with what it does. For example, I use a folder with the label helpers, or a folder with basic components that I reuse all the time. For example, a button that I use, that I create and use at several points of the app. And to structure the code in your IDE the same way that you've structured it in your plan, in your draft, is very, very important. Because otherwise, if the app grows and grows, then you at some point you just don't know what you're doing anymore.
That's true, and that's very fair for every project. For myself as a project manager, I know how important it is, especially when like you grow up with your service and you have no track on what's there anymore. So now you answered my question very well, and now I would like to bring up this advice that the main thing that you said is, in order to understand how the things are built, first of all, learn. So look at how it is built right now, then try to find out the logic in it, and then try to describe it using a pencil and paper. And you're right, because it enables your psychomotoric memory. And then next time when you would like to visualize or to remember how it was built, what was the logic there, your body will help you with like everything that you drew before will get faster into your memories. So that's really a good way to learn how it works in general. So, Dankeschön, it was really very nice. I hope you will get back there for the Q&A session in 40 minutes.
I definitely will.
Perfect. Then thank you and see you soon.
Okay, see you.
See ya. Great, guys, we are back to our cross-platform mobile development summit 2020. This is a 24 hours amazing event across the entire globe, and we have non-stop presentations on 2 tracks simultaneously. We have senior track and junior. This one is a junior track, and we are now talking about React Native. We are on the React Native block. Our next speaker is actually a React Native developer working at Cubics, and now this speech would be dedicated to React Native with React hooks. The purpose is that state is a necessary part of a component when it comes to re-render the screen on update. It was being achieved by class components with state, but React hooks actually provide a better and cleaner approach to define state in functional components with less code. So state is just a single feature. React hooks provide much more, and now we'll be discussing that. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome Syed Amir Al. Welcome, Syed. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It is Amir.
Amir. Okay, Amir. Very good. How are you? How are you doing? What's your time zone and where are you right now?
I'm doing fine, and it's came here, and it's already very late. And
okay, I have to stop you at this moment. Can we quickly adjust some settings or your microphone, or try to put it a little bit closer?
Can you hear it
now? Yeah, it makes some noise, so probably try to check the pin, the plug, and continue speaking. Yeah, so sometimes. Try one more time, please. It's a little bit clear, and in case if it breaks again, I will remind you one more time.
Okay.
Tell us a few words about yourself, and meanwhile we'll be checking the sound.
Well, my name is Amir, and I'm working at Cubics, Pakistan's leading mobile application development company. And I have 2 years of experience in React Native, and and this is my LinkedIn profile where you can as well. And have done.
We have non-stop presentations on simultaneously. We have senior track. This one is a junior track, and we are now talking about.
Okay, so well, we are in Cubics testing of making our application. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. We are testing, making an application in Cubics, a new application in which we are hooks, React Native hooks also which we can test, and we are still testing it, and I have learned a lot of things, which I will be showing to you, and will tell you how it is simple, and will make a code for faster. So
okay. Okay, thank you. Could you share your screen, please?
Yes, I'm. Okay. Here's my site.
Yeah, I can see that from time to time the internet connection is lagging a little bit. So from time to time it might happen. Don't worry about that.
Can you hear, Charlie?
Yeah. So now I can hear you. Unfortunately, it looks like you would need to just to keep the microphone closer to yourself. But I hope it allows everyone to hear you very well. So don't worry. I'll be here in case if you need anything, just call me, please. Now, so we realized that there will be some issue from time to time. There will be a little bit of issues with the sound, but anyway, I see that you have a clear presentation, so I think we can be good with that.
Okay.
Okay, not really. Sorry, one more time. The plug still makes some electrical noise. Maybe it breaks at the connection level.
Is it okay now?
No, it makes the electrical noise that usually comes from interaction at the plug level.
Is it clear?
Still there. Okay, now I don't hear anything. Yeah, you're muted. Meanwhile, everyone who's looking this presentation at this moment, it would be great if you can a little bit cheer up and support our speaker, because the heaviest part of everything is always something like related. We have to fix some technical issues on the go, and I'm really thankful to Amir that is ready to jump into it and find some solution. Let's give it one more try.
Hello, Charlie. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay. I can hear you, and I guess that's the best that we can achieve.
Pardon me for that. Well, I'm starting now.
Okay, go ahead. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. What are React hooks? I'm starting with it. New React hooks are a new addition in React 16.8, which you can use in React Native as well. It lets you hooks are new features in React. Hooks let you use straight and other React features without a class. You can inside a class component, but you can definitely mix classes and function components with hooks in a single tree. Hooks are easy to understand and easy to write. The code looks so neat and clean with them. Obviously, when it looks okay and ready to neat and clean and easy to read. So I'm going to fourth slide. Why React hook? We were unable to use straight in functional components, but with hooks it is possible. It can use straight in functional components using hooks and lesser code, which can be read easily. Increases the performance. Obviously, more compile, while less code would compile faster. Next slide. Thicker component, more complexity. It's not all the components into smaller ones. You might create more dependencies. Testing could be difficult. Solution React, they let you split component into functions. More code would take time to debug a code, obviously, and test it. You need to put and an error. Okay, we are coming to our point. This dot set state to keep our to keep initial state. We use state like we create an initial state, put it on constructor, or use it without constructor and change it with a function to update the state. We use that state to render our component or to update it. I will show this to you in our code as well below. Let's start coding. Let me share my screen. There you go.
Hey, Amir, I think, yeah, let's give it a try probably. If it is possible to switch from your headset to the native laptop microphone. Do you have that option?
I have that option, but it is not. You are not hearing me with it either.
Yeah, but right now the sound is really like breaking and has some electrical noise. So let's try at least.
Oh,
could it? The sound is interrupting. So is it possible to switch to the laptop microphone, the built-in microphone? Okay.
Hear me now?
Okay, try one more time, please.
Can you hear me to my microphone, built-in laptop microphone?
Perfect. Much better.
Okay. Pardon me, I'm starting again.
No worries.
Okay, well.
Thank you.
Here we go. Writing my code, I'm going to bore you. This is my class. As component, we always write classes with capital. Okay. All right. I'm going to make a counter function here. Let's wait. Okay. Here I'm going to write my state, first state, which value is 0. I'm going to write a view, my UI, in which I am writing that counter, obviously. Counter, writing. I'm not using simulator because this is a basic example of a code which doesn't require simulator. Well, it's value, state value here, it's counter. All right, and I am going to use traceable function, which is new React Native. For that, earlier we used to use touchable opacity. I'm using traceable. go. These out. All right. So now I am going to make a function to make an increment in this code to increment this counter, this state, basically. What I'm going to tell you is in class functions use this to get which is very confusing. Very confusing. Like I'm going to make a function here. Here we go. Yes, this. Because I'm going to make a function here. Okay. Here. Here I'm making a function. I'm using arrow functions. Yes, 6. Here I'm going to use set state because I want to update my UI. So I'm using this dot set state. Here I use counter and this dot state. And now I'm incrementing 1 here. Basically, this piece of code is doing is incrementing, and which is too much large. We are making it with this, getting with this, and we can make it more smaller in other ways and other techniques, which I am going to show you. So now we will use React hooks. First of all, I'm going to tell you about React hooks. So I'm removing this function. I'm going to copy this function in my class function and my functional. I'm going to create a new function. Okay. I'm importing React. I have to use React hook. I'm going to use a React hook, which is my basic purpose of this speech. I'm using this state. All right. React. Right. Code view. Again, pressable, which is used to use our touchable opacity earlier. Now we are using now. While this, I'm going to make it a functional component. So use class here. We will declare variable in a functional component, which you will see here. So let's start it. Okay, first of all, yes, I'm going to try sample. Return. I'm returning my UI. view, and the same thing, the same function which in class function, I'm going to make it in functional component here. But I will compare it and will tell you what is the difference and what you're getting. Here I'm going to take my counter. Well, I have not yet declared it, so I'm going to declare it. I'm going to take counter here and use here. Small issue. Okay, basically what is happening is the first parameter is a counter, which is a state itself, and second is you can see it's a function which will set when I press on it, and it will increase what function I will make. It will do that. Right now it is 0, which is 0. It has initial value. Its initial value is 0. So I'm going to make it faster or looking dark, a little bit dark. So I will export default it for example. Now it's here is counter. I'm using pressable again. Press. Sorry. When you work fast. Okay, now I am going to use this. Now this is I am just parameter. I'm using it right now here, and the counter is here in my text field because it is going to change every time. I will do this first. Let me write. Right. And +1. With some tags. Depending of code, it's important. I right now have no extension here to clear my code. I'm doing it manually. Okay. Okay, well now what's happening is the same thing in class function I was doing. I'm updating this function, update counter function, and in functional component, which we call as well, I'm doing it with a use state hook, where I'm using a counter. Its first of parameter is a state itself, and second one is, you can see, function. And I am here incrementing here. So this is my first hook, use state, which is doing this. You can see it has a maximum 17 line of codes, and while class function has, if we remove spaces, has 27 to 25 line of codes, and plus functional code or component is more cleaner and accurate, and looks more good here. So this is the basic reason of using hooks. And performance wise, if your code is getting lesser, faster, and other things as well. So I am use straight hook right now, and now I'm going to use another hook, which is called use effect. But after that, I am going to tell you about again compare the code. So I'm going to before going to use effect, I will tell you about class functions. And in class functions, what do we use, and in function, what do we use? So here we go. I'm moving. Hope you got this example. I'm running this right now. Well, I will snap it. So I write RNC, and it writes everything. It's a boilerplate and districts. So I don't know what extension name it is. And if I see. So I'm going to use here is component update, component mount here, React life cycles, to tell you about them. In order to show the update on runtime, we have always needed with component. It both can do an update on runtime, which I will show you in my code, piece of code. On initial render, it renders it renders first time before render, and component update works. So they both work on runtime. Like I keep on typing and it will updating and keep on updating. But they require life cycles, component mount and component update. I'm going to show you. Here I'm going to take taking my initial state, title, or anything you want to write. I'm declaring my states here, right? Name first of all, and title. Right. I'm taking a view. I will write this name name or title, anything you want to write. Well, here I'm basically going to change my text on which it will appear, so you can check life cycles and when I will compare it with my hook use effect. First, I will take my component or text input here. Text input. I'm going to give it text. And text input as value. I'm giving it a name which I have deconstructed from here, name, and its initial values is string, empty string. Now I'm going to make a function. This around change name. Now you see there was this, but in class this, but in class components use this. So we need to be aware. So I'm making a Friday function. Now I will update my update my UI. Text input will receive which I will write it like this as well. And first of all, I need to my code. I can write it like this as well, and I can write it like this. It's up to me. It's all up to me. Okay, now we will use life cycle component date mount, which I'm going to check. Initially, it is empty. It is a string. And now I'm here going to name here, just Amir, which means when it renders first to my name, I'm not even using this. I'm wearing it. It means that it has initial value string, and when component mount runs, it works like it will when it renders, component mount will run, and it will appear. My name will Amir. It will appear in the value of this text input. All right. Now I need when I will keep on typing on text input, it won't until and unless I use another React lifecycle, which is I'm going to use, and you will see it here. Control as I told you, time we need to use both of them. Okay, component parameter, previous state here. Previous props. First it takes previous props, and the second
5 minutes left.
Okay, I think how much time do I have? Time left. Previous props. Takes 2 of them. Okay, Cat is destroying me as well. I'm going to applying in condition. And not. I'm going fast. I'm going to apply a condition here. Title. And condition that my previous title and name is not same, and it should happen. It will happen. I'm going to make it fast for a few minutes remaining. So here it is. To make my text input keep on changing, I need to use both of these life cycles. But now I'm going to show you hook use effect. In use effect, I'm going to write a code in a minute. Here I have also writing a code. It takes me a lot of time, but in a function when I will use hook, just check it out. How much time does it take? It is my previous code. I'm taking initial value. Same thing I'm making here is so much feeling sleepy right now that I don't know even what I'm typing. Taking another. Title.
2 minutes left.
Title. Use state. Out. Now I'm taking this state. This is state as a view. This is my classless function component. Now I'm going to
1 minute left.
I'm having you fast. I come text import taking. I'm going to take text import random. Okay, it's fine now. Text import and then
Hey, Amir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, our time is going to be over, so I would kindly ask you to
Okay,
complete
can I
your
please?
presentation. And
Yes, I'm going to complete it. Just give me 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes, okay, and then we have to switch the Q&A session. Thank you so much.
Yes, of course. I am using I'm using now use effect a hook, React hook, which can do this in a less of code, which can update my code when I text input. I write in text input. It can update my code in runtime. You can see it. There you go. So you can see this is functional component. This is a functional component, and while this is a class function, both are doing same thing, but in functional component we have completed this task in a few minutes and in few lines, and performance is good as well. This is doing the same as a class function as well. You can see I wanted to tell you more about hooks, so there were 2 to 3 hooks or remaining I wanted to teach, but due to some technical issues I might not complete that. Okay, Charlie, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
First of all, I would like to thank you for your patience. I know that I interrupted you a few times. However,
no, it's okay, and pardon me from my side as well.
No worries. Yeah, I realized it took some time to fix the issues with the microphone and so on. And I also would like to thank our audience that was for their patience. I can see that people were reacting very well at that. So that's really great. How do you feel now? Are you excited about this?
I'm
your
very
experience?
excited, and I wanted to teach more, but because of time, I couldn't.
Yeah.
I wanted to tell about more hooks, which was my topic, but I couldn't. I will again next time. It's okay. I hope your audience have learned few things from me, at least.
We are sure that they did, and especially those people who are now sleeping, and then they will watch this video. They will learn even more. Okay, we are ready to bring back everyone else to this conversation, the Q&A session. Before that, I would just like to remind everyone that well, yeah, we know it's not always possible to stay awake all the 24 hours. That's why we've provided the video recordings for you in order to enjoy at your leisure. You can find them at videogeekle.us, and I'm putting this information to the chat. Also, I'm bringing the other guys to the conversation now. So welcome, Katharina.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, Katharina.
Hi, Amir.
Welcome,
I
Alan.
hope you didn't get bored.
Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Hello,
Hi,
Alan.
everyone. So we are opening the Q&A discussion panel. Yay. So, okay. One of the most important things, in order to warm up any panel discussion, actually, I would like to discuss a topic that could that every one of you could contribute to. Right. So we we see the topics like in order to create a secure app and use Firebase and so on. From the other side, we had this discussion about React Native with React hooks and the states. And from the third side, however, we had Expo. So I would, as I understand, it's a little bit aside of it. So probably we can build our discussion in a way that let's really talk about states, transferring the states, and working with the states in the application. And if we are talking about this, so which approaches would you recommend? We start building our app, right? A junior developer starts building an app, and this app definitely requires to somehow interact with the states. So how would you recommend to follow this process, or maybe the best practices? And then switching to Alan, I'm sure you can add something valuable here from Expo perspective. So you can, now let's say the rules. Whoever wants to book the first place in the queue, raise one finger, then two fingers, or three. So this way I can act as rabbit in queue and just manage in this.
I think Alan wanted to answer.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to take first, Charlie, maybe because I can stay for the whole Q&A.
Brilliant.
So yeah, what I would recommend for the junior, I always like to give my applications a good thought before starting my projects. I know that for a junior developer, it may be a little bit difficult, but it's a very valuable exercise to perform, in the sense that you can actually start mapping, and maybe in pen and pencil, paper and pencil, start to know and to try to think ahead as to what the logic of the platform is. What I mean with this, and connecting with the topic of the states, when you have a lot of prop drilling, that is what we call when something that is on the parent level needs to drill through a whole lot of components all the way to the children or the component that needs it for set occasion, and needs that specific part of or depends graphically on some aspect of the state. Maybe it's better to not try to reinvent the wheel and use a given and test and proven tool or library such as Redux that works great for actually having global states and actually managing the way some a store in general, where you need to kind of go and fetch whatever you need at a set time, and not have like all these components like particularly managing their own states, and maybe it can get entangled very quickly. It may be like a rookie mistake for us to do it that way, or maybe because you actually don't know what Redux is, and it is a very complicated topic that could take a whole talk apart from that, not only on the React Native side, but also for React Web. Redux is sort of universal on that sense. So yeah, and when managing states, when trying to, you need to be very organized in the sense of trying to detect if that variable that you will store in the state is something that is individual for that component and needs to be, or it's okay for it to be managed with a set state or with a hook and just stay there, or it will be general, it will be needed in a lot of parts of the application, and it maybe needs or makes a more sense for it to have it on a global store that you can access through our reusers and selectors, etc. The way Redux works.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to be the next?
Weirdly explained.
Okay, go ahead, Amir.
Okay. I was telling about it, writing it's okay, but like logic is important. Logic is more important. Code can frameworks, logic, what it is doing.
Sorry, Amir. Unfortunately, at this moment, yeah, we have some issues with the connection.
What's updating state and how it is using rendering. Can you guys hear?
We can hear you. Yeah, there's a lot of freezing in the connection at this moment. Yeah, the connection is freezing, unfortunately.
Is it okay now?
Let's give it one more try. I'm not sure that it worked. You completely freezed at the moment. Third attempt.
I don't know what is happening. Right.
Okay, let's give a try. Let's maybe pass it to Katharina meanwhile.
Yeah, I have to agree with what Alan said. It's really important to think first and then think again and then code. So the structure is really important. Well, for example, like Alan also said, there are two different kinds of states. The local state that is relevant only for this one component, and then the global state for the whole app that is relevant for more than one component. And it's really very helpful to really start your app using something like Redux, because if you start it without Redux and then you have to set it up later, it's really hard to get everything sorted. And yeah, even if you start small, I definitely recommend starting with something like Redux and then making a good and logical plan what you put into the global state and what can stay in the local state.
All right, thank you. So we can see that the main advices are like keep your things well organized, plan beforehand, and use Redux. Amir, let's give you one more try, please.
Okay. Oh, now you can hear me, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
I was telling this that understanding the use of framework is more important. Its logic, like how it's updating a state and how it works. It's more important for beginners. Like use new techniques and new functions like because React Native is keep on updating, so we need to keep updated our code as well. So beginners should go for new things like hooks, etc., etc. That's it.
All right, thank you, Amir. So it definitely makes sense. The whole answer is that first plan well your structure. Whatever you're building, just take a pencil, take a paper, and draw it. At least keep the map, the main flow. Then next thing is definitely use the best practices and use Redux to store your states. And then the third thing is, assuming that React Native is changing all the time, there's plenty of updates and this technology is growing up so fast, you have to keep a good track on what are the latest updates, because sometime probably the approach that you're trying to implement is not relevant anymore, it's outdated. That's actually one of the reasons why we are all here at this Mobile Development Summit, in order to share these tips and tricks. Thank you, guys. So next question now is how, this is from our most active follower at this tonight. This is Deepak Bari. So how can we track bugs on production app? I would say even more. We all know about error handling, okay, and we know about pain. All the pain related to error handling, to proper error handling in the apps, especially when this is a production app and you have to keep a good monitoring and health checking. So let's extend this question to all these topics, to not only to bugs, but also to events, to issues, and probably to some metrics. What would you recommend? And please book your places. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Alan would like to go ahead. The second one, who would like to be the first? Okay, Katharina, you go.
Okay, so with our LearnMatch app, we use a tool called Bugsnag, and that's I would definitely recommend that for tracking bugs and finding bugs in the production app, because it really analyzes the errors very well, and it also gives you a stack trace, so you can really find the exact place of the error in the code. So it's really easy to fix it then. And you can also put some so-called breadcrumbs into your code, and those get tracked as well in the Bugsnag tool. And then you can have a look at what steps happened before the error occurred. And then you can find it when, for example, the stack trace doesn't really work very well. So this is a very, very good tool for finding errors and fixing errors in the production app. That's what I would definitely recommend. And as for the analytics part, as I've shown in my talk, a little bit, of course, the Firebase also has the Google Analytics included. And that's really also very handy for analytics you can add events, you can analyze those events, you can do A/B tests, you can analyze retention, and so on and so on. This is really very easily included using the Firebase SDK.
Okay, thank you. Now, Alan, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I have to agree with Katharina on the Google Analytics part. Firebase is very powerful and has a lot of tools rather aside from just the basics, which are the storage and the database that it provides, which I have a good experience using for my personal projects as well as some products for clients. For the tracking of bugs, what it can tend to happen, especially on React Native, is that, as I mentioned on my presentation, what the app actually understands on a very basic level is actually native code that has been translated from the JavaScript, which was the original, or like the beginning of where that code base started. I have a pretty good experience in actually uploading some debug maps and files of actually like having this translation backtraced to actually JavaScript pinpoint on the code using a tool called Sentry, Sentry. It's great, and it on my side at least, I was talking about Expo. It treats Expo users as first-class citizens. Eccentric has been re-engineered. Even when you are creating a project on their like onboarding process, they ask what code base is your Sentry going to be applied to, and it differentiates React Native from Expo because it treats it different. It understands that it's different on the way that it has to be configured and on the way that they compile that code. As I mentioned, the app that is actually running on your device in the Expo case is an empty shell. What's making it run is the JavaScript bundle that's inside, and that's a little bit different on the way that vanilla React Native does things. So having Sentry understand that Expo has its own unique needs and actually pairing it up to a Sentry project and having pinpoint bugs like on a T, like on it can tell you the character, or like the position on the line on the file that actually was the bug from. And that's something that, at least for Expo, is not available on all of those bug tracking production tools available, which are a lot.
Okay, thanks. So we can make a conclusion that there's a quick list of apps and services. So that's Bugsnax for bug tracking, Firebase and Google Analytics in order to collect useful data and so on. As I understand, it's mostly related to the data flows and sanity. And then we have Sentry, a tool by Raven. It's a great tool for monitoring and logging. So this is what we have now. Thank you for your answers. I'm removing this, and then again, Deepak asks regarding how can we reduce the size of production app size. So how can reduce the size of production application? Who would like to go first?
I would like to take first on this one because I actually have to leave. At least while talking about Expo, Deepak, on this case, half of your app by size, bundle size, is actually assets. It's the graphic assets. It's the images that you use on your app. The code base on itself is, if coded correctly, it shouldn't be heavy at all. In the case of games tend to be maybe hundreds of megabytes or even gigabytes because of the models and the graphical assets that they include, and they need to work. What I always recommend, and it's something that Expo has included on its tool set, is to actually optimize your assets. It actually takes your assets and it deletes all white space. It kind of rearranges the pixels in a way where the image is to the naked eye undecipherable of what is actually going on in the image, but it actually appends a file with it that actually tells the application when it has to go and fetch that asset, how to restructure it to the way it was originally. That makes the asset, in some cases, when handling big, high definition images, maybe half the size that they originally were. So that's a pretty good there. You can use the command npx expo /optimize. That's a command that comes with Expo that actually optimizes all your graphical assets inside a specific folder. Like you tell it, okay, here's where my assets are, and it takes all the PNGs, JPGs, SVGs, etc., and it optimizes them to the T, to the point where you actually are saving some precious megabytes when building your bundle that then goes all the way to the store.
Oh, thank you so much. Could you please type this comment that you've been describing to private chat, and sure, I will put it as a quick banner.
That should be it.
So, if tell me please how much more time do you have?
I can actually listen to Katharina's answer on this matter, and then I can wave goodbye to all of you.
Okay, thanks. Katharina, you go.
Okay, so another thing I might add, so I agree with Alan that the images are the problem here. So maybe there are some images that are not always used in your app. For example, we offer several courses in our language learning app for example, for learning English and then learning French and then learning Italian. And we don't put all the information for all the codes into the app at once. But we download them when needed. So we put them in the Firebase storage, in the file storage, and then only when the user decides to learn a particular course, we download all the images and the audio files he needs or she, and then the original bundle size is not that big, and the user only has those files on his or her device that he actually needs. So this might maybe help as well.
All right, it sounds quite reasonable. So cool. We heard just two different approaches, right? We saw two different approaches. One of them is to optimize all your assets and then keep them in the application. Second approach is like you don't need to optimize the asset size, but you actually don't even upload them into the initial application. You only upload them when you actually refer to them. So these are two kinds of approaches. Now, assuming that Alan is leaving, I would like to ask you to share a few words, maybe some inspiration, you know, to bravest junior developers that are just trying to join this amazing world of cross-platform mobile development.
Thank you for the space, Charlie. What I always try to communicate when talking to junior developers that are kind of dipping their toes in this wonderful industry is to stay hungry and stay foolish all the time. There's always going to be a new technology to learn. There's always going to be a new client to take. There's always going to be a new challenge to overcome. The point is, you are never alone. You can see by this event, and you can see by all the community that you can find online, that we are hundreds upon thousands of developers that we are actually open all the time to the community to actually help you, to actually answer your questions, to actually be there for you and make you not get stuck or not crash and with the same walls that we crashed. And if we stayed 2 weeks trying to fix something that we didn't know, we're going to upload the answer that we found eventually for you to what took us 2 weeks for you to take half an hour to actually overcome setback, set challenge, or setback that it's pushing you back on your task or on your project. So embrace the community, be a part of it. If you are now coming as a newcomer into the community and actually getting more answers or asking more questions than providing answers to others, we have all been there. So keep it doing it, and you will one day be the one who answers the questions and not the one who actually asks them. It's a matter of time and a matter of persistence. So that's my message to all of you.
That's an amazing advice. Also, you've got thanks from your best follower, Deepak Bari. Thank you, Deepak, as well, for asking questions and keeping it warm. And now we would like to thank Alan for the amazing presentation and answers. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you.
Thank you to the people of Geekle. This has been an awesome event, and you can all find me on my social networks, albeit LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter. You can find me by my name. So let's keep in touch. Thank you all for your time. Bye-bye.
Thank you too. Bye-bye. Okay, now we still have like 15 minutes. So we can handle the entire conversation now. The entire panel is just for us. We see a good question from Deepak again. Let's give it a try. So, do we have any kind of tool to analyze or profile the app so we can track which resource took more size or which code should we optimize? Do you know such kind of tool? Maybe if it's an analytical tool or it is integrated into any IDE maybe that you're working with?
Well, that's a really good question that makes me want to Google it.
Perfect.
So I haven't worked with a tool like that, but I'm sure that it exists. I bet Alan could answer it because I bet Expo has included it, like the tool he mentioned for the images. I haven't used it yet, but I generally look at the assets like we've already mentioned. I look at the image size because sometimes, of course, we have to include images from into the bundle as well. Images that we always use, like our cool Lino mascot. And when I get those images from our designer, I first of all look at the file size just in the Finder of my MacBook. And sometimes he mistakenly exports it from his tool in a much too large size. So I just tell him to please resize that. And that's one first step that can help you analyze your assets. But I bet there is several different tools as well for the several kinds of IDE that you can use for developing React Native.
Okay, you are right, and well, I can give you, I can bring you one more advice. So, usually designers are using a set different tools in order to share the images and assets and all the stuff. One of the best ways to do this is Zeppelin tool, because actually the designers can keep their sketches and all the images and assets there. And it also allows developers to download the cropped images already in the format that they need and to change the size and so on. So you keep your all your assets in a single place where the designers and developers can work both together. Okay, we've got an interesting question from Daniel Freire. What is the advantage of link Firebase analytics with Google Analytics? Because what I saw, it's exactly the same on both platforms. And if I understand correctly, it's really actually the same. So what would you say?
So if I understand the question correctly, the advantage that I see for using the Firebase Google Analytics is how easily it can be added to the React Native app. So you just use the Firebase SDK. There are several libraries that you can install and import into your code from Firebase, especially for React Native, and then you have it in your React Native app. You don't need any additional SDK for the Google Analytics. You just use the Firebase SDK that you use for your database or your authentication as well. So I think that part makes it better. That part is the advantage. It's very, very easy to get it into your app and use it.
Okay, it definitely makes sense, because we all know that there's plenty of cases when you actually have like a good tool or a I don't know, methodology and so on that is really useful, but it's so hard to use it or to connect it that you spend just a lot of time, or it's too complex, and in the end you realize that you would better use something easier, and in most cases that still can fit your needs. That's exactly right.
And this is where I want to add something what Alan said. There is a huge community for the React Native development, and there are so many libraries out there that can help you with your everyday problems. So sometimes we want to solve a certain kind of problem, and then we sit there and we try to write our own component for that and our own functions for that, and maybe do some HTTP requests or API calls, or we want to include some kind of SDK into our code, and then we start writing our own bridge maybe. And it's really worth the time to just try and Google the problem and look if there's a library out there that you can just install and include. And it helped me very, very often, I have to say. There's some nice guy out there that has already solved that problem, and I just can use his or her work. And yeah, so that's definitely a very, very big recommendation from my side. Just Google your problem and look if there's already a solution out there. Or maybe sometimes you can take an existing library and just put some more stuff in it. It's always easier to take an existing library and just use more functions of the SDK that is included in that library instead of starting from zero.
Fair enough. That's a really good approach. And other than that, keep in mind that when you take an existing solution and you adjust it a little bit, you also learn from that solution, from how it is built, so that next time creating your own solution, you can already take a look at this one that you used before. So that's really great. We've got 2 more questions, by the way. One of them is Ipsum Technologies. Hi, Katharina. What methods and or tools would you use when architecting a new mobile application?
Well, as I've already mentioned, pencil and paper. And architecting a new mobile application. Well, I have to I have to realize for myself what I really need for that application. So do I need a login? Do I need a backend? What kind of backend do I need? Do I need a SQL database or a NoSQL database and stuff like that? So I wouldn't really say that I really use sophisticated tools when architecting a new mobile application, but I think about it. I make a really good plan about what I really need in this app and what I don't need in this app, and then I have a look at the different kinds of solutions that exist for those kinds of problems, and I would probably then choose the solution that is the most compact one. So, for example, if Firebase includes all solutions for all the points I have, then I would use Firebase. But if one of the things that I need, one of the tools that I need is missing in Firebase, but for example, it exists in AWS, and in AWS there exist the solutions for the other problems as well, then I would decide to use AWS for that and not mix it up, use Firebase for this and then AWS for that. That's probably not the easiest approach. But yeah.
I completely agree to that. And this is actually, now you've heard a really good architectural approach, because first of all, replying to any question, you first have to reply to the question why, and only after that you would decide how to do that and what to do, like what to do and how. So, but first of all, you have to answer the question why. What is your need? And therefore, creating a checklist of needs is the best approach to choose actually a solution that can fit those needs. So that's just a perfect answer. Now we've got the last question. We have 4 more minutes. We have the last question and we finish here. So Ipsum Technologies again. How do you decide on which cloud services and service providers to use?
Okay, so I think I answered that question half with my previous question. So I'm looking at the needs I have, and then I'm also looking at the skill set of my team. So if I have 2 certified AWS developers in my team, but none with any experience in Firebase, then I would probably choose AWS, because it's easier for my team to use AWS when they already have some experience in that part. So I think that's the 2 main decisions or main reasons to make a decision about that. What do I need, and where does my team have the skill sets?
Perfect. I'm pretty sure that in a few years you become an architect or a project manager. I don't know which way would you like to prefer, but you already have this mindset. So the answer is define a checklist of the needs on one side, and then a list of available skill set on the other side, which is actually true, because you can find the best ways to cover your needs, but you don't have any way to fit it. Actually, so thank you. That's a good answer and a good question. All right, we have this time the last one. Deepak is back again. So does the Firebase and AWS work together?
Okay, so if I understand the question correctly, Deepak wants to know whether I can include both of those services into one React Native app. And the answer is yes, of course, you can. You can just include the React Native libraries for both services. Actually, we do that with our LearnMatch app. We use Firebase in most cases, but in some cases we use some AWS services, because the need for using those arose later. So we had to add that into our app, and it's working perfectly. So it's possible, and it's okay. I wouldn't recommend doing that from the very beginning, but if the need arises, you can definitely do it.
Could you please list which ones, which services which AWS services you use the most, especially in such kind of combination? Like, I don't know, maybe this is like Redis instances or some load balances. What exactly are you talking about?
So we mostly use the serverless services, for example, the API gateway and Lambda functions, which is my favorite, and and we also use Elasticsearch, which is really cool. It has so many, it has so many possibilities. We put our dictionary there, and it's really very, very easy to start a query in the dictionary, even though the dictionary is really huge and very complicated and has all different information saved. But it's really easy to query it using Elasticsearch. So Elasticsearch is really cool, and all the other serverless services of AWS are really very cool for React Native.
That's completely true. And personally, myself, I really prefer Elasticsearch to any other. There was a time when I used Elasticsearch along with Kibana in order to dig logs, like a few hundred gigabytes logs per day. So it was just a crazy amount of job, but Elastic is good with that. Cool.
Yeah.
We finished now. We have a 10 minutes break. There's a huge thanks for from our biggest fan, Deepak Bari. Thanks for this amazing session. Thank you, Deepak, for asking all your questions and keeping our speakers warm. Now, Katharina, it was a pleasure to see you here, especially knowing that this is your very first conference, and you have been so active. You're so good prepared. You have a lot of positive soft skills. So share a few last words to the audience, and you're good to go.
Okay, thank you, Charlie, for having me. Thank you, Geekle, for organizing all of this. It was a pleasure speaking here, and I had so much fun. I hope you could notice.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely going to speak again on one of your conferences. And while to all of the junior developers out there, I hope you have fun developing your code. I hope you just stay positive, just ask the questions to everybody in the community. Everybody is really helpful in the React Native community, so don't hesitate. And yeah, don't panic.
Don't panic. Don't panic. Keep safe and keep coding. Thank you, Katharina. Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Okay, now my time is over. I would like to remind you before leaving, I would like to remind you that there's plenty of new events coming up. I've been talking about actually about a Python summit, and now I would like to tell a few words about Architecture Summit that is coming up on January 26, 2021. We would like to discuss different questions like what challenges leading architects face and how to overcome them, understand the difference between solutioning and solution architecture, find a way to build long-lasting solutions, and so on. You can register right now using the promo code cross-20 in order to get 20% off. So also, we are switching now to a different YouTube link. We're going to share it in a few moments. Thanks everyone for your attention, and I hope that you really enjoyed it. Now we are switching to our next block in just a few minutes. Thanks everyone. It was Cross-Platform Mobile Development Summit powered by Geekle. My name is Charlie Johnson. See you.